Hey, everyone! If you enjoy my quantum audiobooks, you can support me by becoming a Patreon member. Your support helps me keep creating, and you'll get exclusive perks. You can also access my audiobooks directly through Google Drive. Check out the link in the description. Now, let's get started.
Rhaegar, enough. Viserys' voice cut through the tension and turned his attention to Aegon. Have you been bullying Helena? He asked sternly. Aegon's answer was tentative, his fear palpable in the air as he admitted, yes. And did Rhaegar punish you for it? Yes, Aegon replied, his voice barely above a whisper. Viserys' eyes narrowed, his concern evident as he asked further, did he hurt you with the heated bracelet? Aegon hesitated for a moment before answering, no. Viserys shifted his attention to Aegon's injured side, his touch gentle yet probing as he assessed the damage. As Viserys spoke, his tone carried a sense of authority and understanding, directed at both Aegon and Alicent. Alicent, while Rhaegar's actions may have been overly forceful, they did no lasting damage to Aegon. Alicent bristled at Viserys' assessment, her frustration evident in her response. But what if things had escalated further? What if no one had intervened? There were no signs of injury on Aegon. Rhaegar could not have caused them. Viserys' expression hardened, his voice firm as he countered her concerns. We cannot always shield our children from every conflict, Alicent. Sibling disagreements are part of growing up, and they must learn to deal with them. Alicent opened her mouth to protest, but Viserys cut her off with a pointed comment. I understand your concern, Alicent, but let us not forget that even I had my disagreements with Daemon in our youth. Alicent's grip tightened around Aegon, her concern still evident as she sought reassurance from her husband. Have you ever seen Daemon in distress, crying out in fear and pain? Alicent hugged Aegon tightly, her gaze fixed on her husband. Once, her father had warned her that when Rhaenyra took the throne, she would never leave her children unattended. At the time, she had dismissed it as mere speculation. Now it seemed to be coming true. Rhaenyra hadn't even begun her reign, and yet Rhaegar had already acted impulsively. Viserys furrowed his brow in irritation and lifted Alicent from the floor, trying to quell her temper as he gently intervened. That's enough for tonight, dear. Rhaegar must apologize to Aegon and assure him there will be no further threats. Alicent insisted, seizing the opportunity to seek justice for her child. After a brief moment of reflection, Viserys turned his gaze to Rhaegar and Rhaenyra. With a sigh, he conceded, both children are to blame. They should apologize to each other. Aegon started the fight by bullying his sister. He should apologize first. Alicent asserted, her attention shifting to Aegon in her arms. Aegon's face bore the marks of his ordeal, and he timidly stole a glance at Rhaegar, finally summoning the courage to speak. I'm sorry, big brother. All right, Rhaegar, it's your turn, Viserys urged, signaling for Rhaegar's cooperation. Rhaegar's once hollow eyes suddenly brightened with a smile as he accepted the apology. I accept your apology, and I apologize for my aggressive behavior. I shouldn't have frightened you like that. He didn't want to embarrass his father any further and saw no harm in complying with Alicent's wishes. Viserys offered Alicent a forced smile and suggested, it's getting late. Let the children return to their rooms. Alicent nodded, content that justice had been served, while Aegon, still reeling from the encounter, remained silent. As they headed for the door, Rhaegar's sudden action took everyone by surprise. Aegon, don't you like the bracelet? Take it, Rhaegar said, his voice devoid of emotion as he dropped the heated steel bracelet to the ground in front of Aegon. Aegon recoiled in fear, retreating into Alicent's embrace. Viserys, furious, demanded, Rhaegar, enough? But Rhaegar remained indifferent, insisting, I know it's over, but Aegon wants the bracelet. I promised it to him. With a firm stare, Rhaegar ordered, pick it up and take it. No, I can't, Aegon protested, shaking his head vigorously and backing away from Rhaegar. It's yours. You must take it. Rhaegar's tone turned icy, his patience wearing thin. I don't want it ever, Aegon pleaded, his voice shaking. Undeterred by Aegon's fear, Rhaegar's voice grew colder. Pick it up. I'll let you. No, I don't want it, Aegon insisted, shrinking back into Alicent's arms, eyes wide with fear. Rhaegar stood firm, his voice unyielding. You must. I won't ask again. As Aegon trembled with fear, Alicent's expression crumbled. Her gaze turned to Viserys, silently pleading for intervention. Her tear-filled eyes seemed to plead. You see, even your favorite son would persecute Aegon before you. As the situation escalated, Rhaenyra stepped in, soaking a handkerchief in water and wrapping it around the bracelet before handing it to Aegon. Then, with concern etched on her face, she approached Rhaegar. Stop this, Rhaegar. Seeing his sister's concern, Rhaegar relented, his icy demeanor thawing as he teased. It's an easy task. How could Aegon struggle with it? With the tension eased by the siblings' exchange, the atmosphere in the room relaxed slightly. But beneath the surface, it was clear that the family's balance had been upset. Viserys gave Rhaegar a complex look before leaving the room alone. Alicent snatched the damp cloth from Aegon's hand, tears welling in her eyes as she left, her voice choked with emotion. Remember your promise. I'll keep Aegon away from you. Rhaegar watched her leave, his eyes widening with realization. Alicent had preconceived notions about him, and no amount of explanation would change her mind. With nothing more to say, Rhaegar remained silent. After the others had left, only Rhaegar and Rhaenyra remained in the cabin. Rhaenyra closed the door behind them and leaned against it with her arms crossed over her chest, sighing, "What got into you to cause such a scene?" "I just wanted to scare Aegon," Rhaegar replied helplessly. "It's not that simple in Alicent's eyes," Rhaenyra observed. "But what could I do? She bumped into me and immediately accused me of plotting against Aegon," Rhaegar lamented. Seeing her brother's tired expression, Rhaenyra's heart softened, and she moved closer to embrace him. Stroking his silver hair, she comforted him. "In the future, mind your own business. Alicent is very protective of her children. So are we less because we lack a mother?" Rhaegar asked bitterly. I didn't mean that," Rhaenyra reassured him. "It doesn't matter. A cub without the protection of a lioness must learn to grow sharp teeth and claws quickly," Rhaegar remarked, falling back onto the bed in frustration. His original plan had been to take out his frustration on behalf of Helaena, but Alicent's accusations had painted him as a villain, all based on the notion of motherly love. Wasn't he just being picked on because he didn't have a mother? If he hadn't resented Alicent's overprotective nature, he wouldn't have taken it out on Aegon again. "Well, don't dwell on it. I'll sleep with you tonight," Rhaenyra offered, understanding her brother's feelings. She rubbed his right hand lovingly, noticing that it showed no signs of having touched hot steel. "You really are different, Rhaegar," she remarked quietly. With little desire for further conversation, Rhaegar undressed and climbed into bed, pulling the covers over himself. Rhaenyra didn't press the matter any further, simply patting him on the shoulder and humming a soothing tune, much as she had when Rhaegar was a child, as she drifted off to sleep beside him. As the night passed, the sailboat continued its journey, navigating the waves until it reached the Throat Range. On deck, Rhaenyra held Rhaegar's hand as they looked out over the sea and took in the sights. The waters under King's Landing's jurisdiction are known as Blackwater Bay. After sailing for a day and a night, we are now approaching the Gullet area, Rhaenyra explained. "Do you know the significance of the Gullet?" Rhaenyra inquired. Stepping out on deck to feel the wind, Rhaegar replied. "The Gullet serves as both the entrance and exit to Blackwater Bay, making it as vital to it as a throat in the body." "Indeed," Rhaenyra confirmed, "the Gullet is protected by 3 strongholds, Dragonstone, Driftmark, and Sharppoint. Together, they form a formidable line of sea defense, capable of withstanding even the strongest of foes." Pointing to a massive island in the distance, Rhaenyra continued, "That island you see over there is Driftmark, the ancestral domain of Lord Sea Serpent Corlys. The House of Balerion." Rhaegar's interest piqued at the mention. Rhaenyra chuckled. "Indeed, they are renowned for their mastery of long-distance navigation and have been steadfast allies of our house for generations. I have heard tales of Lord Sea Serpent's formidable character, which often caused our father no small amount of frustration." Rhaegar's curiosity deepened. It is true that there have been tensions in the past, stemming from disputes over inheritance. Our journey serves in part to heal those rifts and strengthen our bonds with House Balerion. Rhaenyra's revelation hinted at hidden complexities that further intrigued Rhaegar. Why would we seek reconciliation with a house of lesser stature than our own? Rhaegar asked, his brow furrowed in thought. That is a matter for the king to weigh, Rhaenyra replied, a hint of frustration in her tone as she playfully tweaked her brother's nose. As heir to the throne with limited powers, she could only speculate on her father's motives. Rhaegar pondered for a moment. The Valerions are also said to have the ability to ride dragons, which brings its own dangers. Rhaenyra's expression faltered at his words, her dismay evident. This is mainly due to Aunt Rhaenys' influence. The sun hung high in the sky as the sailboat anchored in the waters under the jurisdiction of Dragonstone Island. With a sense of relief, Viserys stepped onto the soft sand and savored the firmness beneath his feet. Your Grace, the castle has prepared sumptuous delicacies and fine wine, Robert, the acting lord of Dragonstone Island, announced, leading his servants in a respectful greeting. Viserys' smile widened at the mention of the banquet. Excellent. This is exactly what I had in mind. Approaching his wife and children, Viserys sought to mend the previous night's discord with words and smiles. Alicent followed him to the right, accompanied by her children, while Rhaegar and his sister walked to the left, both sides clearly separated. Observing the scene, the acting city lord of Dragonstone Island took the opportunity to intervene. The young prince and princess are setting foot on the island for the first time. Would you like me to give them an introduction? He offered. Without even looking at him, Rhaegar spoke up. But my sister is the princess of Dragonstone Island, he explained, earning a gentle squeeze from Rhaenyra, who quietly urged him to refrain from further remarks. The acting city lord, slightly taken aback, turned to Rhaenyra for guidance. Princess, would you like me to make a presentation to your siblings? Rhaenyra nodded graciously. Yes, Lord Robert, please enlighten them. As you wish, Princess, Robert acknowledged, maintaining his smile as he launched into a description of Dragonstone Island. Dragonstone Island is a vast landmass characterized by strange rock formations and sparse vegetation. Its most notable feature, however, is its active volcano, which makes it an ideal habitat for dragons. Despite the Lord's earnest attempt at conversation, his words seemed to fall on deaf ears, as most of the party were engrossed in their own thoughts. Viserys chuckled softly at the Lord's enthusiasm, while Rhaenyra made occasional efforts to engage in conversation to ensure that his efforts didn't go entirely unnoticed. As they approached the towering cliffs, a large gate decorated with carved dragons came into view. Robert stopped speaking and called to the towers flanking the gate. The massive black gates slowly creaked open, revealing a winding staircase that seemed to go on forever, leading to a colossal castle perched atop the high mountain. Built entirely of black stone, the castle was meticulously designed to resemble a mighty dragon. Rows of upright guards stood behind the city gate, greeting Viserys with a resounding chorus as the gate swung open. The grandeur of the scene left Rhaegar awestruck as Viserys confidently led the way over the bridge-like stone steps. Robert resumed his enthusiastic commentary. The castle on the island of Dragonstone dates back to ancient Valyrian times and served as a strategic stronghold on the Westerosi mainland, he explained animatedly. Built of the durable black stone characteristic of Valyrian architecture, the castle's construction remains a marvel of ancient engineering. From a distance, it resembles a magnificent dragon perched atop the mountain, surveying the lands of Westeros, Robert continued, his excitement palpable. This time Rhaegar listened intently, captivated by the description of the dragon-shaped castle and the awe-inspiring staircase beneath his feet. After a long walk, they finally entered the castle. The inner hall exuded an air of grandeur, decorated in a palette of black and red that reflected the aesthetic of the Targaryen house. Rhaegar took a moment to wash his hands before formally taking his place at the table, ready to partake in the sumptuous feast that lay before him. As the meal drew to a close, Viserys contentedly rubbed his stomach and took a sip of fine wine before inquiring, "Robert, how has Dragonstone Island fared lately?" Robert replied, "Your Majesty, 2 days ago, the volcano on the island erupted, causing Vermithor and Silverwing to become agitated. Fortunately, they returned to their nest without harming anyone." Viserys nodded in relief. "That is fortunate. Tomorrow we will prepare my 2 sons to begin their dragon bonding." Robert's next words, however, brought a shadow of concern. "Your Majesty, due to the recent disturbance, the young dragons that were previously under guard have gone into hiding. Efforts are still underway to locate them." Viserys' expression instantly darkened. His wine glass lowered as he turned a stern gaze on Robert. "The young dragons are missing? What the island's dragon keepers and dragon guards?" Robert bowed his head in remorse. "My deepest apologies, Your Majesty. The young dragons were typically docile, and our vigilance waned." Recognizing Robert's responsibility, Viserys' anger softened slightly. "Find the young dragons with the utmost urgency. The prince's bond with them cannot be delayed." Robert bowed repeatedly, his determination evident as he hurried to organize the search. With only the family left at the table, Rhaenyra expressed her surprise. "It is unexpected that Vermithor and Silverwing have emerged after years of dormancy." Viserys reassured her, "It's not unusual. Volcanic eruptions are natural phenomena, and dragons have an instinct to avoid danger." Thoughts of his own formidable dragon, Balerion, crossed Viserys' mind. Once he had ridden the massive dragon through the skies of King's Landing, but those days were long gone. With a chuckle, Viserys pushed back his chair. "I have indulged enough. Now it is time for your king and father to retire for a well-deserved rest." As Viserys left, the table fell silent for a moment, each member of the family finishing their meal before going their separate ways. It was early in the day, and Rhaegar persistently urged Rhaenyra to give him a tour of Dragonstone Island. Despite her initial reluctance, Rhaenyra finally agreed to his request. They began their exploration by walking around the castle, marveling at the grand structures of the ancient Valyrian era. Rhaegar was particularly impressed by the castle's dragon-shaped design and the towering spires that resembled the mythical creature, its head overlooking the island from all directions. As the afternoon approached, Rhaenyra, unable to resist Rhaegar's insistence, took him for a walk along the beach. As they gazed at the towering cliffs and the vast expanse of the sea, Rhaegar's spirits lifted as he reveled in the freedom of nature. Compared to the confines of the Red Keep, the natural beauty of Dragonstone Island was a refreshing change for him. Rhaenyra couldn't help but chuckle as she watched her brother's happiness. "You poor thing, you've hardly had a chance to venture outside since you were young." It dawned on Rhaegar that Dragonstone Island was merely the threshold of the Targaryen family's domain, not truly venturing beyond the confines of the king's domain into the vastness of the Seven Kingdoms. "Sister, come quickly. There's a deep, dark cave over here," Rhaegar called excitedly, beckoning Rhaenyra to join him. Rhaenyra's heart raced as she stepped onto the soft sand, shaking the water from her soaked boots. In the distance, she heard Rhaegar's call, but when she looked up, he was gone. Panicking, she cried, "Where are you? I'm coming for you. I'm over here. I'll check first." Rhaegar's voice echoed faintly. Rhaenyra sprinted in the direction of his voice, the moss-covered cliffs stretching endlessly and dotted with numerous caves at their base. Scanning the cliffs frantically, Rhaenyra muttered in disbelief, unable to discern which cave Rhaegar had entered. "Stop hiding, Rhaegar. Come out and stop playing games with your sister." Rhaenyra's voice echoed through the cliffs, her frustration growing. But despite her calls, there was no response from Rhaegar. Now gripped by fear, Rhaenyra searched every cave, finding nothing but bat droppings and remnants of the tide's retreat. Rhaegar was nowhere to be found. With her pulse pounding in her ears, Rhaenyra realized that Rhaegar's disappearance was no joke. He had actually ventured into one of the caves. Seven hells. Who knows how deep this cave goes or what dangers lurk within? Rhaenyra cursed under her breath, her mind racing with worry. With determination in her steps, she turned and sprinted back, intent on summoning the guards to aid in the search. In the castle, Viserys lay fast asleep in his chamber. The years had taken their toll on him, his once vigorous frame now showing signs of aging, his energy waning with each passing day. Once in days long past, before Rhaegar's birth, he would have embraced his wife in the warmth of their bed, finding comfort in her presence before drifting off to sleep. But now Alicent entered his chamber, her expression contorted in disgust as she caught a whiff of the lingering scent of alcohol that clung to him. With a disapproving frown, she quietly slipped away to seek refuge in another room. Years of marriage and refinement had not dulled her sensitivity to such smells, and she craved the freshness of a room untouched by the scent of liquor. Finding solace in the quiet solitude of the adjoining chamber, Alicent settled into a plush armchair, intending to steal a moment of respite from the chaos of the day. However, her rest was short-lived. A series of knocks jolted her from her half-conscious state, causing her to glance at the door, expecting to find a maid seeking her attention. But there was no one there, and no voice calling to her. Knock, knock. Alicent's brow furrowed in confusion as she searched for the source of the sound, her senses on high alert. To her astonishment, the knocking seemed to be coming from the very walls of the chamber. More specifically, from within the walls themselves. Alicent's heart quickened with a surge of panic, her mind racing as she struggled for a course of action. Then, as if in a nightmare, the bedroom wall began to shift, slowly rotating to reveal a hidden passageway. Alicent recoiled in shock, her hand shaking as she reached for a nearby knife, her instincts screaming at her to defend herself. As the walls swung halfway open, revealing the darkness beyond, Alicent's mind raced with fear and uncertainty. Never in her wildest dreams had she imagined that a simple room could hide such a secret passage. With bated breath, she peered into the yawning void of the secret passage, her nerves on edge as she awaited whatever lay on the other side. "Oh, who goes there?" she called out, her voice shaking with fear. "Knock, knock." Two more insistent knocks echoed from the hidden passageway, accompanied by a cool breeze that swept through the room. And then, suddenly, a figure cloaked in black emerged from the darkness. A rustle came from the dimly lit crypt, rattling. The clash of flint and a torch burst into flame. The firelight flooded the crypt, casting a crimson glow on Rhaegar's face. "Renner is not following. Should I turn back?" Rhaegar murmured in a hushed tone as he returned the flint to his spatial bracelet. Since acquiring this treasure, he had been secretly stockpiling supplies for emergencies. Looking around, Rhaegar realized that he was standing in a tunnel surrounded by remnants of mining activity, evidence of previous visitors. "Since I'm already here, let's keep going," Rhaegar reassured himself, his heartbeat slowly slowing as he stretched the torch into the darkness ahead. The cave stretched before him, its air crisp and inviting, urging Rhaegar to press on in search of the young dragon. His heart yearned to reunite with the fledgling dragon, unsure if it might be lurking within these depths, waiting to be discovered. As he traveled deeper into the cave, the passage narrowed, its walls bearing the scars of numerous cuts and excavations. A dark crystal protruded from the stone, its surface seeming to absorb the flickering firelight. "Is that dragonglass?" Rhaegar wondered aloud, his fingers tracing the smooth surface of the black crystal, memories of the months he had spent under the tutelage of the two maesters flooding back. In that time, he had gained knowledge of this unique mineral, dragonglass, a unique substance found on Dragonstone, also known as obsidian. Though it adorned select armor and weapons within the Red Keep, its practical uses remained largely untapped. Rhaegar carefully removed a fragment of dragonglass from a nearby chiseled pit and stowed it in his spatial bracelet, a rare addition to his collection. Since he was already here, he didn't want to return empty-handed. Pushing forward, Rhaegar continued his journey into the depths of the tunnel, the light of his torch guiding his way. Despite the increasing depth, he remained undeterred, confident in his familiarity with the route. As he advanced, the tunnel began to narrow, the walls becoming densely packed with dragonglass, or, soon, the entire passageway seemed to be carved from dragonglass. Finally, he reached the end of the tunnel, where the firelight revealed intricate patterns carved into the walls of dragonglass. Depictions of shepherds, dragons, giants, and even grotesque-faced monsters. Approaching, Rhaegar studied the carvings, piecing together the meaning of each image. "The Song of Ice and Fire," he exclaimed, his mind instantly conjuring the legendary prophecy. Etched into the dragonglass wall was a narrative that encompassed the 14 flames of the ancient Balerion era, Enar's fabled voyage across the sea, and the chilling tale of a long night brought by sinister creatures. The prophecy of Aegon the Conqueror is true. The others really exist. Rhaegar murmured in astonishment, his gaze fixed on the mesmerizing scene before him. This revelation eclipsed even the awe-inspiring presence of a dragon. The realization that the legendary monsters were no mere myth, but a tangible threat, foreseen and inscribed in the very heart of the dragonglass mines on Dragonstone Island. As Rhaegar reached out to brush the dust from the carving, a sudden beep rang in his ears, startling him. "A exploration mission is now active. Target, Dragonglass Wall," the system announced, projecting a data panel in front of him. "Dragonglass Wall. Exploration progress. 0.2%. From the exploration mission, the carvings seem to be authentic, he mused, interpreting the system's feedback. The quality of the dragonglass wall hinted at its significance. It was either extremely valuable or of considerable antiquity. The prophetic carvings adorning its surface were of undeniable value, their timeline far beyond his knowledge. It seemed he was on the verge of acquiring another priceless relic. Sitting on a small bench retrieved from his spatial bracelet, Rhaegar leaned back against the dragonglass wall, patiently awaiting the completion of the exploration. "I hope Rhaenyra will not grow anxious, fearing my absence," he murmured, his thoughts momentarily drifting to his sister's well-being. In the bedroom that belonged to Alicent, she was jolted awake by a sudden surge of anxiety, her brow furrowed as she sat angrily in her chair, her gaze fixed forward. Before her stood a figure cloaked in black, his arms folded resolutely behind his back. Breathing heavily, Alicent expressed her irritation. "What brings you to Dragonstone Island, and what is your purpose here?" Undeterred by her hostility, the black-robed man spoke in a low, measured tone. "My purpose is unimportant. What matters is the purpose of your visit." Perplexed, Alicent inquired, "And what might that be?" The black-robed man's answer was cryptic. "The two princes were brought here to tame the young dragons, but unfortunately, they were chased away. The relentless search of the guards will soon reveal their hiding place." Alicent's curiosity was piqued. "Is that so? And what knowledge do you have?" "I know the whereabouts of 2 young dragons," he revealed, his words laden with meaning. "Prince Aegon may choose the first, but the other location must be shared." Alicent looked at him with uncertainty, her mind racing to decipher his intentions. Considering the immense value of a dragon to a Targaryen heir, she pressed, "Where can these young dragons be found?" In an instant, the sky turned to twilight, casting an ethereal glow over the dragonglass mining cave where Rhaegar stood before the stone wall. The young prince had fallen into slumber, oblivious to the passage of time beyond his rest. Suddenly, he stirred awake, a chill running through his body as he emerged from his sleep. Perplexed, Rhaegar surveyed his surroundings, his attention caught by a timely system beep. "The exploration is complete. Please claim the reward." The announcement echoed through the cave. Instantly alert, Rhaegar's eyes darted around, scanning every nook and cranny. Dragonglass Wall. Exploration progress. 100%. Where could it be? Searching frantically, Rhaegar's eyes landed on a circular, crimson halo hovering above the dragonglass stone wall. "Red. It's a legendary level relic," he exclaimed, his eyes widening in amazement as he cautiously reached out to touch the halo. A burst of red light erupted like fireworks, cascading over his head in a mesmerizing display. Relic successfully retrieved. Initiating recognition. Recognition successful. Confirmed as a legendary grade relic, the Last Flame. It truly is a legendary grade. A mysterious relic akin to blood and fire, Rhaegar remarked, rubbing his hands together in anticipation as he watched the faint embers of fire on the system panel. The core of the flame burned with a vivid orange hue, its edges flickering in a wavering crimson dance, as if on the verge of extinction. The last flame. It seems its flame is dying, Rhaegar observed with a mixture of fascination and concern, his curiosity driving him to attempt activation. Activation failed. The legendary grade relic has unique properties that require special conditions for activation. The system explained, prompting Rhaegar to recall his previous encounter with Balerion's skull and the dragon relic. It yielded, which required a dragon bloodline for activation. Indeed, treasures of this caliber are always accompanied by unique requirements, he mused, determined to uncover the secrets hidden within the enigmatic last flame. With a furrowed brow, Rhaegar called up the note on the system panel, eager to gain any insight into the last flame. Flame is the enlightenment of a civilization. Ancient civilizations grow from tenderness to behemoths, from strength to destruction. Each civilization has a unique legacy. Immortal crystals preserve the last flame, waiting for the chosen one to revive its glory. The cryptic lines hinted at the origin of the last fire, but offered no explicit instructions on how to activate it. Rhaegar's frown deepened, a pang of regret gnawing at him for possessing a treasure whose use remained unknown. If it's the last flame, it must be connected to fire and magic, he mused aloud, his thoughts racing. In the realm of fire and magic, the only thing that came to Rhaegar's mind was dragons. The dragon's legacy required a dragon bloodline. Could the last flame require a dragon's flame? He speculated, his mind consumed by a whirlwind of conjecture. As evening fell, the interior of the cave grew colder, Rhaegar's breath crystallizing into white mist, a stark contrast to the flickering flames of the torch. Oh no, it must be getting late, he muttered to himself, noticing the passage of time. With the relics of his exploration secured, Rhaegar's current adventure had come to an end, though he braced himself for the repercussions of his unauthorized excursion. Navigating the familiar path back, his mind raced with strategies to escape punishment. Outside, the moon cast a silvery glow over the landscape, while the sound of waves crashing against the shore failed to deter the vigilant guards from their search. Emerging from the narrow cave, Rhaegar spotted a torch bobbing in the distance, accompanied by a chorus of voices calling his name. "I'm here," he shouted, raising the torch to signal his presence to the approaching guards. "Your Highness, quick, someone come," one of the guards exclaimed urgently. The beach soon buzzed with activity as Rhaegar was surrounded by a crowd of figures, including Viserys and Rhaenyra. Before Viserys could speak, Rhaenyra, her face contorted with worry and anger, rushed forward and tackled Rhaegar to the ground. "You fool! Where did you go?" she cried, her voice choked with emotion. Rhaegar, subdued beneath her, explained, "I was just exploring the cave and stumbled upon something. What could be more important than your safety? You almost gave me a heart attack." Rhaenyra's voice cracked with emotion as tears streamed down her cheeks. "You disappeared right in front of me. If something had happened to you, what would I have done? You are all I have left, Rhaegar," she continued, her tone softer now, but still filled with an underlying concern. "I can't bear to lose you." Moved by his sister's display of affection, Rhaegar allowed himself to be scolded, covering his face with his hands as Rhaenyra delivered a series of light slaps to his backside. "All right, Rhaenyra," Viserys intervened, his initial anger tempered by the sight of his daughter's distress. He approached her and offered his comfort. Rhaenyra, her tears subsiding, issued a stern warning. "Next time, I will not hesitate to break your legs and drag you back to the Red Keep, where I will lock you in the attic for the rest of your days." Rhaegar nodded fervently, promising to heed her words and avoid such escapades in the future. Pulling a piece of dragonglass from his pocket, Rhaegar spoke with a mixture of truth and deception. "I had no intention of leaving. It's like something is calling me from the underground." "Bullshit. That's just an excuse," Rhaenyra replied bluntly. Viserys, his brow furrowed in confusion, asked, "You entered the dragonglass mining cave?" "Yes, guided by an unknown force. I was drawn to the cave, where I discovered an ancient prophecy, Rhaegar affirmed with conviction. Intrigued, Viserys leaned forward. What prophecy? Rhaegar traced several crude drawings in the sand, his expression grave. Long ago, someone carved the legend of the Song of Ice and Fire in the Dragonglass mines. Viserys, realizing the significance of the prophecy, was eager to investigate further. Is it really the Song of Ice and Fire? In which mine? Viserys was moved by his eldest son's solemn words, recognizing the weight they carried. As a dreamer, Rhaegar's insights held considerable sway over him, prompting Viserys to lend a receptive ear to his son's tales of adventure. Standing at the entrance to the cave, Viserys instructed, "You and Rhaenyra return to rest. She's exhausted from searching all day." Accompanied by Kingsguard Captain Harold and 2 guards, Viserys ventured into the cave, his curiosity piqued. Meanwhile, Rhaenyra, still stunned by the revelation, muttered, "The Song of Ice and Fire. Isn't that just a legend?" Unable to answer at the moment, Rhaegar simply nodded. "Let's discuss that later. For now, let's get back." "Then let's go back," Rhaenyra murmured, averting her gaze but holding onto his hand tightly. As they made their way back, Rhaenyra clung to his hand, her exhaustion palpable. The hour had crept past midnight, and she had been searching tirelessly since lunch, her exhaustion palpable as fatigue and hunger gnawed relentlessly at her. After dinner, in Rhaegar's bedroom, the siblings had freshened up and were now lying on the bed in their pajamas. Rhaegar meticulously recounted the history of the Song of Ice and Fire, detailing his discoveries in the cave. Rhaenyra's eyes widened in wonder as she whispered, "So there are indeed otherworldly beings and armies of the undead in our world? Who can say? The age of heroes goes back thousands of years," Rhaegar replied thoughtfully, leaning into her embrace and enjoying her comforting warmth. "Our ancestors were once dragon lords in the ancient Balerion era, but if you go back further, they were just humble shepherds. I believe the Song of Ice and Fire represents a catastrophe unique to the continent of Westeros," he continued, his eyes narrowing in thought. Rhaenyra raised an eyebrow. "Similar to the calamity that befell Valyria?" Rhaegar shook his head. "Not quite. The Long Night is an icy calamity brought by foreign spirits, and historical records suggest that it was the army of humanity that defeated it and saved the continent. In contrast, despite the immense power of the ancient Valyrian civilization with its multitude of dragons, they ultimately succumbed to a cataclysmic natural disaster," he explained. "It emphasizes the terrible nature of the doom, which offers no opportunity for resistance." Their conversation delved into the depths of history and prophecy, each revelation shedding new light on the mysteries of their world. "You seem quite knowledgeable," Rhaenyra remarked with a teasing grin, pinching Rhaegar's cheeks affectionately. "Indeed, I've been exposed to countless books. My head is bursting with knowledge," Rhaegar replied, a hint of exasperation in his tone as he recalled his extensive but tedious education. Humming softly, Rhaenyra leaned closer. "Since you're so smart, help me solve a dilemma." "Go ahead," Rhaegar replied confidently. "Father has proposed a marriage alliance for me with Laenor Balerion, the Sea Snake's son," Rhaenyra revealed, her tone matter-of-fact, though she omitted the fact that Rhaegar himself was another potential suitor. Rhaegar was taken aback, not expecting her question on the matter. Still a child, how could he understand the intricacies of politics? After a moment's hesitation, Rhaegar ventured, "Do you have feelings for him?" "No," Rhaenyra replied flatly. Trying to process the situation, Rhaegar struggled with his young mind. Is father trying to make an alliance with the Sea Snake? Rhaenyra hugged him tighter, her tone light as she explained, "The Sea Snake is a renowned naval commander, and the Balerion family's wealth and possession of 3 dragons make them a valuable asset worth pursuing." "That sounds like a sound strategy, in line with father's approach," Rhaegar observed, sensing his sister's reluctance and adopting a more serious tone. "Tell me, should I accept the responsibility of being the heir?" Rhaenyra asked, her eyes twinkling mischievously. "In your position, I would have agreed," Rhaegar admitted quietly, looking away. Rhaegar grunted lightly and pushed him away. I knew you and father were in this together. No, I am not, Rhaegar protested anxiously. But as heir, you may have to face challenges until a better solution is found. Am I the problem? Rhaegar asked, her displeasure obvious. No, it's the sea snake, Rhaegar exclaimed as the realization dawned on him. Rhaegar choked on his words and rubbed her forehead, remembering, ever since Aunt Rhaenys missed out on the throne, the sea snake has held a grudge. His reputation as a troublemaker is well known. We may not be able to eliminate the trouble, but we can neutralize the source, Rhaegar asserted firmly. Rhaegar, I must warn you against such dangerous ideas. Rhaegar interjected sternly, taken aback by his suggestion. Shaking his head, Rhaegar clarified, I am not suggesting that we eliminate the sea snake. With so many members of the Balerion family, removing one sea snake, Corlys, wouldn't make much difference. There are many more sea lions and seals. He's driven by a lust for power, and we can use that to break down his defenses, Rhaegar explained with a serious look on his face. Perplexed, Rhaegar asked, what would you do if you were in my position? In the Balerion family, nothing is as formidable as their sea fleet and the 3 dragons. The recent Battle of the Stepstones inflicted considerable damage on the sea snake's fleet, so they'll be vulnerable for some time, Rhaegar strategized. Our focus should be on their dragons, he continued, his brow furrowed in thought. Aunt Rhaenys, as a Targaryen princess, is unlikely to be a threat to us. Her 2 children, especially her eldest daughter Lena, who has successfully tamed Rhaegar, are of concern. I've heard rumors that she is already betrothed and will soon marry into another house. And her brother Laenor, whose dragon sea smoke has proven its strength in battle, are formidable opponents. Encouraged, Rhaegar's eyes sparkled with anticipation. What is your plan? We need to establish clear rules to break up their trio of dragons, Rhaegar suggested. One option is to create a royal dragon rider regiment to bring back and regulate dragon riders outside the Targaryen family name. But won't that be too obvious, considering that the sea snake's children are the only non-Targaryen dragon riders? Rhaegar asked skeptically. Convincing them to join voluntarily is unlikely. We may have to resort to coercion, Rhaegar admitted with a determined nod. Rhaegar pondered for a moment, feeling a sense of helplessness in the absence of sufficient deterrence. If only father had a full-grown dragon, we wouldn't be in such a passive position. Don't be naive. Father's interest in dragons has waned considerably since Balerion's death, Rhaegar reassured him, gently smoothing his furrowed brow. You're already quite perceptive. You'll make a fine politician when you grow up. Disappointed, Rhaegar said, I wanted to help you. You will. When you're older, Rhaegar assured him, her tired voice softening as she planted a kiss on his forehead. It's not too late. Suddenly, Rhaegar's expression became serious. I do not wish to tame another young dragon. If I can't hatch one myself, I might as well try to tame an adult dragon. Surprised by his sudden declaration, Rhaegar asked, what has caused this change of heart? I may not be able to help you now, but harnessing the power of an adult dragon could be an invaluable aid, Rhaegar explained, rising from the bed to pull on his shoes. I will find Lord Robert. He knows of Vermithor and Silverwing's nest. Do not be foolish. Haven't you learned enough from Dreamfire's lessons? Rhaegar warned, grabbing his arm. Adult dragons are dangerous. Vermithor in particular is known as the Bronze Fury. His temper is even fiercer than Dreamfire's. Rhaegar remained unperturbed, his confidence unshaken. I almost tamed Dreamfire once. I have the ability to tame a full-grown dragon. Rhaegar's gaze softened with a mixture of relief and helplessness as she squeezed his shoulder. I will never allow you to risk your life for me, Rhaegar. Do you understand? Rhaegar's expression softened, and he nodded in agreement. I understand. I'll try to be a good brother. Satisfied with his answer, Rhaegar gently guided him back to bed, and Rhaegar fell silent, his mind consumed with thoughts of how to tame Vermithor or Silverwing. As the lights dimmed, Rhaegar lay on his side, his resolve firm. Father needs me, and so does Rhaegar. With that, he drifted off to sleep, his determination to tame a full-grown dragon firmly planted in his mind. The next day arrived, and Rhaegar was awakened from his sleep by a knock at the door. "Princess, the king has sent for you to discuss matters." Cole's voice echoed through the door. "Understood, Sir Cole," Rhaegar replied, quickly dressing before turning to Rhaegar. "No wandering off, understand?" "I promise," Rhaegar assured her, patting his chest. With a final admonition to Cole to keep an eye on her brother, Rhaegar left the room. Meanwhile, Rhaegar was fully dressed when the servant arrived with breakfast. As he nibbled at a piece of bread, he glanced at Cole, standing guard at the door, and asked, "Would you like to join me for breakfast, Sir Cole?" "Thank you, but there's no need to bother," Cole politely declined. Accepting Cole's refusal, Rhaegar continued to eat alone, feeling a pang of regret that Eric was not present and that the King's Guard contingent consisted only of Captain Harold and Cole. If Eric had accompanied them, they could have shared a meal. "Sir Cole, any news on the search for the young dragons?" Rhaegar inquired suddenly. "Not yet. I hear Queen Alice has sent more men," Cole replied honestly. "Is Lord Robert involved in the search as well?" Rhaegar asked casually. "Yes, Lord Robert personally led a team and even searched the beach last night looking for you, Prince," Cole confirmed. With a mischievous twinkle in his eye, Rhaegar stood up. "I've finished eating, so I'll take a stroll around the castle." Regardless of Cole's thoughts on the matter, Rhaegar quickly made his way outside. Cole hesitated for a moment, considering that his duty was only to keep an eye on the prince, and wandering around the castle grounds wasn't technically disobedience. He followed Rhaegar, keeping a watchful eye. "What do you think my sister and father will be discussing?" Rhaegar inquired as they walked. "The king and princess are probably discussing important matters, as usual," Cole replied modestly. "I wonder if my sister trusts you that much." Rhaegar prodded. Cole hesitated under further questioning and slowly replied, "Their recent conversations have revolved primarily around the princess's possible marriage. I am privy to little else." "Are you familiar with Laenor?" Rhaegar pressed on. "The eldest son of Lord Corlys Balerion, the sea snake?" Cole confirmed. "It seems you know him," Rhaegar remarked. "When Lord Corlys served as master of the ships, the princess occasionally interacted with his children, and I had the opportunity to meet them," Cole explained. Rhaegar turned to Cole with a serious expression on his face. "What is your honest opinion of Laenor?" Cole kept his composure and gave an objective assessment. "Sir Laenor is handsome, amiable, and a skilled knight. Does he have any faults?" Rhaegar persisted. Given Rhaenyra's penchant for handsome, gentle men, there seemed little doubt that if Laenor truly embodied Cole's glowing portrayal, it would be a match made in heaven. Cole maintained a stoic silence, refraining from comment, and Rhaegar understood the unspoken sentiment. Though Cole sensed something was wrong with Laenor, his sense of chivalry compelled him to refrain from disparaging others in their absence. Rhaegar asked cautiously, "Perhaps he struggles with drinking and gambling?" "Sir Laenor enjoys drinking, but abstains from gambling," Cole affirmed with assurance. Rhaegar then inquired, "Was he involved with prostitutes and had a tumultuous personal life?" Cole hesitated before answering. "Sir Laenor never frequented brothels." "And his private life?" Rhaegar pressed. "At times I've heard whispers that Sir Laenor kept his distance from women, but there was no scandal to speak of in that regard," Cole replied cautiously. Rhaegar frowned. "You don't refute his chaotic personal life, yet you claim he keeps his distance from women. That's contradictory." Cole remained impassive and avoided eye contact. Rhaegar, unable to get a clear answer, continued to ponder the implications. Then a realization struck him. He prefers men? Rhaegar's surprise was obvious as he looked at Cole. Cole looked away, neither confirming nor denying. Rhaegar was able to decipher Cole's reaction. Father plans to marry Rhaenyra to a man whose sexual orientation deviates from norm. Isn't he concerned about the potential discord after the wedding? Rhaegar pondered silently. The Targaryens were no strangers to intrigue. Each member possessed a carnivorous nature that did not shy away from manipulation or deceit. Absurd. Father's decision-making is perplexing, Rhaegar muttered to himself, his resolve growing as he considered his next move. "Take me to Lord Robert's chambers. He should have a map of Dragonstone Island," Rhaegar instructed Cole. Cole asked, "Forgive me if I'm out of line, but why do you need a map of Dragonstone Island?" "To find the dragon. Get the map before we continue," Rhaegar insisted firmly. "The search for the young dragons already has its own team. You don't need to get involved," Cole pointed out. "Her Majesty the Queen has sent someone to look for them. But if they find the dragons, they will obviously be tamed by Aegon first. I can't afford to wait idly," Rhaegar argued. Cole conceded the point and suggested, "If you want a map of Dragonstone Island, you don't have to go to Lord Robert's chambers. There's a pair hidden in the princess's room." "Why didn't you mention this before?" Rhaegar's frustration was obvious. "You didn't ask until now," Cole replied honestly. Rhaegar slapped his forehead in exasperation before turning to head back. Once in the princess's chambers, he found a massive map of Dragonstone Island tucked under the bed. Sitting on the map, Rhaegar meticulously scanned its surface, searching for the location of the volcano. Vermithor and Silverwing resided in a lair beneath the volcano, so the search had to begin in its vicinity. "It lies east of Dragonstone Island, in the Dragonmont," Rhaegar declared, his resolve firm. In addition to dragons, Dragonstone Island was known for its unique geological formations. The Dragonmount stretched from east to west and contained the active volcano. With the general direction in mind, Rhaegar felt confident and determined to search for the dragon. He had already prepared his excuses. "I will find the young dragons," he announced. Cole seemed ready to object, but Rhaegar raised his eyes and expressed his dissatisfaction. "The taming of dragons is a sacred duty given to every Targaryen. I am bound to join the search and do my part," Rhaegar declared solemnly. "I cannot justify your absence to the princess if I allow this excursion," Cole countered, shaking his head. "Then you will accompany me and ensure our return before dinner," Rhaegar insisted, striding toward the door without giving Cole a chance to protest. With a resigned sigh, Cole followed, feeling helpless. The prince's status was extremely delicate. Both the king and the princess held him in high esteem. All Cole could do was try to ensure Rhaegar's safety to the best of his ability. The castle stood in the northern reaches of the island of Dragonstone. Leaving the Red Keep, Rhaegar bypassed the stone step promenade, choosing instead to head for the farmyard at the rear of the castle. Dragonstone Island was home to a sizable population of civilians, many of them Targaryen bastards. Having lived on Dragonstone for generations, they enjoyed relatively comfortable living conditions. The conversation ended and Rhaenyra left her father's chambers, a faint hint of sadness lingering on her brow. Viserys had spent half the night searching the dragonglass wall for the prophecy, returning at dawn, driven by an urgency that allowed no rest, and eager to share his findings with Rhaenyra. He recounted the prophecy of the Song of Ice and Fire, detailing the ominous tale of the dagger and filling her with anxiety about the possible future regarding the Long Night and the others. She asked herself, if that dreaded day were to come, would she have the courage and ability to lead the Seven Kingdoms through the Long Night? The answer she received was uncertain, leaning toward a resounding no. It's fortunate the Long Night hasn't plagued us for millennia, and the prophesied prince named certainly won't be the type to cower in fear. Rhaenyra reassured herself, her thoughts turning to Alicent's son, Aegon, which rekindled her resolve and confidence. On her way back, Rhaenyra heard Alicent's voice calling to her. "Rhaenyra, may we speak?" Alicent's tone carried a hint of sincerity. Rhaenyra turned her head, brushing off the invitation. "What could we possibly have to talk about? It's not time for afternoon tea yet. Please, I'm truly sorry for my earlier suspicions, and I would like to have a sincere conversation," Alicent implored, her expression sincere and hopeful. "Just like old times when we could talk about anything." Despite the friendly appearance, Rhaenyra could not shake the underlying feeling of contempt. Both sides were on the brink of confrontation, yet they still maintained the facade of sisterly affection. "Very well, let's talk," Rhaenyra agreed reluctantly, curious about Alicent's intentions. Alicent took Rhaenyra's hand and led her to the castle gardens, a smile playing on her lips. As they strolled, Alicent broached the subject. "Why haven't I seen Rhaegar? He's resting. He snuck out yesterday, and I forbid him to leave," Rhaenyra replied truthfully. "I heard about that. He stumbled upon an old prophecy, didn't he? Yes, the Song of Ice and Fire. Oh, I thought that was just another bedtime story to frighten children, Alicent remarked casually. Indeed, a myth, Rhaegar replied tersely, choosing not to elaborate. The Song of Ice and Fire was a prophecy reserved for the heirs, not meant for Alicent to understand. As dusk fell, Rhaegar's footsteps came to a halt in the middle of the farmland, his gaze fixed on the rocky mountain range in the distance, devoid of vegetation. Your Grace, we should return to the castle, Cole, acting as his guard, advised. Rhaegar's eyes lingered on the distant mountains as he muttered, the island's active volcano is that way. Your Grace, the princess will be displeased if we delay any longer, Cole sighed helplessly. I understand. We'll be back before nightfall, Rhaegar replied, his determination unwavering. After traversing the small town on the island, Rhaegar gathered a wealth of information, including the approximate location of Vermithor and Silverwing's lair. Let's go, Ser Cole, Rhaegar called, taking one last look at a group of silver-haired children playing near the town's entrance before turning back. Curious, Cole inquired. Your Grace, do you long for company? No, I was merely intrigued by the color of their hair, Rhaegar replied. The sight of the children's silver hair made him wonder if any of them might be his half-brothers. After all, his father had been quite vigorous and robust in his youth. In the evening, after the family had finished dinner and retired to their rooms, Rhaenyra and Rhaegar retired to their bedroom, as was their custom, and engaged in quiet conversation. Rhaenyra broached the subject first. Cole mentioned you were in town. I was looking for a young dragon to tame, Rhaegar replied calmly. It would be advantageous for you to have one. A young dragon is better for a young Targaryen. Syrax and I have been companions since childhood, Rhaenyra remarked, understanding her sibling's desire for a dragon. After a moment of thought, she continued, Alicent came to see me, and we had a long talk. What did she want? Rhaegar inquired. I asked her the same question, Rhaenyra replied thoughtfully. She mentioned my engagement and made some remarks that I dismissed. And, Rhaegar prompted. I was in a sour mood, but Alicent was unfazed. She even brought up the whereabouts of the two young dragons, Rhaenyra recounted. So you find it, Rhaegar began. Suspicious, they both exclaimed at the same time, sharing a knowing smile. Rhaegar chuckled. Alicent is sneaky. For her to seek you out, she must have an ulterior motive. I agree. Alicent has always excelled at everything since childhood, and she harbors a deep-seated grudge against me. She would not extend kindness without a reason, Rhaenyra admitted with a wry smile. Rhaegar inquired further. Where did she say the two young dragons were? They were sighted fighting on the east coast, Rhaenyra revealed. Given their proximity to an active volcano, it's plausible, Rhaegar analyzed the location. Dragons thrived in high-temperature environments, making the caves beneath the volcano an ideal habitat for them. Rhaenyra's grip tightened around a strand of hair, her determination evident in her eyes. We must find the two young dragons before they do. They are probably unharmed. There's no need to rush, Rhaegar remarked, indifferent to the urgency. What do you know? There are only 3 suitable dragons, and a gifted young dragon will grow quickly in the future, Rhaenyra retorted, her frustration evident as she slapped his arm. I wouldn't know the dragons if I saw them. How am I supposed to tell the difference? Rhaegar regretted. Rhaenyra sat up and gave him a sharp look. Choose Sunfire, the dragon with the golden scales and pale, pink wing membranes. Sunfire hatched from the same clutch as your Syrax? Rhaegar asked. That is correct. Sunfire hatched a few years after Syrax, and is a magnificent specimen. You must claim it, Rhaenyra pointed out, her concern evident. 2 Targaryen siblings, each riding a golden dragon. Quite a spectacle, Rhaegar chuckled at the thought. Rhaegar, I'm serious. Sunfire is a perfect match for you. You wouldn't want Aegon to claim it, would you? Rhaenyra's concern for her brother's choice of dragon was palpable. She had reserved Sunfire for Rhaegar's taming if he failed to hatch his own eggs by his 10th name day. On this expedition, both Rhaegar and Aegon were tasked with taming their dragons, so Rhaenyra had arranged for Rhaegar to bond with Sunfire first. As fate would have it, The eruption of the volcano forced the two young dragons to leave their lair. If Alicent had actually stumbled upon Sunfire first and handed it over to Aegon for taming, Rhaegar would feel sick. Seeing his sister on the verge of losing her temper, Rhaegar stifled a smile and assured her earnestly, "I will make every effort to tame Sunfire and prevent Aegon from claiming it." "Umph, that's more like it," Rhaegar murmured softly, settling back down. In her mind, it was only fitting that the two siblings should each tame a golden dragon. It was the decree of fate. Early the next morning, Rhaegar rose from his bed and, with the help of the maid, donned a set of black dragon-themed robes. Running his fingers over the dragon scale shoulder pads, Rhaegar sighed. "Must I really dress like this?" Rhaenyra, lying lazily on the bed, replied breathlessly, "The material of the dragon costume is exceptionally durable and breathable, perfect for extended activities. I'll wear whatever you want as long as you agree to my participation in the dragon's search," Rhaegar asserted. He had spent the previous night trying to persuade Rhaenyra to allow him to join the search party, and had finally received her approval. Before he could leave, Rhaenyra called to him, "I do not feel well. Cole will accompany you, and another team of dragon keepers will be dispatched to follow. Don't worry. No matter how petty Alicent may be, she wouldn't dare lay a hand on me," Rhaegar reassured her, patting his chest confidently as he set off with a sense of excitement. After leaving the castle, Rhaegar made his way to the active volcano, his goal not being a young dragon, thus avoiding the need to go to the eastern coast. "Your Grace, shouldn't we go to the east coast first?" Cole interjected, noting the change in their direction and furrowing his brow in concern. Rhaegar responded with a rhetorical question. The information about the east coast came from Alicent. "Do you think it's all true?" Cole hesitated, at a loss for words. He had heard about the tense relationship between the queen and the prince during their journey and understood the animosity between the two parties. "So, are you willing to accompany me?" Rhaegar pressed, his gaze shifting to the white robes draped over Cole's body. Somewhat taken aback, Rhaegar remarked, "The white robes signify the honor of the Kingsguard, correct?" "Yes, Your Grace," Cole affirmed, his hand caressing the fabric with a hint of pride in his eyes. "I came from humble beginnings, serving a certain lord as a teenager before earning battle honors in a conflict with the Dornish. It was through these trials that I earned the honor I hold today." "You value your current position highly, don't you?" Rhaegar asked with a faint smile. Cole nodded solemnly. "Indeed, Your Grace. These white robes bestow upon me unparalleled honor and dignity." Rhaegar couldn't help but feel a strange sensation at Cole's white robes. The pristine hue evoked a sense of purity. Remembering a dream he once had, Rhaegar wondered aloud, if it were soiled, would it not lose its purity? Looking at the steadfast Cole, uncertainty flickered in Rhaegar's eyes. "Cole, cherish it and keep it pure," Rhaegar instructed evenly. "I will, Your Grace," Cole replied, though perplexed by the prince's emphasis on preserving the white robes. Still, he smiled and offered his assurance, his eyes bright with anticipation for the future. After a brief pause, the group moved on with hushed urgency. Before the sun reached its zenith, they reached a canyon within the Dragonmotte. A dragon keeper accompanying the group stepped forward to offer some insight. Active volcanoes pose the threat of magma eruptions. To avoid such catastrophes, adult dragons on the island often seek refuge deep underground in the surrounding area. Pointing to the ravine ahead, he continued, "This ravine was once inhabited by Vermithor and Silverwing, though they eventually abandoned it for reasons unknown." Rhaegar considered, "Shall we venture inside and take a look?" "Let the dragon keepers do it. Your presence isn't necessary," Cole interjected, directing a few guards to investigate before jogging toward the canyon himself. Rhaegar saw no reason to disagree. It was an abandoned cave, and the chances of encountering a dragon were slim. It simply wasn't worth the risk. After a period of waiting, the sent dragon keepers did not return, but two guards approached from the rear. Bowing respectfully to the group, one of the guards spoke hastily. "Lord Robert has located two young dragons. One is currently being held captive, and the other was discovered within Dragonmotte. Dragonmont is on the western side of the active volcano, a vast expanse of dangerous peaks where Silverwing recently laid her eggs, the accompanying Dragonkeeper explained. Then what are we waiting for? Let's go, Rhaegar exclaimed, his excitement palpable at the news of Silverwing's presence in Dragonmont. But Cole leaned in close and warned in a whisper, Your Grace, Dragonmont is teeming with adult dragons. It's too risky. We will only scout Dragonmont. Lord Robert will send his men as well. It should be no problem, Rhaegar countered, determined to seize the opportunity to encounter adult dragons. Designating one guard to stay behind and await the return of the missing dragon keepers, Rhaegar instructed another to lead the way. The journey to Dragonmont was swift, the landscape barren and desolate, littered with blackened rocks. The air was oppressively hot, reminiscent of the sweltering heat of summer. As they ventured deeper into the cave of Dragonmont, Cole voiced his concern. When will Lord Robert arrive? Our current manpower may not be enough to subdue a young dragon if it resists fiercely. I'm not sure, sir, the guard replied, somewhat taken aback by the question, before resuming his lead. As they progressed, the cave grew hotter and a foul smell permeated the air. Observing his surroundings, Rhaegar singled out the guard and asked, Who instructed you to spread this information? Did you personally see Lord Robert? The guard paled, unease evident in his reply. Lord Robert is on his way, Your Grace. Please do not worry. Sensing the guard's vulnerability, Rhaegar snapped, Cole, restrain him. Without hesitation, Cole drew his long sword and pressed it against the guard's neck, while the other dragon keepers quickly pinned him down. Please, Your Grace, I speak the truth. The young dragon really does reside in Dragonmont, and Lord Robert will undoubtedly arrive soon. The guard pleaded desperately. Gag him, Rhaegar ordered curtly, his patience wearing thin with the guard's feeble attempts at persuasion. It was obvious that his words had little credibility. Furrowing his brow, Rhaegar crouched down and played idly with two small stones. This represents the East Coast, and this, the active volcano, Dragonmont. In the heart of Dragonmont, Rhaegar carefully considered the one piece of information he possessed, wary of its implications. Alicent's revelation about the East Coast and the claim of a dragon hatchling in Dragonmont left Rhaegar feeling disoriented. What could be the guard's intention in luring me to Dragonmont if the information about the East Coast is partially false? Rhaegar murmured, his thoughts swirling. It is certainly not with good intentions that they intend to take me to a young dragon, he concluded, his mind racing. Remembering the information about Silverwing nesting in Dragonmont, Rhaegar's thoughts raced forward. It is possible that their intention was for the recently nesting Silverwing to encounter me in Dragonmont and go into a rage, he speculated. With that possibility in mind, Rhaegar took a deep breath, his desire to tame an adult dragon overriding any fear of deception. Silverwing is in Dragonmont. I must try to tame her, he decided, knowing the risks. Just a glimpse, and if it fails, we retreat, he decided, clinging to hope. Approaching the guards, Rhaegar addressed them condescendingly. Did the message say the young dragon was in Dragonmont? Yes, Your Grace. That's what Lord Robert's message said. I swear. The guard defended in a panic. Who gave you this information? Rhaegar inquired further. It was one of Lord Robert's dragon keepers, the guard replied. It seems someone has influenced this dragon keeper. Cole interjected, his intuition sharp. Rhaegar nodded in agreement. I understand. This is a trap. We should return, confront Lord Robert, and expose the traitor, Cole suggested seriously. No, we've already ventured into Dragonmont. There's no reason to retreat now, Rhaegar countered, his resolve unwavering as he prepared to press on. But before he could continue, Cole stepped in front of him, his expression solemn. Your Grace, Dragonmont is extremely dangerous. I cannot allow you to put yourself at risk. Before Rhaegar could answer, a painful roar echoed from deep within the cave. Protect the prince and fall back, Cole quickly ordered, positioning himself in front of Rhaegar with his sword drawn. As the roar continued, the dragon keepers formed a protective circle around Rhaegar, ready to defend against whatever threat lay ahead. Rhaegar tugged at Cole's white robe, his surprise evident as he exclaimed, "Listen, that doesn't sound like a grown dragon." Cole's eyes narrowed as he strained to listen. Indeed, the roar lacked the depth of an adult dragon's, its tone slightly softer and thinner. Rhaegar's smile widened. "That's what we're looking for. Let's go and investigate." Cole hesitated for a moment before Rhaegar stepped forward. Helpless, Cole gestured to the dragon keepers. "Take this traitor with you. If there's danger, feed him to the dragon first." The gag guard could only shake his head in panic as he was dragged away. Navigating through the darkness of the cave, Rhaegar followed the sound of the young dragon's roar, his heart racing with anticipation. As the cave widened, a massive chamber came into view, and before him stood a restless beast, the young dragon. Approaching, Rhaegar observed the dragon's features. Light gray scales covering its body, translucent white wing membranes, and gray-blue vertical pupils filled with fear. "This is Grey Ghost, your grace." The dragon keeper accompanying him identified the gray dragon. Rhaegar remained silent, taking in the scene before him. Grey Ghost, though large, was lying on the ground, roaring in distress. "He's hurt," Rhaegar remarked softly, noting the wounds that marred Grey Ghost's body, blood seeping from the light gray scales. One of the worst wounds was on its wing, nearly torn from its ribs and dragging helplessly on the ground, making flight impossible. "It's badly injured," Rhaegar repeated, remembering Alicent's earlier comment about a skirmish between two young dragons on the East Coast. It seemed her words were true. Grey Ghost's injuries were likely inflicted by Sunfire. When a dragon keeper whispered, "Prince, shall we capture Grey Ghost?" Cole's anger flared. "Shut up. A badly injured young dragon will attack at any moment. Do you want to be reduced to ashes?" The dragon keeper, angry but silenced, retreated to watch over the messenger guards. Cole urged Rhaegar to return immediately and seek Lord Robert's help in rescuing the dragon, wary of the danger posed by the dim cave and the excited young dragon. But Rhaegar shook his head and muttered, "This is a trap. There shouldn't be just one badly injured Grey Ghost." "Exactly. That's all the more reason to evacuate quickly," Cole insisted, his impatience evident as he tried to keep his voice down. Rumbling. Suddenly, a rumble echoed from above the cave, like the howl of the wind before a storm. As the group looked up, they saw a behemoth whose wings seemed to cover the sky, hovering over Dragonmont. "Seven hells." Cole's eyes widened in shock, unable to tear his gaze from the awe-inspiring sight. With a resounding bang, the behemoth circled before gliding to the ground, its colossal feet landing on the cliffs above the cave. Its sharp claws sliced through the rock, securing its position atop the mountain. "Roar!" The behemoth craned its neck, wings fully outstretched, and let out a deafening roar that echoed through the cave. Through the layers of obstruction, Rhaegar caught a glimpse of the behemoth's entirety black as charcoal scales, massive enough to rival a small mountain, and a pair of green pupils that seemed to pierce his very soul. Every detail left Rhaegar stunned, his young mind overwhelmed by the sheer size of the creature before him. This giant dragon surpassed anything he had ever encountered before, dwarfing even Caraxes, whom he had seen only a few times, and Dreamfire, who was nearly a century old. "Quickly, quick, get the prince to retreat." Cole sprang back into action, shoving a few dragon keepers aside and shielding Rhaegar behind him. "Cannibal! Cannibal!" A dragon keeper leaned forward, his voice shaking as he murmured the name of the giant black dragon. "Wake up and hurry!" Cole slapped him hard, urgency etched into every movement. The dragon keeper, his whole body shaking with fear, managed to stammer out, "This is the cannibal, the largest wild dragon on the island." Cole didn't fully understand the meaning of the name cannibal, but he knew one thing for sure. If they didn't flee now, they would become dragon fodder later. "Roar!" The cannibal let out a low, ominous roar, his sinuous neck bending downward as he sniffed the air, searching for something. "Prince, I'll get you out of here," Cole declared, sword in hand as he reached for Rhaegar's. But Rhaegar shook off his grasp, standing transfixed, his gaze fixed on the massive black dragon above. Confusion flickered in Cole's eyes as he watched Rhaegar tremble, his pupils dilating, his breathing ragged. "Prince, what's wrong?" Cole waved his hand in front of Rhaegar's eyes, but received no response. With a voice filled with excitement and wonder, Rhaegar murmured, "Cannibal, what a magnificent dragon. I have seen it before." At that moment, Rhaegar seemed to be transported to another world, his focus entirely on the awe-inspiring dragon before him. Unbeknownst to Cole, the cannibal had appeared in Rhaegar's dreams 3 times before, the last time on the night before their arrival on the island, revealing some of its physical features. What Rhaegar had thought were only dreams were now materializing before him in reality, causing a wave of indescribable excitement within him. Cole shook his body, tried to shake him out of his disoriented state. Meanwhile, the cannibal stopped sniffing, and the dragon's head stretched out, plunging into the depths of the cave below. It had chosen its prey for the journey. A delicious meal. The cannibal's wings flapped furiously, and the dragon's maw, large enough to swallow several warhorses, parted, releasing a searing blast of air. Boom! In the next instant, ethereal green dragon flames, reflecting the color of the dragon's pupils, erupted and cascaded into the cavern like a deluge. Crackling, waves of heat surged forth, scorching the air and causing explosions as the surrounding stone walls liquefied like wax under the dragon's fiery onslaught, molten streams dripping down like sticky tendrils. "Run! Run!" As scorching magma splattered to the ground and burst into fiery red blooms, a dragon keeper cried out in shock, fear causing her to turn and flee. Swiss! Cole's movements were swift, his longsword cleanly severing its head. He shouted angrily, "Those who abandon battle will die." The remaining dragon keepers were shaken and frightened, urging, "Sir Cole, the cannibal is the most dangerous of the wild dragons. To him we are mere food. Let us flee. I understand the urgency to flee, but first ensure the prince's safety." Cole rebuked, then turned to Rhaegar and whispered, "Forgive me, Prince, but I must ensure your safety." With that, he moved to lift Rhaegar onto his shoulders. Rhaegar quickly dodged Cole's outstretched arm, his expression more determined than ever. "You must go. The 7 gods have led me here to arrange a meeting with it. This is no time to cling to faith. The cannibal is clearly here to prey on young dragons. We cannot save it." Cole believed that Rhaegar's intentions were noble, that he was trying to help the badly injured Grey Ghost. "No, it is not Grey Ghost that I want." Rhaegar shook his head, a smile on his lips as he quickly maneuvered past Cole's blocking stance. Under Cole's incredulous gaze, Rhaegar dashed into the open expanse of the cave, braving the lava that dripped like rain. Lifting his head high, Rhaegar clasped his hands over his mouth and shouted with all his might in High Balerion, "Cannibal, look at me!" His voice, tender yet commanding, echoed through the cave and reached the ears of the black dragon. The cannibal paused its fiery charge, its head swiveling from side to side, assessing whether the cave could accommodate its massive form. Satisfied that there were no obstacles, the cannibal folded its wings, retracted its sharp claws from the jagged rocks, and began a slow descent into the cavern's depths. Meanwhile, the Grey Ghost trembled on the ground, casting fearful glances at the approaching predator and emitting a menacing growl at the top of its lungs. Unbeknownst to the Grey Ghost, Rhaegar approached with measured steps. Pressing his hands against the Grey Ghost's tail, Rhaegar shouted in High Valyrian, "Get up and move." Only after repeating his command several times did the Grey Ghost shake off its fear and struggle to crawl away, its vertical pupils staring at him in disbelief. "Hide deeper in the cave." Rhaegar continued in High Valyrian. "Roar." The Grey Ghost whined nervously, its head scanning the area for a suitable hiding place. Rhaegar scanned as well and spotted a climbable slope. Waving to the Grey Ghost, he quickly made his way up the slope, navigating past the lava that was strewn about. Meanwhile, the cannibal had already penetrated deep into the cave, his razor-sharp claws gripping the rock as he descended step by step. as if taunting his prey. Cole remained in the cave, stunned to witness Rhaegar's bold move and his communication with the young dragon. He took a tentative step forward. Splat! A massive chunk of lava fell from above, crashing down in front of him. As the crimson lava seared his vision, the heat singed Cole's forehead, sending a searing sensation through him. Instinctively, his survival reflexes kicked in. Cole's legs buckled, throwing him backward, narrowly missing the eruption of lava as it hit the ground. Collapsing to the ground, he was quickly helped up by the dragon keepers behind him. "Sire, we must leave at once." "Yes, the prince is risking his life. Our priority is to retreat and seek reinforcements." Several dragon keepers exchanged urgent words, determined to flee. Cole swung his sword fiercely, his eyes glowing with determination as he roared. "If you fear death, you cannot leave. If anything happens to the prince, none of us will survive." As he watched the prince plunge into the torrent of lava and fire, Cole felt his resolve waver. This was the king's eldest son, and any mishap would be a stain he couldn't bear. Summoning all his courage, Cole tried to charge out of the cave once more. But the temperature inside the cave was rising rapidly. Lava cascaded over the floor, creating an impassable barrier for any normal person. Cole could only watch helplessly as the prince led the young dragon, Grey Ghost, up the slope, his heart heavy with the weight of uncertainty. Roar! Finally, the cannibal landed smoothly, his head held high as he let out a resounding roar in the lava-filled cavern. It seemed to announce the hunter's death sentence on his prey. At that moment, Rhaegar and Grey Ghost climbed up the slope, moving cautiously with their backs to the scorching stone wall. Following its roar, the cannibal turned its gaze toward Rhaegar and Grey Ghost, its huge vertical green pupils flashing with a teasing glint. The two small creatures struggled to climb higher, but in reality, they barely reached its chest height. Even to consume them, he would only have to lower his head to swallow them. The cannibal twisted his neck and scanned his surroundings, his keen sense of smell picking up the scent of an intruder. This was a fierce dragon with a voracious appetite. It usually hunted large fish in the sea, occasionally stole eggs from female dragons on the island, or hunted weak young dragons. Humans were not usually on its menu. However, those who entered its sight became fair game. With its paws bent at the knees, its spine arched downward, the cannibal's massive head lowered, eyeing the human snacks hidden in the cave. Its indifferent green vertical pupils dilated as it prepared its dragon flame. "No!" Cole stood at the edge of the cave, his gaze locked on the cannibal's gaping maw, directly in line with the boiling, eerie emerald dragon flame. His entire body stiffened, as if he were witnessing the beckoning of his deceased grandmother. He recognized it as an invitation from the stranger. As the dragon flame was about to be released, a cry echoed through the underground cavern. "Cannibal, look at me." Dragons could understand a fraction of High Balerion, and the nearly century-old adult dragon, Cannibal, naturally understood some of its meaning. With a disdainful glance at the terrified and stunned humans in the cave, the cannibal withdrew its dragon flame, closed its mouth, and turned its head back. Across the expanse, a human youth stood on a steep cliff, a young dragon snack at his feet. Indifferent, yet slightly annoyed by the interruption, the cannibal locked eyes with the human, deciding to devour this oblivious prey first. Meeting the gaze of a ferocious adult dragon, Rhaegar's eyes sparkled with excitement, shedding the fear he once felt when confronted by Dreamfire. He was Rhaegar Targaryen, a pure-blooded descendant of the Dragon Lords, and any fear of dragons faded into insignificance at this moment. Pulling Grey Ghost's head behind him in a gesture of command, Rhaegar ordered, "Stay where you are, cowardly dragon." Though Grey Ghost did not yet understand High Balerion, he sensed the human's intent. Trembling, he huddled close, burying his head under his wings, too afraid to look. Rhaegar's expression wavered between annoyance and amusement. "How can a dragon be as timid as you? A shame to your kind." Roar! Cannibal couldn't resist the tyranny in his heart and roared, showing his killing intent, the dragon flames converging in his throat. In the moment of crisis, Rhaegar patted the gray ghost's bright white wing membrane and said, "Take care of yourself. I'm off on my own adventure." Having said that, Rhaegar took a step forward and fearlessly faced Cannibal in a prostrate position below. "Big guy, fate has destined you to be conquered by me," Rhaegar shouted in High Balerion, summoning every ounce of courage in his body and defiantly leaping down the steep cliff. Roar! The moment Rhaegar leapt down, dragon flames erupted with a low roar, and a green curtain of fire spread destruction. Watching the scene from afar, Cole sat down limply, both eyes lifeless. Mad. The rumors are true. All Targaryens are mad. How could he have imagined that a 6-year-old child would dare to challenge an adult dragon? But none of that mattered. He had a premonition of what this demonic dragon would do. His life was about to end, and his honor had no meaning. However, the dragon flame was always a step slower than Rhaegar. Between the whiskers of the ethereal green dragon flames, Rhaegar spread his hands wide like a bird and narrowly avoided the torrent of dragon flame. His tiny body slammed into the broad spine of the hulking cannibal on the ground. Bang! Rhaegar fell heavily. The hard dragon scales felt like steel plates, and the recoil shocked him to the point where he nearly fainted. A strong desire for conquest filled his brain, straining his nerves and urging him to get up. Rhaegar staggered to his feet, his head spinning as he let his broken voice out and shouted, proving his determination to put his life on the line. Cannibal, fly. Following the guidelines of the Dragon Taming Handbook, Rhaegar gave the cannibal his first command in High Balerion. Roar! But the truth was very cruel. The cannibal ignored his command and roared angrily, twisting his body wildly. As it was about to strike down the human who was trying to tame it, a mouthful of dragon flame combusted into flying ashes. It was the oldest and largest wild dragonstone, and even the continent of Westeros had ever seen. Many men had tried to tame it in the early years, and not one of them was not turned into charcoal. The little thing on his back was no exception. His feet shook so violently that Rhaegar couldn't even stand, and he fell with a thud. In the moment of need, Rhaegar grabbed the cannibal's back scale and used his whole body to stabilize his body for being thrown out. Ha ha! Crisis descended on his head, but Rhaegar had no trace of fear in his heart. Instead, he could not help but laugh out loud. He was skating on thin ice at that moment, but it seemed that the danger that was about to overthrow him could not crush his will. It only stimulated the madness hidden deep in his blood. "Cannibal, I command you to fly. Carry me to the sky." Laughing maniacally in High Balerion, Rhaegar steadied himself on his hands and knees and gave the command to fly once more. Roar! This time the cannibal did not refuse his command. His vertical pupils filled with rage. His limbs supported his body, and the sharp claws on his wings gripped the stone wall as he quickly climbed out of the narrow cave. "You want to fly? Then let us fly." On the steep slope, the gray ghost that had been attacked by the dragon flame was bleeding and prostrating on the ground, its head lying helplessly on its side on the ground, and the dragon's mouth flowing with blood. Its gray-blue vertical pupils reflected the thin figure of Rhaegar. As the cannibal climbed out of the cave, this clear reflection gradually blurred until it disappeared. This caused it to let out a mournful cry and look reluctantly at the massive cannibal. The cannibal's body was as huge as a mountain, but his movements were still incredibly smooth. In a few moments, it climbed out of the underground cave and reappeared under the vast and boundless sky. "Cannibal, fly." The blinding light forced Rhaegar to open his eyes, and he repeated the command as he gripped his back scales with both hands. He showed the cannibal his own will. This dragon would not recognize a coward with a weak heart. He had already experienced failure once and would never repeat it. Under the blue sky and white clouds, the cannibal's dark, scaled body resembled a mountain of coal, his wings flapping to stretch his majestic frame. Distracting sounds came to his ears as the cannibal's neck snapped back and his hideous dragon head closed in on the small creature on his back. A bloody mouth opened like an abyss, and the dragon let out a murderous roar. The dragon did not breathe fire, nor did it intend to tear Rhaegar apart. Instead, with a sweep of its powerful wings, the colossal figure of the cannibal left the mountaintop and soared into the sky. As a sensation of weightlessness enveloped him, Rhaegar's eyes fluttered open, revealing only a narrow slit, and he saw a view with nothing above but the drifting clouds. Flight! His eyes widened in astonishment. Rhaegar murmured softly, momentarily speechless at the miracle unfolding before him. In an instant, elation overcame Rhaegar, and he laughed exuberantly. "I am flying. I have successfully mounted a dragon's back." Adjusting his posture to find a more secure position on the dragon's back, Rhaegar leaned forward to look down at the earth. The cannibal rose quickly, gliding above the clouds with effortless grace. The island of Dragonstone, an area of land that would take a day to traverse on foot, now appeared unremarkable in Rhaegar's eyes. Rhaegar understood that it was not the island that had shrunk in size, but rather from the vantage point of a dragon's back, all things seemed smaller. Just as he began to relax, the cannibal sent a burst of fire into the sky and propelled himself into the flames. Rhaegar's pupils constricted slightly, and he quickly twisted his body to avoid the dragon flames. Each dragon had different characteristics, and the hue of their flames followed the same logic. The cannibal's dragon fire manifested as a ghostly green reminiscent of death, its form resembling smoke that alternated between gaseous and liquid states, with formidable adhesive properties. Once tainted by his dragon fire, extinguishing the flames proved as difficult as plucking a maggot from a bone. While Rhaegar could temporarily withstand the searing heat of dragon fire, prolonged exposure was dangerous. With a resounding roar, the cannibal plunged into the engulfing green flames, flapping his wings with great force. Pinned against its spine, Rhaegar felt the heat of the dragon fire burn the back of his clothing, leaving reddened, swollen burns. Once again exposed to dragon fire, his injuries were less severe this time. Perhaps because of his purer bloodline, his resistance to the dragon fire had increased. Rhaegar, a defiant expression etched on his face, plucked at a smoldering strand of hair and shouted, "Dracarys!" He felt the cannibal's stubborn determination. The black dragon refused to acknowledge him. "Very well, then. Let me face your flames and challenge your stubbornness. Let's see if this enraged dragon yields first, or if I am consumed by the flames." Hearing the High Valyrian's command, the cannibal grew increasingly agitated, twirling in the air and unleashing jets of dragon fire in an attempt to dislodge him. Rhaegar gritted his teeth, convinced that victory would go to the one who held out to the end. Inside the cave, the imposing silhouette of the cannibal had vanished. The king's eldest son had also vanished without a trace. After a brief pause, Cole regained his composure and quickly made his way out. The prince was missing, and he had to inform the princess and the king. Regardless of the outcome, he bore the responsibility. Emerging from Dragonmont in disarray, Cole encountered the Dragon Keeper, who had returned from his exploration of the canyon. Though the Dragon Keeper tried to stop him, Cole slipped past him and made a beeline for the castle. At some point, the once clear sky changed color and was covered by darkening clouds. Bean-sized raindrops fell to the ground, the cold wind mirroring the coldness in his heart. Returning to the castle proved to be a challenge, arriving just in time for the royal family's reunion in the hall. Observing Cole's disheveled state, Viserys was the first to address him, inquiring, "Sire, why do you seem so agitated?" Cole bowed his head, his mind in turmoil as he replied, "The prince was carried off by a dragon." "A dragon?" Viserys' reply was tinged with disbelief. Rhaenyra sprang to her feet, her gaze piercing as she asked Cole, "And you made no attempt to pursue the young dragon?" "We were led to Dragonmont under false pretenses, where we encountered a young dragon, only to be ambushed by a formidable adult dragon," Cole explained wearily, shaking his head. Despite sensing danger, the prince refused to retreat and leaped onto the dragon's back alone, seemingly intent on taming it. "Gods, You stood by while Rhaegar mounted a full-grown dragon. Viserys snapped in anger. Rhaenyra rushed to Cole's side, her voice filled with fear. Where's Rhaegar? Where's the dragon? I do not know. The prince gave a command to the giant dragon and took flight before we could intervene, Cole admitted helplessly. Cole had followed Rhaenyra for years, and though his knowledge of High Valyrian was rusty, it remained somewhat familiar to him. The resounding slap echoed through the empty hall. Pointing her stinging hand accusingly at Cole, Rhaenyra's heart seethed with rage as she gritted her teeth and declared, I have only one brother, and I trusted you to protect him. I'm deeply sorry. Cole's face bore the mark of her slap as he hung his head in shame. Save your apologies. Send out search parties immediately now. Rhaenyra's voice, clear and cold, echoed as she stormed out of the hall. Taming a full-grown dragon was no easy task. Every year on the island of Dragonstone, brave individuals harbored secret ambitions to tame wild dragons. But not one soul ever succeeded. Inevitably, they met their demise, reduced to ashes or left unrecognizable. At first, Rhaenyra thought that the lesson of the Dreamfire incident would dissuade Rhaegar from attempting to tame a full-grown dragon. But to her dismay, Rhaegar still had the ambition to tame a full-grown dragon. The wild dragons of Dragonstone had long roamed without a master, their ferocious nature a challenge far beyond the chain-bound Dreamfire. Rhaegar's newfound desire to tame an adult dragon stemmed from his desire to help her. If any harm came to Rhaegar as a result, she dared not think of the guilt that would weigh on her for the rest of her days. Compared to the ferocity of dragon fire, every flame in the mundane world seems mild by comparison. The unleashed fury of a dragon has the ability to lay waste to entire cities. Despite his best efforts to dislodge the stubborn human rider on his back, the cannibal's green eyes glowed with madness, each thunderous roar echoing through the clouds. Cannibal Dracarys. Rhaegar lay prone on the dragon's back, commanding tirelessly. In response to these commands, the cannibal veered off course, maintaining a steady rhythm. Its body straightened, wings outstretched, neck slightly arched, slitted pupils fixed on the sea below. Intent on ridding itself of the nuisance clinging to its back, it plunged into the ocean at breakneck speed. As the rushing wind pressed against him, Rhaegar's body stiffened, leaving only his bloodied hands clutching desperately to the dragon's scales. The air pressure made it hard to breathe, and Rhaegar squeezed his eyes shut, his mouth open. He tried to scream, but his voice was lost in the rushing air. Plop! The cannibal crashed directly into the rolling sea, sinking his entire body into it. Rhaegar was engulfed in salt water. Seawater filled his lungs, choking him, leaving him gasping for air. For a fleeting moment, a sense of helplessness washed over Rhaegar. Instinctively, he considered releasing his grip. Roar! On the ocean floor, the cannibal let out a resounding roar, snatching at passing fish with hunger, tail flailing and head rising with force. After breaking through the surface of the sea, the dragon spread its wings and soared back into the sky. Although dragons could dive into the sea for short periods, they could not stay there for long. Despising the seawater, the cannibal quickly emerged from the ocean's depths and rode the waves once more. This break gave Rhaegar a chance to catch his breath. As the cannibal broke free of the sea's grip, Rhaegar beat his chest and expelled seawater with a violent cough. Through a blurred vision, he saw the dragon glide across the surface of the water, its mighty wings churning up the waves in its wake. Cannibal, do you still not recognize me? Rhaegar lay helplessly on the dragon's back, trying to communicate with the creature beneath him. At first, he did not expect an answer. But in a surprising development, the cannibal's gaze shifted backward, its green vertical pupils no longer filled with madness, but instead tinged with a hint of humanity. It had to be said that the unwavering will of the insignificant creature on its back had made an impression. Cannibal snorted at Rhaegar in disdain before pulling its head back and resuming its flight. At that moment, Rhaegar locked eyes with the cannibal. Reflected in the cannibal's vertical pupils was Rhaegar's face. A brief but powerful connection was formed between them. In that brief connection, Rhaegar sensed the essence of the cannibal's being, fierce, lonely, and cold. Such were the depths of this black dragon's mind, wild and free. It didn't care about the world, and it didn't want a rider to disturb its peace. Now, however, the cannibal sensed Rhaegar's resolve. It was willing to give him the opportunity to bend its will. Reading this, Rhaegar grinned. Come on, the harder the test, the greater the reward. Roar! The cannibal roared into the sky, lifting his wings to rise violently. The cannibal soared through the air at high speed, piercing through the dark clouds laden with water vapor. Reaching its highest point, Cannibal slowed down. It looked back at the tiny figures below it. Whoosh! The cannibal's thick neck arched backward, performing a mid-air backflip. Once, twice, 3 times in a row, the cannibal used the momentum of each somersault to maintain its posture before leaping downward, wings outstretched. Rhaegar clung desperately to anything he could reach. After enduring the onslaught of the 3 flips, dizziness enveloped him and his body went limp. The cannibal roared triumphantly above the clouds. Unable to maintain his grip on the dragon's scales, Rhaegar tumbled from its back. The cannibal had been keeping a watchful eye on the insignificant pest that had clung to its back. Satisfied with the release of its prey, the cannibal let out a victorious roar. Diving even faster, it positioned itself beneath Rhaegar's falling body. Opening its jaws directly beneath him, the cannibal ignited a fire in its throat, intent on burning him to a crisp before devouring him whole. Boom! Green dragon flames erupted in the cloudy sky. Despite the danger, Rhaegar remained conscious. His descent continued, and, as the fire drew closer, he braced himself for the searing heat. Death was near, but Rhaegar still sought a solution. With the cannibal positioned directly below him, his chances of survival were not entirely lost. Spreading his limbs, he tried to change his trajectory in mid-fall, but the dragon's flames descended, leaving him no way out. I am Rhaegar Targaryen, and I am capable of subduing any dragon in existence. Reciting these words as a mantra, Rhaegar closed his eyes and embraced the heat. Protected by blood and fire, he still wanted to tame the black dragon. The dragon's flames consumed Rhaegar's clothing, exposing him to the intensity of the fire. Just as it was burning his flesh, a system beep interrupted. Congratulations, the last flame has been activated. You have received True Dragon's Blood. Grade, Legendary, Red, Effect, Fire Elemental Affinity plus 50%. Review, an ancient bloodline filled with mysterious power. They are the epitome of blood and fire. A fiery tendril emerged from the system panel, plunged into Rhaegar's chest, and fused with his heart. In an instant, Rhaegar's eyes snapped open, an unnatural flush spreading across his pale skin, veins pulsating in his temples. The system panel floated in front of him and changed. Rhaegar Targaryen. Talent, Dreamer, Gold. Longevity, Green, Bloodline. Old Valyrian Dragonlord plus 20%. Skill, Old Valyrian Language Proficiency. Relic, Blood and Fire, plus 50% resistance to flame. True Dragon's Blood, plus 50% fire affinity. Evaluation. The ancient bloodline continues to grow, its purity unmatched. He stepped forward, his eyes fixed on the bloodline section as the percentages continued to rise. 20%, 23%, 27%. In a single breath, the bloodline jumped to 33%, the plus icon disappearing. Unknown to him, a shroud of flame enveloped his body, merging with the dragon's flames. Though he was unaware of the change, he felt a surge of power erupt from his heart, coursing through his veins. He continued to fall, not slowing down. Green flames still engulfed him, their heat electrifying his senses. Rhaegar made no sound, allowing the flames to consume him. Yet his skin remained unblemished, even as his body temperature rose. He was adapting to the fire. Still falling, Rhaegar maneuvered out of the dragon's flames. He avoided falling into the cannibal's maw. He altered his trajectory, brushing the dragon's jaws before crashing into its spine. The cannibal's head and tail lay close to him. Rhaegar reached for something, finally grabbing the tip of the tail as he prepared for the next descent. Silence. At that moment, the sky and the sea seemed strangely still. The wind and rain stopped. The cannibal hovered over the surface of the sea, its wings no longer stirring the wind. Perhaps it began to doubt its own dragon flame and wonder what happened. It was taken by surprise by this insignificant human intruder. Seizing the opportunity, Rhaegar regained his position atop the cannibal's spine. Gripping its scales tightly, Rhaegar braced himself for the resistance. But to his surprise, the cannibal remained motionless. Rhaegar lifted his head to meet the dragon at eye level. Cannibal turned his head to look at Rhaegar with a calm gaze. At that moment, man and dragon locked eyes, their silhouettes mirrored in each other's gaze. The dragon's mouth was close to Rhaegar, its breath scorching hot against his skin. Rhaegar hesitated, then cautiously held out his palm. The cannibal's green pupils narrowed suspiciously, and he let out a growl that nearly knocked Rhaegar off balance. Turning his face to shield himself from the sulphurous stench, Rhaegar's palm remained in the air. After a brief moment of anticipation, a rough texture grazed his palm, causing Rhaegar to slowly turn his head back, his brows relaxing. The cannibal craned his neck, allowing the scales to brush against Rhaegar's palm in a gesture of acceptance. Rhaegar watched in awe, his lips curling into a gentle smile, his heart brimming with pride. In return, the cannibal looked at him with a hint of condescension in its vertical pupils, as if acknowledging his victory. It seemed to say, "You earned it, boy." Rhaegar's smile widened, his hands caressing the cannibal's scales with a sense of accomplishment. "Cannibal, take flight." With a command in High Balerion, Rhaegar gripped the cannibal's scales tightly, ready to take flight. The cannibal responded with a roar, but this time without resistance. With a powerful flap of its wings, it rose into the sky, its flight smooth and seamless. Rhaegar marveled at the experience, unaware of the cannibal's extraordinary flying skills. As he loosened his grip and closed his eyes, enjoying the cool breeze on his face, the bond between Rhaegar and the cannibal deepened. Though still adjusting to their newfound connection, both could sense each other's thoughts and intentions. In a sign of understanding, the cannibal slowed his pace and glided gracefully over the sea, occasionally letting out a proud roar. It knew that Rhaegar had never ridden a dragon before, and it wanted to show him its best. Rhaegar, amused by the cannibal's behavior, couldn't help but feel emotional. Pressing his cheek to the cool scales, he embraced the moment, knowing that this was his dragon, uniquely his. With hope in his heart, Rhaegar closed his eyes, inhaled the cannibal's scent, and whispered softly, "Our story, from this moment forward, shall echo through the ages." Dragonstone Island, the castle. The rain pattered and dripped as cloaked soldiers marched from all sides of the castle. Viserys sat alone in the dimly lit hall, listening to the rain with deep eyes. The castle hall opens. A drenched Rhaenyra strides in. "Any news of Rhaegar?" Viserys said in a low voice. Rhaenyra said in a dejected tone, "A fisherman saw a pitch-black dragon leaping toward the narrow sea. Gather more men, mobilize all the manpower in the castle, and send out all the ships on the island that can go to sea." Viserys' face changed, and he sighed deeply. He had already researched the origin of the pitch-black dragon. It was the largest and oldest wild dragon on the island. Often preying on young dragons and dragon eggs, it was known to the fishermen as the cannibal. It was a vicious black dragon. Rhaegar was only a 6-year-old child, and the chances of taming the cannibal were slim. For now, they could only pray that the cannibal's distaste for human flesh would allow Rhaegar to save his life. Wiping the water stains from her face, Rhaenyra said in a trance, "All the manpower that can be sent has already been dispatched, and I have also asked the people to prepare a great ship for the return voyage to King's Landing." Return to King's Landing? Viserys looked at her in disbelief. Rhaenyra's face was filled with worry. "If there is no word from Rhaegar tonight, I will return to King's Landing to take Syrax and set out to the sea in search of the Black Dragon." That's not a good idea. The black dragon is much bigger than Syrax. You and your dragon will only become food. Viserys was very clear-headed and rejected the suggestion immediately. If it comes to that, I will slaughter that wild dragon, Rhaenyra said stubbornly. On the third floor, Alicent sat on the edge of her bed. A black-robed man stood before the floor-to-ceiling windows of the balcony, overlooking the castle's tumult below. You set the boy up for the wild dragon to devour him. Alicent's face was tense and her tone irritated. The black-robed man turned and said indifferently, "That was his bad luck. I had originally planned to lure in Silverwing, who had lost her dragon eggs, who knew a wild dragon would intervene. It was you who asked me to reveal the information to Rhaenyra and trick him into traveling to Dragonmont." Alicent's eyes were red with inexplicable fear. Naturally, she knew that the man in black had found her so that he could set a trap for Rhaegar. But the panic she felt after having done that made her uneasy. The man in black knew this about her and said sarcastically, "If the king's eldest son dies, your son Aegon is the first male heir. Shouldn't you be happy? But I'm afraid, if Rhaegar isn't dead." Alicent was a bit uncomfortable. The cannibal is the most savage of the wild dragons. The boy had no chance to tame it. I'm afraid he's met his end in the dragon's mouth by now. He did not believe that a wild dragon that had survived alone for decades could be tamed by a small child. He had already moved the dragon keeper who had delivered the false message, and nothing could be learned from the two guards who had been taken into custody for questioning. Alicent closed her mouth and covered her face with her hands in distress. She was still frightened, and her resolve was weak. The black-robed man said indifferently, "Don't worry. Even if the boy gets away with it, I have other ways." The bickering in the castle was nonstop, and Rhaegar became the center of the conversation. Rhaegar knew nothing of this and enjoyed the pleasure of riding a dragon. After a long journey across the wide, narrow sea, Rhaegar finally had enough. "Cannibal, let's return to Dragonstone Island." Rhaegar spoke in High Valyrian and gave his orders to Cannibal. The connection between them was still new, and he had to rely on language to convey commands. But Cannibal was an adult dragon with a sense of self-respect. As soon as it recognized Rhaegar, it stopped resisting. The dragon's head reversed direction and flapped its wings to accelerate forward. The speed of the cannibal at full power was extremely fast. It was like a black meteor streaking through the dark clouds. It didn't take long for the cannibal to arrive and for Dragonstone Island to appear beneath it. "Cannibal, let's fly low. I'll show Rhaenyra and the others how powerful you are." Rhaegar's face was filled with anticipation. He had tamed the mightiest of the wild dragons, and now he had to surprise everyone. At that moment, the castle was in chaos. Rhaenyra argued with Viserys and ran out of the hall. When she found Lord Robert, she ordered him to prepare the ship for the return voyage. "I want to be back in King's Landing by morning, not a moment too soon," Rhaenyra urged. Lord Robert had a troubled look on his face and didn't dare take the liberty of arranging the princess's return without the king's consent. Roar! In an instant, a deafening dragon roar echoed throughout the castle. Rhaenyra raised her head as a gust of wind whistled, blowing her long, wet hair away. In her line of sight, a huge beast, black as charcoal, soared above the castle. A pair of sky-covering wings enveloped half of the castle, stopping half of the rain. "Dragon! It's a black dragon!" A guard was the first to speak, screaming in panic. The others snapped to attention and stared fearfully at the dragon above their heads. Cole, who was in a sorry state, ran from a corner to Rhaenyra and said eagerly, "Princess, it's that dragon that took the prince." "I know, I saw Rhaegar." Rhaenyra was lost in thought as she looked up at the black dragon circling overhead, her eyes unblinking as she stared at the figure on the dragon's back. Despite the distance, it was hard to make out. Rhaenyra knew only that it had to be Rhaegar. Under the horrified eyes of the crowd, the cannibal circled the castle 3 times. Then he glided down slowly. Rumbling, accompanied by a thunderous blast, the cannibal circled the castle's towers and landed smoothly on the towering walls. With both limbs stepping on the wall, the cannibal's wings spread wide. Its neck stretched out and roared at the sky, and a ghostly green dragon flame cut through the pouring rain. Seeing the dragon flames, the guards were all frightened to the ground, not daring to move an inch. "Cannibal, let me down," Rhaegar said softly, riding on the dragon's back. The cannibal let out a low roar. Its wings curled up on either side of its body, and its slender neck was lowered so that it stuck close to the ground of the castle schoolyard. The cannibal exposed Rhaegar to a multitude of eyes as it lowered its head. Rhaenyra looked up from below. She was staring at him excitedly. "Rhaegar," Rhaenyra cried in concern, running quickly toward the wall. Rhaegar did not jump off the dragon's back, looking down at his sister. He followed the neck of the dragon to the top of the cannibal's head. One hand held the dragon's horn, bent to the side, and he looked down from above. Rhaenyra ran to the top of the cannibal's head, gulping unconsciously as she saw the green eyes. The cannibal was worthy of being the strongest wild dragon. Never mind its massive size and ferocious character. Just looking at him was enough to make you want to cry. His entire body was as black as charcoal without a hint of mixed color. Indifferent to everything, the green eyes were like two clusters of ghostly flames. The head of the fierce dragon was full of sharp horns and spikes, and one pair of large horns and two pairs of small horns were bent back to form a crown of gray horns. If you stood in front of Cannibal and stared into his eyes, you would think that you had just seen an evil god, incomparably evil and terrifying. Rhaenyra felt the searing breath of the cannibal. She took half a step back, signaling that she meant no harm. "Great, Rhaegar. I thought something had happened to you," she said ecstatically, looking at Rhaegar on the dragon's head. God knows how worried she had been. She had only one brother, and without him, she was as good as gone. "I said I could tame a full-grown dragon, and now I've done it," Rhaegar said calmly. "You really did. You showed great courage." With tears streaming down her cheeks, Rhaenyra's heart swelled with a mixture of relief and gratitude as she spoke. Rhaegar's smile widened as he heard her words. "Indeed, I have sworn to protect you." But his fleeting joy was cut short. Rhaenyra's laughter erupted, her cheeks flushing with amusement. A true gentleman should dress appropriately before facing a lady. A breeze whispered past, and Rhaegar looked down in embarrassment. Exposed and naked, he hurried to cover himself, his cheeks burning with embarrassment. Let's not dwell on the details. Get down, there's much to discuss. Rhaenyra wiped away her tears and stifled a laugh. Rhaegar humbled himself and obediently dismounted from the dragon's back. Approaching him, Rhaenyra wrapped her cloak around him, shielding him from the cold. Struggling to hide his shame, Rhaegar gestured to Cannibal. "This is my dragon, Cannibal. Isn't that the name the fisherman gave it?" Rhaenyra, indifferent to dragon names, hugged her brother tightly. Rhaegar grinned. "Cannibal likes the name, and so do I. It suits his dark nature, devouring all light." "You're getting smarter, Rhaegar." Rhaenyra's eyes shimmered with a myriad of emotions as she planted a kiss on his cheek. "Come on. Father nearly fainted when he heard you were captured by Cannibal." Reluctant to let him go, Rhaenyra held on tightly. With no clothes to cover himself, Rhaegar offered no resistance. Turning back to Cannibal, he shouted, "Stay close. I will seek you out tomorrow." Roar! Cannibal echoed the call, leaping down from the castle wall to perch on the surrounding cliffs. Only when Cannibal's eyes closed did the castle guards cautiously emerge and gather around the siblings. Rhaegar singled out one of the guards. "Prepare plenty of cattle for my dragon." "Yes, your grace." The guard's response was swift, filled with urgency. Without delay, the guards obeyed their prince's command and ran to prepare offerings for the dragon. As they entered the hall, Viserys was waiting at the door. When Rhaegar saw Rhaenyra's embrace, his eyes bright with excitement, he nodded earnestly. "It's good to have you back and in one piece." Rhaegar's grin faltered as he bowed his head. "Forgive me, Father, for not seeking your consent before secretly taming the dragon. It is forgiven. We were concerned for your safety, yet you accomplished what we thought impossible." In a rare show of tenderness, Viserys moved closer and gently cupped Rhaegar's forehead. "Well done, my son. Your sister clarified your intentions in taming the dragon, It was not an act of selfishness. Not quite. I was looking for an adult dragon. Rhaegar's sudden confession surprised him, revealing his true intentions. He could not fathom settling for a young dragon. Only a formidable adult dragon was worthy in his eyes. When he heard of Rhaegar, the mightiest dragon in existence, his fantasies soared. Though Rhaegar had been tamed by Lena Balerion, fortune smiled upon him. The fearsome beast, Cannibal, was waiting for him. Its ominous face and brute strength stirred something primal in him. Viserys smiled, his tone neutral. As long as you remain dedicated to protecting your loved ones, that is all that matters. Then, as if remembering something vital, his expression changed to one of determination. You have both endured the rain. Go and take a warm bath, and I will have Lord Robert prepare a sumptuous feast to commemorate your conquest of the wild dragon. His emotions had been on edge all day. He had feared for the safety of his eldest son when he dared to tame a wild dragon. But he had underestimated the boy. With his noble lineage and the favor of the gods, he had miraculously tamed the fierce black dragon. Born alongside Dreamfire, Vermithor, and Silverwing, Cannibal had remained untamed, growing larger and more powerful as a wild dragon. Heeding her father's advice, Rhaenyra led Rhaegar back upstairs. Only now did she realize that her clothes were soaking wet, leaving her cold and drenched. Pride and worry warred in his eyes as Viserys watched his children leave. As he thought, he muttered, the family now command a grown dragon, another source of power. He had no idea of Cannibal's true size. He imagined it to be nearly 80% the size of Vermithor. It should be a colossal creature, filled with destructive potential. Alicent was absent from dinner. The maid reported that she was indisposed and in shock. Viserys felt a pang of disappointment, but he hid it from his children, maintaining a facade of contentment. Rhaegar also felt a sense of disappointment. He had been eager to show off his dragon. After dinner, Rhaenyra grabbed him and dragged him by force into her chambers. Without a word, he was pushed onto the large, plush bed. Rhaegar's expression was tense, his voice trembling as he asked, "Sister, what are you doing? What do you think?" came her curt reply. As soon as he crossed the threshold, Rhaenyra's demeanor changed abruptly, fixing him with a puzzled, cross-eyed stare. "I did not mean to deceive you, but I wanted a full-grown dragon," Rhaegar murmured, his tone tinged with concern. "Given your previous statements, what are your intentions now?" Rhaenyra had not forgotten his earlier comments and was genuinely concerned that he might lead a dragon to the Driftmark and cause havoc. A reckless child, he dared to mount a wild dragon and then rode it recklessly as it spat fire into the sky. "Don't worry, I'll behave myself. I understand that dragons aren't just tools," Rhaegar promised seriously. Rhaenyra pinched his cheeks, pulling them sharply as she spoke. "When have you ever kept your word? Your credibility with me is non-existent. So, what's the verdict? I've tamed Cannibal. You can't stop me from riding him, can you?" Rhaegar lay sprawled on the bed, resigned. His mouth formed a retort, but his mind was already planning tomorrow's dragon ride, far away from here. He longed for a short escapade to explore the world beyond King's Landing, now that he had a dragon at his command. No funny business, at least until you're safely back from the Driftmark. "You need permission for that," Rhaenyra said. "All right, I'll obey." Rhaegar feigned obedience like a mischievous child. Rhaenyra pinched his chin and nipped his cheek, a warning in her actions. "You better not forget. Her brother was a wild one, unparalleled in his boldness. Left unchecked, she feared he might challenge the gods themselves." As their conversation ended, the room fell into darkness. Rhaenyra and Rhaegar sat on opposite sides of the bed, their backs to each other, a heavy silence enveloping the room. In a haze, Rhaegar drifted off to sleep. In his dream, he flew atop Cannibal, traversing the continent and leaving a trail of legendary exploits in his wake. Returning to Dragonstone after a triumphant journey, the ominous dragon roars echoed from the island and jolted Rhaegar awake. In an instant, 2 adult dragons emerged from Dragonmont and attacked Cannibal from either side. With a command, Rhaegar urged Cannibal into battle, narrowly avoiding the onslaught of the massive dragons. At the edge of safety, nestled against the cliffs of Dragonstone, Rhaegar believed they had escaped. But from the shadows, an unseen behemoth lunged forward, unleashing a torrent of scarlet dragon flames that sent Rhaegar tumbling from Cannibal's back. The other two dragons rejoined the fray. Cornered and badly wounded, Rhaegar could only watch helplessly as Cannibal was torn apart by the attack of the three dragons, his once majestic form reduced to mere fragments. In the aftermath, only the lifeless head of Cannibal remained, its emerald eyes gazing back at him reluctantly. As expected, Rhaegar was awakened from his sleep by a familiar nightmare. Unlike before, he did not wake with a scream, but opened his eyes with a blank stare. Dragons surrounded me, and the cannibal. His murmur faded, lost in the remnants of his dream. As a dreamer, the vivid images lingered, refusing to leave his mind. A soft moan broke the silence, reaching Rhaegar's ears from beside him. Turning his gaze to the source, Rhaegar found Rhaenyra, the only other occupant of the room, in the throes of discomfort. The distraught Rhaenyra was oblivious to his gaze, her moans revealing that she was in severe pain. "What is it, sister?" Rhaegar's concern spurred him to action as he approached her side to assess her condition. Bathed in the moonlight, Rhaegar saw Rhaenyra's face contorted with pain. Her once beautiful features were now pale, her eyebrows furrowed, and beads of cold sweat adorned her forehead. Rhaegar had read several volumes of herbology, so he could tell immediately that Rhaenyra was unwell. "Rhaenyra, do you have a fever?" he asked, gently pressing his palm to her forehead to check her temperature. "Handmaiden, quickly! My sister needs help." Rhaegar hurriedly summoned Rhaenyra's handmaiden, who promptly entered the room and lit a candle to examine Rhaenyra's condition. "The princess's fever is alarmingly high. I will fetch the maester," the handmaiden exclaimed, her concern evident as she hurried to seek medical assistance. The maester arrived quickly and took Rhaenyra's temperature before hurrying off to prepare some remedies. In the midst of her discomfort, Rhaenyra stirred from her slumber, her eyes opening in pain. Rhaegar, watching her distress, tried to soothe her forehead with a damp cloth, but Rhaenyra turned her head away, unable to bear the sensation. With trembling lips, Rhaenyra struggled to communicate, her throat sore and inflamed. Leaning closer, Rhaegar strained to hear her words. "What is it?" he asked anxiously. "It hurts my stomach." Rhaenyra managed to whisper, tears welling in her eyes as she clutched her stomach in pain. Perplexed by his sister's illness, Rhaegar was concerned. "Hang on, the maester will be here soon," he reassured her, warming his hand and applying gentle pressure to her belly under the blankets, hoping to provide some relief. As Rhaegar reached for the basin of water, a shiver ran through him. The unexpected coldness startled him and Rhaenyra alike. "Your Grace, the maester has arrived," the maid announced, returning promptly with the elderly healer, who entered the room dressed in his customary robes and carrying a medicine bag. After assessing Rhaenyra's symptoms, the maester offered his diagnosis. "It seems to be a case of chills brought on by exposure to the rain. Drink some ginger tea and make sure you stay warm." With efficient haste, the handmaidens set about preparing the ginger tea, while Rhaegar provided Rhaenyra with a basin of hot water to ease her aches and pains. Suddenly, a resounding boom echoed from outside the castle walls, interrupting their attentions. Rhaegar's grip on the basin slipped as a dark thought crossed his mind. Handing the basin to the maid, Rhaegar strode to the window and peered out at the commotion outside the castle. Though the rain had stopped, his attention was drawn to a fire at the edge of the castle where the city wall once stood. A section of the wall lay in ruins, engulfed in flames and billowing smoke, while a smaller dragon hovered above, roaring furiously. "It's not Cannibal," Rhaegar muttered, furrowing his brow in confusion at the unexpected attack. A resounding roar pierced the night, followed by a torrent of golden flames that fell from the sky and rained down on the cliffs outside the castle. Rhaegar's heart quickened as he realized it was the cliff where Cannibal had taken shelter. Before he could fully comprehend the situation, A deafening noise echoed through the castle, rousing everyone from their sleep. Lord Robert emerged from his chambers in disarray, hastily organizing the guards to ensure the king's safety within the main castle. Meanwhile, Rhaegar's focus remained on the commotion at the edge of the castle. Amid the chaos, a familiar sound reached his ears, the ominous roar of the cannibal, the black dragon. As it emerged from the flat ground beneath the cliffs, its gaze fixed on its attackers. In response to the cannibal's appearance, two colossal dragons emerged from the darkness of the night sky, illuminated by the flames engulfing the castle. Their shapes became clearer in the flickering light. One was a gigantic dragon with bronze scales and brown wing membranes, while the other, slightly smaller, had dark green scales and silver wing membranes. Though unfamiliar to Rhaegar's eyes, their identities were unmistakable, thanks to his extensive knowledge of Targaryen dragon lore. They were Vermithor, known as Bronze Fury, and his mate, Silverwing, two dragons once under the care of Rhaegar's great-grandfather, King Jaehaerys Targaryen, and his queen. Since the death of the revered monarchs nearly 2 decades earlier, these magnificent creatures had made their home on the island of Dragonstone, free from the command of any master. At the sight of the two adult dragons, Rhaegar's breath caught in his throat, and a chill of realization ran through him. "Damn, it's like the nightmare has come to life," he murmured, his words drowned out by the rumbling noise. The cacophony inside the castle was deafening enough, but the sight of the 3 mighty dragons against the backdrop of the sky was a terrifying spectacle in itself. As Vermithor and Silverwing attacked Cannibal from opposite sides, unleashing torrents of dragon flames, the air crackled with their clash. Cannibal refused to give in to the onslaught, dodging their attacks with deft maneuvers while his own emerald flames illuminated the darkness, casting an eerie glow over the landscape. The battle escalated, and the 3 dragons went from spitting flames to melee, their forms intertwining in a fierce dance. Even from a distance, Rhaegar could sense the cannibal's fury. "Hang on, I'm coming to help," Rhaegar said, looking away from the window with determination. As he made his way across the room, Rhaenyra's faint voice reached his ears. "Rhaegar, what's happening?" Trying to comfort her, Rhaegar replied softly, "The cannibal was upset about something. I want to calm him down." Rhaenyra struggled to keep her eyes open as she lay on the bed, her voice strained with urgency. "Do not deceive me. I heard the sound of dragons fighting. It's nothing serious. I'll go calm Cannibal and return shortly," Rhaegar assured her, wiping the sweat from her brow as he spoke. Unexpectedly, Rhaenyra grabbed his wrist, her voice shaking. "Please don't go. Dragon battles are dangerous, and you're too young. I'm no longer a child. I'm a dragon rider now," Rhaegar countered firmly, pulling his hand from her grasp. "My bond with the dragon obliges me to fight by its side." "You mean more to me than any dragon," Rhaenyra protested weakly, her reluctance obvious. Rhaegar met her gaze with unflinching determination. "The dragon is as important to me as I am to myself." With a kiss on her forehead, Rhaegar turned to leave. He was bound to Cannibal as her knight, and he could not ignore the danger. To retreat would betray their bond and abandon him. The noise of the dragon battle echoed throughout the castle, rousing everyone from their slumber. Viserys rose early as well, dressing hastily and retiring to his chambers under the watchful eye of his guards. The corridors were swarming with guards, their tense demeanor reflecting the gravity of the situation. The sight of 3 dragons engaged in battle on the outskirts of the castle would unsettle even the bravest of souls. Eager to aid Cannibal, Rhaegar evaded the guards and slipped out of the castle through a side staircase. In the distance, the aerial skirmish raged on as Cannibal battled the coordinated attack of Vermithor and Silverwing. Cannibal was at a disadvantage from the start, pinned down by the synchronized attacks of his opponents. The coordination between Vermithor and Silverwing, honed over years of partnership, left Cannibal with little room to react. Their combined assault, golden and orange flames intertwined in a deadly dance, left Cannibal no choice but to endure the attack, his massive body unable to dodge each blast. Vermithor and Silverwing maintained their dominance of the skies, their coordinated attacks forcing Cannibal to retreat. Despite his size, Cannibal's retaliation with his green dragon flame had remarkable power and range, serving as his only means of counterattack. Roar! As Rhaegar burst from the castle, the thunderous roar of the two dragons reverberated through the air, signaling the commencement of a fierce battle against the Cannibal. As a seasoned wild dragon, the Cannibal wielded formidable combat prowess honed through countless battles. It deftly parried the onslaught of the two dragons, denying them any opportunity to exploit its vulnerabilities. With its colossal size, the Cannibal exuded an aura of fearlessness, confronting its adversaries with confidence in its ability to emerge victorious. Yet, faced with the simultaneous assault of both dragons, the Cannibal found itself overwhelmed, its disadvantage starkly apparent. It unleashed a barrage of dragon flames, retaliating against its foes with relentless fury. Meanwhile, one dragon soared aloft, raining down streams of flames, while the other descended upon the Cannibal with ferocity, determined to kill it at any cost. Despite its efforts, the Cannibal began to falter under the relentless assault, a grievous wound searing its wing as it plummeted uncontrollably towards the earth below. With a deafening crash, the Cannibal's descent shattered the city wall, sending stones and debris hurtling into the sky amidst clouds of smoke. Cannibal, hold fast. Amidst the choking dust, Rhaegar raced to the fallen dragon's side. Roar! The Cannibal's massive body twisted as it strained to see Rhaegar standing before it. A flash of vigilance flickered in its green vertical pupil as it assessed the situation. In response, Rhaegar extended his palm, the familiar gesture comforting it, and spoke in High Balerion, "Cannibal, I stand with you." The tension in the Cannibal's eyes gradually softened as it locked gazes with its master, reassured by the confidence he exuded. With a heavy snort, it raised its neck, unfurling one wing protectively over Rhaegar. "Very well, let's fight together," Rhaegar declared with determination. Stepping onto the outstretched wing, he made his way down to the dragon's spine. With Rhaegar securely in place, the Cannibal shook off the debris clinging to its body and braced its wings against the ground. At Rhaegar's command to fly, it unfurled its wings and ascended into the sky. Roar! As the black dragon rose to its feet, the two wild dragons circling above showed their fangs in a feral display of aggression, launching a fresh assault. Rhaegar, perched atop the Cannibal's back, observed the dragons with a keen eye, issuing instructions to his companion. "Follow my lead, Cannibal." Aware of their recent bond, Rhaegar sought to establish trust and coordination in the middle of the battle. Responding with a low roar, the Cannibal unleashed a burst of green dragon flame, a sign of acknowledgement and readiness. Boom! As the Cannibal soared into the air, a burst of orange dragon flame descended, aimed straight at its head. With remarkable agility, the Cannibal twisted sideways, narrowly evading the flames. The sudden maneuver caused Rhaegar to sway, but he quickly regained his balance. "Cannibal, focus your attack on the dark green dragon, Silverwing. We must take one down quickly," Rhaegar commanded, pointing decisively at the target. He had noted the distinct tactics employed by Vermithor and Silverwing in their aerial assault. Vermithor, the Bronze Fury, relied on its sheer size and unleashed dragon fire from above, aiming to restrict the Cannibal's movements. Meanwhile, Silverwing, despite its smaller stature, engaged in a frantic and relentless skirmish, displaying an uncharacteristic fervor in its attacks. This deviation from their usual behavior puzzled Rhaegar, but he pushed aside his thoughts, focusing instead on the immediate task at hand, neutralizing the threat posed by the two dragons. The prospect of allowing all three dragons to continue their battle was unthinkable, as it would undoubtedly result in catastrophic destruction for Dragonstone Island. Responding to Rhaegar's command, the Cannibal surged upward, its massive wings propelling it towards Silverwing, while conjuring a blast of dragon fire. Silverwing, agile and nimble, deftly dodged the fiery assault, evading the cannibal's attack. Meanwhile, above them, Vermithor unleashed another torrent of golden dragon flame, targeting the cannibal once more. Rhaegar monitored Vermithor's movements, issuing commands to evade the attack. The cannibal, in the midst of attacking Silverwing, abruptly altered its flight path, narrowly evading the oncoming golden dragon flames. The heat scorched the air, burning Rhaegar's hair and sending a wave of panic through him. Swiftly, he extinguished the fire, sparing himself from a potentially embarrassing predicament. "Cannibal, trust me. I am your eyes in the sky," Rhaegar reassured, his tone firm despite the tension from their close call. Rhaegar's focus sharpened as he contemplated the crucial bond between dragon and rider. The cannibal's split-second decision to dodge the attack the importance of their cooperation. Had the cannibal hesitated, Rhaegar would have borne the full brunt of Vermithor's dragon flame. Even with blood and fire, he would probably die. As they resumed their pursuit of Silverwing, the cannibal acknowledged Rhaegar's guidance with a roar. Cannibal surged forward, its target clear. Silverwing, the green dragon who had dared to challenge it. Meanwhile, Silverwing, undeterred by the cannibal's advance, met its adversary head-on, wings outstretched in defiance. Its goal was to stall the black dragon long enough for its ally to join the fight. Fueled by a primal fury, the cannibal roared in response, its ferocity unleashed as it lunged at Silverwing with lethal intent. In a clash of titans, the two dragons collided, their immense forms entwined in a frenzied dance of claws, teeth, and wing beats. Rhaegar clung to the back of the cannibal, his grip tight as he crouched low to avoid any accidental injury. His gaze remained fixed on Vermithor, vigilant against the berserk dragon's unpredictable movements. At the slightest hint of danger, Rhaegar would swiftly issue commands, guiding the cannibal to evade the imminent pincer attack from the two dragons. As Vermithor unleashed a deafening roar and dove towards them, Rhaegar's heart raced. "Cannibal Dracarys," he commanded urgently, bracing for the impending clash. The cannibal, sensing the threat, obeyed without hesitation, spewing a torrent of dragon flame backwards, aimed directly at the descending Vermithor. With a deafening boom, the two majestic flames collided in a dazzling display, engulfing the sky in smoke. In the ensuing chaos, it was Cannibal's emerald flame that emerged victorious, piercing through Vermithor's golden fire to strike the dragon's body. Stunned by the assault, Vermithor faltered mid-flight, his massive form momentarily frozen. Seizing the fleeting opportunity, Rhaegar's eyes gleamed with determination. "Now's our chance. Vermithor's vulnerable. Target Silverwing," he commanded. Without hesitation, he issued the order to strike. "Cannibal Dracarys." In the heat of battle, the cannibal and Silverwing clashed furiously, their instincts driving them to claw and tear at each other. Sensing an opening, the cannibal deftly evaded Silverwing's snapping jaws, then unleashed emerald dragon flames. The resounding boom echoed through the air as the dragon flame found its mark, striking Silverwing's head with force. The silver dragon let out a scream, wings flailing in panic. Cannibal pressed its advantage, lunging forward to sink its teeth into Silverwing's thrashing neck, its fangs gleaming with icy resolve. With a sickening sound, the cannibal's jaws closed around Silverwing's flesh, drawing forth a gush of crimson blood. Roar! The anguished cry of its mate spurred Vermithor back to action, snapping him out of his momentary stupor. With a roar of fury, the bronze dragon launched himself towards Cannibal once more, intent on avenging his companion. "Cannibal, fall back." Rhaegar's voice rang out, a command urgently. He knew that once Vermithor attacked, there would be no second chances. Dragon fire could only work once. Yet, driven by the scent of blood and the heat of battle, the cannibal seemed deaf to his master's plea. Ignoring the retreat order, it continued its relentless assault, jaws snapping shut with lethal intent, determined to deliver the final blow to Silverwing. Roar! In the throes of battle, Silverwing drove its sharp claws into the cannibal's abdomen, unleashing a furious torrent of dragon flame. But with its neck clamped tightly in the cannibal's jaws, the aim of the flame was erratic, dispersing into the sky. Enraged by the blow, the cannibal let out a primal roar, its grip loosening instinctively. In that split second, Vermithor swooped in, his golden dragon flame blazing like a fiery lance, striking the cannibal's head with devastating force, tearing into its scales. The impact sent the cannibal reeling, dazed and disoriented. Its wings faltered, unable to maintain flight, and it was sent tumbling through the air by Silverwing's desperate counterattack. Forced apart, Silverwing, with blood streaming from its neck, staggered backward, struggling to maintain balance. Meanwhile, Vermithor, with a low, rumbling growl, turned his attention to the falling cannibal, his intent clear. Rhaegar felt a pang of pity for the cannibal. Despite his instructions to obey commands, its primal instincts had overridden reason, leading to this situation. As the cannibal plummeted, Rhaegar gripped its back scales tightly, fighting against the sensation of weightlessness. "Cannibal, snap out of it!" he shouted, desperately trying to wake the dragon before impact. If the cannibal did not awaken in time, the crash to the ground would spell Rhaegar's demise. Roar! Finally, Cannibal shook off its dizziness and spread its wings wide, stopping its descent with a powerful stroke. As a wild dragon, its rugged constitution proved its greatest asset. A mere blow to the head couldn't defeat it. Regaining control just before crashing to the ground, Cannibal adjusted its trajectory, gliding upward against the steep cliffside. Observing the dragon's injuries, Rhaegar grimaced. The cannibal bore wounds on its neck, wings, and abdomen, each a testament to the ferocity of the battle. Blood seeped from gaping holes, revealing the pulsing internal organs beneath. Realization dawned on Rhaegar. The battle could not keep going. Silverwing and Cannibal were bloodied and battered, but Vermithor remained unscathed. If Cannibal continues fighting Vermithor, even if he wins, the consequences could be disastrous. Unable to bear the thought, Rhaegar issued a command. "Cannibal, head for the sea." With a glance back at the approaching Vermithor, Rhaegar commanded Cannibal to retreat. As long as they withdrew, the battle would end. Roar! Vermithor pursued, his golden dragon flame slicing through the darkness. Sensing the threat, Cannibal's ferocity gave way to rationality. Obeying Rhaegar's command, it unfurled its wings and soared over the cliff, aiming for the beach below. Rhaegar maintained a vigilant gaze behind him. Silverwing, incapacitated by its injuries, lay sprawled on the ground, emitting feeble roars as it attempted to rise and fall. Silverwing is out of the fight, so there's a chance to escape. Rhaegar breathed a sigh of relief. As Vermithor closed in, Rhaegar steered Cannibal to evade, periodically turning to unleash emerald dragon flames in resistance. Cannibal's dragon flame proved formidable, overpowering Vermithor's attempts to close the distance. In the blink of an eye, Cannibal soared over the beach, the sea within reach. Suddenly, Rhaegar's eyes caught sight of the cliffs lining the shore. Of realization struck, and a sense of dread surged within him. Recollections of his nightmares flooded his mind, the dragon emerging from the cliffside. With a gut-wrenching feeling, Rhaegar instinctively cried out, "Dracarys!" Bonded through their recent fight, Cannibal responded to Rhaegar's call, swiftly turning and unleashing a torrent of dragon flame toward the cliff below. Boom! Instantly, another scarlet fire erupted from beneath the cliff, colliding head-on with Cannibal's emerald flames. The scarlet dragon flame dissipated in the face of Cannibal's assault. The collision unleashed a shockwave, buffeting Cannibal's form. Swiftly adjusting its wings, Cannibal surged forward, fleeing Dragonstone Island without a backward glance. Rhaegar maintained his composure on Cannibal's back, though the gusts threatened to disorient him. Lying down, he squinted back at the cliffs, his gaze piercing. Who orchestrated this ambush? Rhaegar fixated on the crags, searching for any sign of the hiding dragon. He was certain that tonight's dragon encounter was no happenstance. It was orchestrated. Unfortunately, the moss-covered cliffs revealed nothing. "I'll find you, whoever you are." With thoughts of Silverwing on Dragonstone Island and Vermithor in pursuit, Rhaegar gritted his teeth and urged for a swift departure. This plot targeted him directly. Remaining on Dragonstone Island endangered not only himself, but also his family within the castle walls. Leaving swiftly was the only prudent choice. Bolting away with remarkable speed, Cannibal outpaced the sluggish Vermithor. After a brief chase, Cannibal put considerable distance between them. Cannibal melted into the darkness night, disappearing from sight. On Dragonstone Island, a figure cloaked in black lingered in the shadows of the beach, peering into the darkness where the dragon had vanished. Blocked. Was it chance or foresight? The cloaked figure muttered, withdrawing a gold coin from his pocket. When a Targaryen is born, the gods flip a coin. One side greatness, the other madness. Which are you? His voice, deep and laden with skepticism, echoed softly on the night breeze. He tossed the gold coin high into the air, catching it effortlessly as it descended. With a slow reveal, he displayed the coin, its gleaming surface reflecting the moonlight. As he stared at the coin, a contemplative silence enveloped him. Several more times, he angrily hurled the coin into the sea before departing, his departure as silent. In the castle, Viserys stood before a towering window, his gaze burning with fury as he surveyed the ruins of the city walls. Fresh news had just reached him. Rhaegar had slipped away amidst the chaos of the dragon's fight, joining his own dragon. The memory of the clash of dragons sent shivers down Viserys' spine, fearing the potential consequences of his eldest son's actions. Fortunately, the black dragon had managed to outmaneuver Silverwing and escape, with Vermithor hot on its trail. As long as Rhaegar was with the dragon, he was safe for the moment. "Have you gleaned any information from those guards who delivered the false message?" Viserys inquired sharply, turning to Lionel, his hand, who stood beside him. Lionel shook his head, his expression troubled. "No, your majesty. The guards are unyielding, and the Dragon Keeper's messenger vanished without a trace." "Continue the investigation," Viserys commanded, his voice taut with frustration. "No secret remains buried forever." Turning his attention to the recent dragon attack, Lionel offered his insight. According to the tower guards, Vermithor and Silverwing launched the attack on the cannibal immediately upon encountering it. Viserys' brow furrowed in contemplation. The cannibal's reputation precedes it. It's natural that stealing dragon eggs and hunting young dragons would undoubtedly provoke Silverwing's ire. "Search every corner of the castle," Viserys ordered, his fists clenched with determination. "This is an affront to the crown, and those responsible will face justice." Rhaegar and Cannibal were flying high above the narrow sea, soaring through the night sky. Cannibal had a deep wound on his belly, and blood was trailing behind him and mixing with the sea below. Despite the rush of the flight, Rhaegar's thoughts kept returning to the recent attack. He gently patted Cannibal's scales, wondering, why did those two dragons come after you? He thought there might have been foul play, but he was curious about how Vermithor and Silverwing had been enticed into the scheme. Cannibal growled softly, expressing his displeasure. Rhaegar understood the message. Someone had tempted Cannibal with a feast of cattle and sheep, even tossing a dragon egg his way, under the cover of the night. As a wild dragon with a taste for dragon eggs, Cannibal couldn't resist the offer, especially after failing his hunt for the young dragon. Rhaegar sighed and guessed that Cannibal must have orchestrated something remarkable to lure Vermithor and Silverwing into attacking it. No more stealing in Dragonstone. Dragon eggs and young dragons are off limits, Rhaegar said firmly. Cannibal responded with a loud roar. Despite his injuries, Cannibal remained defiant, letting out a low roar to express his reluctance. Rhaegar tried to reason with him, discussing the need to stop focusing on dragon eggs and young dragons. Cannibal was a straightforward creature, so he was non-committal about stealing dragon eggs. Is the territory of Dragonstone Island too small? Are you worried that if you stop eating dragon eggs and smaller dragons, they'll take your place on the island? Rhaegar guessed again. Rhaegar got the message. Don't worry, Dragonstone Island can't take in too many dragons. I'll make arrangements for the new generation. And as for you, my friend, Rhaegar continued, no more stealing. I'll ensure there's plenty of livestock for you. Offering a solution to Cannibal's concerns, Rhaegar hoped to find common ground. Cannibal remained silent, neither agreeing nor disagreeing. Rhaegar understood that territorial disputes were difficult to solve, so he let the matter rest. Expanding the land available for dragons would naturally change Cannibal's behavior. As Cannibal flew farther away, Rhaegar grew unsure of their destination, likely somewhere near the narrow sea. Cannibal's flight slowed, and his breathing became labored, indicating severe injuries. You're hurt badly. We need to find a place to land, Rhaegar urged. Noting Cannibal's wounds, Rhaegar's concern grew. Roar! Cannibal's response was weaker than before. At dawn, Rhaegar, exhausted, spotted land ahead, with lush forests and mountains gradually coming into view. Quick, we found land, Cannibal! Rhaegar exclaimed. Without a word, Cannibal adjusted their course downward. He knew exactly where to land. As a wild dragon, he was familiar with suitable resting places. From sea to land, Rhaegar experienced a new kind of journey, and now he's traveling without a clear plan. Cannibal navigated through the terrain and eventually landed in a valley rich with forests and rivers. Upon landing, Cannibal's injuries took their toll, and he collapsed heavily onto the ground, leaving a deep impression in the earth. Rhaegar hadn't slept all night and was exhausted. He failed to hold on as Cannibal landed, tumbling off the dragon's back and passing out when he hit the ground. For a brief moment, both human and dragon were displeased by the rough landing. Yet despite his injuries, Cannibal managed to rise, blood still flowing from his wounds. He paused for a moment when he saw Rhaegar unconscious, but then gently adjusted his position to make sure he was safe. Luckily, Rhaegar had landed on soft grass and wasn't hurt, just tired. With no immediate threats and plenty of caves for shelter, Cannibal carried Rhaegar to one with a good vantage point, ensuring his safety before venturing out to find healing herbs. He knew his rider wouldn't withstand the harsh terrain, so he opted for hiding, confident in returning quickly. Before departing, he marked the area with his dung to deter other creatures. Satisfied, he took off into the sky once more, leaving Rhaegar sheltered and secure in the cave. As the sun reached its peak, warmth flooded the forested valley. Inside the cave, Rhaegar stirred, eyelids flickering as if awakening. Outside, voices echoed through the valley. Look, a massive bloodstain. Wonder what creature left it. Tormund, watch out. This valley feels off. Silence followed the cautious exchange. Amidst the murmurs, Rhaegar slowly blinked awake, scanning his surroundings in confusion. Where am I? Where's Cannibal? He wondered aloud, puzzled by the cobweb-covered cave. Recollections of their arrival at a hidden valley flashed through his mind, followed by a blank. Someone lured me into a trap. A dragon ambush. Rhaegar suddenly realized. But who could have breached the security of Dragonstone Island to orchestrate such a scheme? Only one name emerged as Rhaegar's thoughts raced, the only one with the means and motive. When I return, you won't escape, Rhaegar vowed silently, fists clenched in determination. Hey, sister, come take a look. There are fresh tracks outside this cave. A child's voice called out excitedly from beyond the cave. Rhaegar's senses sharpened as he heard the approaching footsteps. He quickly rose from his spot, silently retrieving a dagger from his storage bracelet and preparing for whatever awaited outside. The sounds drew nearer, causing Rhaegar's grip on the dagger to tighten. As a child and alone in an unfamiliar place without Cannibal by his side, he knew he couldn't afford to take any risks. Who's in there? Show yourself. A young girl's voice demanded from outside. Rhaegar quickly assessed the situation. Based on the voices, there were likely 3 individuals outside. 2 boys and the girl one of them called Sister. Rhaegar blinked. He felt a wave of relief wash over him as he sensed the small threat. He was confident in his noble birth and harmless look. He doubted anyone would dare harm him, unless they were truly foolish savages. The thought of encountering a noble hunting party brought a glimmer of hope to him. Perhaps he'd be welcomed with a grand celebration and treated to fine food and drink. At the very least, he was hoping for a safe escort back to King's Landing. Okay, I'm coming out. Rhaegar decided to be honest after thinking it over. With a sigh of relief, he stowed the dagger back in his bracelet and emerged from the cave, hands raised in surrender. As soon as he stepped out into the open, Rhaegar saw a bow aimed at him. He instinctively took a half-step back. A child, the archer, a young girl in a leather skirt and cloak, looked at Rhaegar with a hint of suspicion. Rhaegar's heart sank when he saw her attire. It was clear that she came from a different world than he did. The girl kept her weapon ready, but approached carefully, asking, "Is anyone else in there? Come out now." Rhaegar stood frozen in place as he said, "There's no need to shout. I'm alone." "Nonsense. How could a child like you navigate this swampy jungle?" The girl scoffed and looked him over closely. At that moment, Rhaegar realized she was judging him by his clothes, assuming he was the son of a noble. Rhaegar was quiet for a moment, then asked, "Are you from the free folk?" He chose his words carefully, trying to avoid using the term savage. The maester called the free folk savages, which was a term for people who were seen as disobedient and uncouth. The girl in the leather skirt didn't look at him. Her attention focused on the cave entrance. Behind her, two boys came out, dressed in animal skins and carrying bone axes and shovels. One of them grabbed Rhaegar pretty firmly, which made him uncomfortable. "Easy there. No need to be rough," he said, but they didn't listen. One of the boys, about 10 years old, seemed a bit on the frail side, while the other, taller and stronger, had a darker complexion. They didn't pay any attention to Rhaegar, completely focused on watching the girl in the leather skirt. As it turned out, Rhaegar was right. The girl walked to the front of the cave and shot an arrow that whizzed past her and embedded itself in the rocky wall. When she scanned the empty cave, there was no sign of anyone hiding, not even a mouse. The tension eased, and the girl in the leather skirt took a deep breath of relief as she got her bow and signaled her brother to bring Rhaegar inside. The skinny boy tied Rhaegar with twine and put him in a dusty corner, prompting Rhaegar to squirm away from the cobwebs in disgust. The girl approached him and grabbed his chin, her tone a bit intimidating. "Who are you? What house do you belong to? And where is your lord?" Rhaegar winced at the pinch, but met her gaze defiantly. The girl tightened her grip, her threats clear. But as they locked eyes, Rhaegar found himself feeling braver. He looked at the girl, her brown curls, high nose, and confident demeanor, but none of it mattered to him. What caught his attention were her wheat-colored skin and the blood blisters on her knuckles. Rhaegar's eyes lit up as he spoke. "You're not one of the free folk, are you?" The young girl's demeanor shifted slightly, her tone becoming somewhat colder. "I'm the one asking questions here. Get to the point. This is your brother. Neither of you are from the free folk." The change in the girl's attitude confirmed Rhaegar's suspicions. Rhaegar met her skeptical gaze and continued. "A child raised in the wild wouldn't have such smooth skin, let alone a frail one like your brother." Rhaegar looked the skinny child over carefully and noticed something was wrong. A skinny kid with poor health doesn't match the image of a child raised in the wild. The girl's expression turned sour as she let go of Rhaegar's chin and spoke in an indifferent tone. "So what? Clever words won't save you. Tell me where you're from, or I'll have to take further action." "No, please. I'm only 6 years old." "You can't hurt a child," Rhaegar said, suggesting, "Untie me, let's talk. Maybe I can help." Insisting, he added, "I know some skilled healers who can help your brother. He's not sick." The girl shot back, prompting Rhaegar to doubt her. "His pale face suggests otherwise," he countered. "That's enough. If you don't stop, I'll have to take action." The girl threatened, raising her fist. Rhaegar sighed and decided to be honest. He didn't want to go through any more pain. Given Rhaegar's frail appearance, the young girl hesitated before deciding to untie his grass rope. "He might be a noble child," the skinny boy murmured. "Nonsense. Look at his clothes. He's definitely from a noble family," the stout boy interjected. Silenced, the skinny boy retreated resentfully, crouching to the side. The young girl shot a stern look at the stout boy. "Tezin, go fetch Uncle Falcon and the others. Tormund and I will question him," Tormund said. But Tezin hesitated, but met with the girl's determined gaze. He reluctantly scurried out of the cave. With one less person around, the young girl's demeanor softened, and she introduced herself. I'm Skylar, and this is my brother Tormund. We're from the Hawk tribe. What's your last name? Rhaegar asked. We don't have one. We're bastards, hated by men and dogs alike, Skylar replied, clearly upset about her origins. Rhaegar was taken aback by her frankness. He considered the possibility of such a child being accepted in her community. Skylar continued, Who are you? Why are you the only one in the cave? And what's with all the blood and dung outside? Rhaegar was reluctant to reveal his true identity. If he told a reasonable person who he was, they might try to hold him to ransom. He wasn't sure what Skylar's intentions were, given her dislike of her own birth. Sensing his unease, Skylar reassured him, Don't worry, we won't hurt you. Our tribe takes care of children and women. Relieved, Rhaegar introduced himself. I'm Rhaegar, son of King Viserys Targaryen. I was traveling the continent, riding my dragon. Although there was some truth to it, Rhaegar was trying to show his origins and give the siblings a heads up. Targaryen, so you're a prince? Skylar was quick to respond, while Tormund was eager to know, Where's your dragon? Rhaegar remained calm and insisted, Let's take it one step at a time. Yes, I'm a prince. My silver hair and purple eyes are symbols of the Targaryen house. Rhaegar was hoping the siblings wouldn't act rashly to make sure he was safe. Before him stood the siblings, their expressions a mix of anxiety and anticipation. They were still enjoying the consequences of their audacious feat. Capturing a Targaryen was definitely an unexpected turn of events for them. As the sun started to set, Rhaegar had a long chat with the siblings, picking up some useful tips. He found out they were on Crackclaw Point, a sparsely populated area known for its swamps and forests, which borders Dragonstone and Driftmark Islands. Once they got to the cave, they gathered around a fire that was flickering. Tormund was really keen to know more about Rhaegar's dragon, asking lots of questions about its size and abilities. The cannibal is enormous. I'm like a flea on its back, Rhaegar replied casually, nibbling on a wild fruit. He understood the power of perception. What he said shaped their beliefs. Even though he didn't know the cannibal's whereabouts, the mere mention of a dragon nearby ensured his safety. While Skylar tended to the fire, he casually mentioned the bloodstain in the valley, connecting it to Rhaegar's dragon. Rhaegar remained calm and collected. We were attacked by other dragons on the narrow sea, so I ended up stranded here. Other dragons? Tormund gasped in surprise. Rhaegar elaborated. Dragonstone Island was once home to many dragons. My ancestors used them to conquer Westeros. Skylar interjected, contradicting him. Nonsense. Only 3 dragons were known in the War of Conquest. Impressed, Rhaegar replied. You know your history? Oomph. I've read books on the subject. I'm not an idiot, Skylar shot back. Rhaegar chuckled and decided not to argue. It was good to know that she valued knowledge and understood the importance of a prince. A piercing eagle cry echoed from outside the valley. Skylar and Tormund quickly got up and went outside. Is it your tribe? Rhaegar asked, feeling a bit uneasy. He tried to get the cannibals' attention through their bond, but there was no response. Rhaegar figured the dragon was badly injured, so it had probably flown off to recover. Until the dragon's return, fate depended on his own efforts. Rhaegar exited the cave and followed the siblings. He saw a crowd of people streaming into the valley with loud shouts. They were tall and burly, clad in leather and armor, and they exuded a primal, savage aura. Their leader, a middle-aged man with a braided beard and sharp eyes, caught Rhaegar's gaze with a steely stare. Rhaegar felt this and tried to stay composed. These people were not to be trifled with. He had stumbled into a savage's den. Skylar reassured him, Don't worry, Uncle Falcon is honorable and won't harm children. After finishing his task, Falcon turned to them. Is he the noble child you mentioned? Skylar nodded solemnly. Yes, he is the child of a king, a Targaryen. A prince, Falcon exclaimed, clearly surprised by Rhaegar's status. Though not a wildling, a prince's status was still extraordinary. Rhaegar knew he had to speak up to answer Falcon's question. I'm Rhaegar Targaryen, born in the Red Keep in King's Landing. Does that ring a bell? He stated firmly. a place thousands of miles away. Why would I know? Falcon replied, nonchalant. I traveled the continent on a dragon and encountered trouble. If you help me, I'll reward you handsomely, Rhaegar proposed, hoping to strike a deal. Falcon chuckled. I can believe that. Your father is a king. A mountain of gold and silver must be at your disposal. Rhaegar's eyes lit up. So you'll help me? No promises, Falcon flatly refused. Surprised, Rhaegar offered gold and protection in return. But Falcon remained adamant. The Hawk tribe doesn't trust outsiders. It's always been that way. Skylar confirmed his words. That's our way. Rhaegar pressed on. What are your conditions for helping me? Join our tribe. I'll protect you, Falcon declared solemnly. Rhaegar burst into laughter. Sitting firmly, Rhaegar stared at Falcon and scoffed. Do you really think a Targaryen prince would join a savage tribe? That's the funniest thing I've heard. With that, Rhaegar realized that Falcon wasn't going to help him. As a dragon rider, he knew he had power, as evidenced by the bloodstains in the valley. He doubted Falcon would dare touch him. Falcon, unfazed by Rhaegar's words, smiled. But didn't you come seeking my help? Rhaegar was momentarily speechless. It was true. He had sought assistance, though his dragons were his true strength. He needed to stall the savages and prevent any harm. Falcon, cutting a piece of hair, offered it to Rhaegar. I spotted a wounded beast flying off to the swamp of despair. I'll offer you protection until your dragon returns. But you must promise your dragon won't harm my tribe and leave as soon as you can. Falcon wasn't your average savage. He'd dealt with noble lords before, and he knew that the wounded beast in the valley was dangerous. The dung heap at the valley's mouth told a story. Most of it was the dragon's trail, left before it went to hunt. This kid had been the top threat from the start. The wild dragon could return at any moment. It would have been a bad idea to try to negotiate more with this kid while the dragon was around. Falcon could kill him and run away, but tribal tradition forbade harming children. It was better to leave him be and treat him well. When the dragon returned, the child could ride it to safety. If the child had a conscience, he might even repay the favor. Falcon's perspective changed Rhaegar's view of the wildlings. Maybe the maesters were wrong about them being ruthless. You're indeed wise, and I promise to keep my dragons in check and leave peacefully, Rhaegar responded, accepting the roast. It's not easy being a leader. I've got to look out for everyone, Falcon said, sharing the meat with the siblings. Negotiations brought relief, easing the wariness between the two sides. Rhaegar accepted food and water from the savages and watched them dance around the campfire. Falcon and Skylar's sibling joined him by the fire, telling stories. Falcon, picking at rabbit bones, remarked, You don't seem old enough to be the king's youngest son. I'm actually the oldest, Rhaegar joked. Traditionally, the oldest inherits. You could be the next king. Falcon was surprised. No, it's my sister, Rhaegar replied plainly. Why? Is she hiding a dick under her skirt? A brown savage teased, igniting laughter. Rhaegar glanced at Falcon, who remained silent, but visibly displeased. Falcon firmly told the teasing savage, Xander leave. Yeah, Xander scram. Xander brushed off the warning. Only when a hawk landed nearby did Xander reluctantly leave, shivering and muttering about the tribe's unrest. The tribe has been unsettled lately. Many warriors are restless, Falcon said before walking away. Rhaegar grinned. He has a foul mouth. I wonder if his breath rivals dragon dung. Falcon, slightly irritated, paused. I'll take care of him and warn the others. He wasn't irritated at Rhaegar's threat, but at the tribe's men for embarrassing him in front of guests. The night progressed. When his hunger was satisfied, Rhaegar returned to the cave where he had awakened to rest. Falcon provided soft animal skins and made sure the siblings accompanied him. Arranging the skins as bedding, Rhaegar greeted the sleeping siblings and shared the remaining skins. Thank you, Tormund murmured gratefully. May I ask about the changes in the tribe? Rhaegar inquired, jumping at the chance for information. Tormund hesitated, glancing at Skylar. Skylar nodded and lay down on a straw mat. Our home was attacked by monsters, Tormund explained solemnly, forcing Uncle Falcon to lead us on this journey. Monsters? like alligators or pythons in the swamp. Rhaegar's curiosity was piqued. No, shadow creatures, swift as pythons, lurking unseen. Tormund trembled with fear. Rhaegar was incredulous. I've never heard of such creatures. Are they real? He asked, turning to Skylar for confirmation. Skylar nodded sadly. They are. Even our elders are baffled. These monsters came out of nowhere. Rhaegar frowned, uneasy. The safety of this tribe was more precarious than he'd thought. After a somber exchange, the cave fell silent. The three lay in their beds, the cries of the wildlings echoing from the carnival outside the cave. After a while, Skylar broke the silence. Why's your sister the heir? She asked. It doesn't matter. We're both my mother's children, Rhaegar replied, uninterested. You're fooling yourself. Noble lords prefer a son to inherit their title, Skylar interjected. True, but my father chose her, and I support her because we're family, Rhaegar explained. Skylar scoffed. She'll marry, have a family of her own, and you, the brother with a higher claim to the throne, will just be in her way. What lord are you the illegitimate daughter of? To have so much knowledge of the Targaryen political situation, Rhaegar joked. Skylar grimaced. Just a bastard from someone who couldn't keep his pants on, she replied, uncomfortable discussing her heritage. I don't need you meddling in my family's affairs. Young lady, Rhaegar shot back. Tormund chuckled. He called you lady. Skylar kicked him to stifle his laughter. The cave fell silent again. It's midnight. The air is thick with humidity, and the crescent moon is hidden by a thick cloud. Without it, the darkness deepens. In the valley, the tired wildlings are sleeping in groups on the ground. The campfires are almost out, with just embers left. In the darkness, a shadowy figure emerges from the shadows of a looming tree. It blends in perfectly with the night, moving like a snake towards a sleeping savage. It sneaks into the savage's nose, ears, and mouth. It seems almost like it's made of air as it easily gets into the savage's body. The savage is startled awake by a soft gagging sound. His eyes flutter open. To his horror, he finds a twisted creature on top of him, with tendrils extending like vines. Before he can scream, the tendrils pierce his brain, ending his life. With a chilling efficiency, the creature moves on, seeking its next victim in the darkness. Rhaegar was fast asleep inside the cave. Out of nowhere, a mournful scream pierced the night, jolting everyone awake. Rhaegar blinked and looked around the cave. The siblings were already on their feet, grabbing weapons from nearby. Stay inside. It's dangerous out there, they warned as they quickly left. Numbly, Rhaegar followed, believing it is more dangerous to be left alone. Outside, the savages were in panic. Some were tending to the bonfire, while others were lighting torches, but the darkness persisted. Rhaegar stayed close to Skylar, peeking out to assess the situation amid the chaos. Amidst the screams, useful information was scarce. As the commotion settled, Falcon returned with the tribe warriors, carrying corpses. Strong savages, bleeding from every orifice, lay among them. One had been fatally shot by an arrow. In front of the tribe, Falcon incinerated the bodies. Another savage retrieved the arrow, scowling. The other tribes have surrounded us and are watching our movements. The Falcon's angry roar echoed in the night. As soon as Falcon opened his mouth, the wildlings started making a lot of noise, rattling and screaming, and asking for revenge. Rhaegar asked Tormund in a quiet voice, what happened to the 3 burned bodies? Of the dead, only one had been shot. The others had died in strange ways. It was a detail too intriguing to escape Rhaegar's notice. Tormund cast a fearful glance over his shoulder, his voice lowered to a tremble. Those were the ones claimed by the shadow creature. Its presence still haunts our tribe. Even as he spoke, his body trembled, his face growing even more pale. Addressing the assembled clansmen, Falcon raised his hands high, his voice commanding, silence. The enemy is close. Get your weapons ready right away. The arrows killed the night's sentinels. One of the tribe members had stumbled upon a body while answering nature's call in the dead of night. His screams rallied the tribe. The other 3 were found by the tribe when they woke up, and their deaths made the Hawk tribe feel devastated. Falcon led the able-bodied savages in arming themselves, lighting torches, and venturing into the valley in small groups to scout. With the night sentinels down, it was clear that there was someone out there, waiting to strike at any moment. Rhaegar frowned at the grim scene unfolding before him. This tribe has become the target of an unknown threat, and now that other tribes were uncovering their route, launching an indiscriminate assault would only invite an ambush and annihilation under the cover of the night. As Rhaegar moved to issue his warning, Skylar grabbed him by the collar and said, "Don't act rashly. You can't expect a bunch of impulsive savages to think things through. But it's dangerous." Rhaegar kept pushing. "I'm aware of that," as his Uncle Falcon. "But the survival of the wildlings depends on conquest and subjugation," Skylar replied. Skylar, holding a bow, led Rhaegar and Tormund with a firm grip, suggesting, "Let's hide with the women and children. Tribes rarely harm them." The able-bodied savages followed Falcon out of the valley, leaving Rhaegar among the weak and infirm. Among them, besides the pregnant women, were the wild children who resembled untamed apes. Rhaegar observed the surroundings and said, "Your tribe seems to be short on men and children. The conquered tribes see their men and elders killed, their women raped, and their children abandoned," Skylar explained. "Many of these children are orphans taken in by Uncle Falcon. He believes they will grow up to be fierce warriors." "Falcon is a unique savage," Rhaegar said, shaking his head with a wry smile. For a hunter-gatherer like Falcon, feeding a child seemed like an impossible task. To expect a young savage to grow into greatness seemed like a huge challenge. The early morning air was filled with the sound of flames rising outside the valley, accompanied by screams and the wailing of another group. Falcon stumbled back to the safety of the valley, covered in blood, followed by a few badly injured and angry figures. The ominous howls followed them relentlessly as the glow of the fire spread across the open expanse. "Run! The people of the Soldier Pine tribe are coming. Get out of here!" Falcon brandished his axe, deflecting bone arrows as he urged the tribesmen to flee. "Quickly move." Without hesitation, Rhaegar dashed toward the narrow exit on the opposite side of the valley. Glancing back, he saw the others running ahead with even more urgency. They fled in a frenzy of panicked screams. Rhaegar was left behind, struggling to keep up with the adults. He felt fear surge through him as he tried to reach out to Cannibal again, but received no response. "Don't stand there, go." Falcon's voice cut through the chaos as he quickly grabbed Rhaegar's clothes off and slung him over his shoulder before sprinting away with all his might. Rhaegar took a moment to look back. He watched as the invading savages poured into the valley. Half of them scavenged what remained of the Hawk tribe's belongings. The others kept up their relentless pursuit. The small group Falcon had rallied proved no match for the invaders, some falling to their onslaught, some hacked to death, others pierced by bone arrows. Falcon's figure blazed a trail ahead, his stride leaving the pursuing savages far behind. The sight eased Rhaegar's fears. He had no desire to become entangled in the deadly conflict between the tribes and risk his own demise. At dawn, the Hawk tribe was still on the run. They were heading west through the pine forest. They were broken up and scared. In the chaos, men were killed by blades while women suffered unspeakable horrors on the forest floor. Children, desperate to survive, scattered in all directions, some meeting their pursuers, others seeking refuge in the dense foliage. Falcon, carrying Rhaegar on his shoulders, kept going, with a few loyal wildling guards following behind. When they finally reached a lonely hill, Falcon dropped Rhaegar to the ground. He was out of breath. "The tribe is lost," Falcon said, his voice heavy with grief. Xander, a wildling, looked at him with sad eyes. "We can rebuild it as long as we live. The day will come when we can return." Falcon tried to stay positive. "The tribe may be fading, but what about this child?" A fellow wildling looked at the pale Rhaegar with suspicion. "What use is he to us?" Rhaegar, battered and bruised, crouched behind Falcon, his gaze wary. "He's got dragons and royal blood in his veins," Falcon said quietly, despite the noise around him. "He's worth more than gold." He's a beacon of hope for our tribe. But some people were still not convinced. He's just making it up, said one. If he really had dragons, we would have already died in the fire. Another spat scornfully. Perhaps the Soldier Pine tribe was drawn to him. He is the harbinger of our downfall, a curse upon us all. But Falcon stood firm, a shield against the rising tide of hostility. Noble or not, he is one of us. We cannot abandon him. As the tension simmered, the savages cast cautious glances at Rhaegar, their weapons at the ready, uncertainty clouding their judgment. Rhaegar's words rang out, his heart pounding with urgency. My dragon is on its way back. I can use its power to avenge the Hawk tribe and bring you riches beyond your imagination. But even as he spoke, Rhaegar doubted the trustworthiness of this newfound company. They hadn't even lasted a single night before they broke apart. Falcon, who seemed to embody the steadfastness of a chieftain, took a deep breath and spoke with solemn authority. If he claims to possess a dragon, let's wait until dawn. The truth will be revealed in time. One wildling, Xander, dismissed the notion with a derisive snort and turned away, but the others, mindful of Falcon's stature, reluctantly acquiesced and sat on ground. As dawn approached, Falcon climbed to a vantage point on the hill with Rhaegar in tow, his eyes scanning the pine forest they had fled. Rhaegar, still catching his breath, sought reassurance. I have a dragon. I know, came Falcon's short reply. What will you do now that your tribe is scattered? Rhaegar asked, his voice tinged with uncertainty. Falcon's answer was simple yet firm. Wait. Wait for what? Rhaegar pressed, confused. Falcon fixed him with a steady gaze. Wait for your dragon to find you and rain fire upon the tribe of Soldier Pine. The unexpected vote of confidence left Rhaegar momentarily stunned. Do you believe me? I don't, Falcon admitted, his tone cool and detached. But my tribe is in trouble. Our people have been hurt, and we don't know what's going to happen next. I need your dragon to help us get back what has been taken from us. Rhaegar's resolve hardened. Don't worry. Once my dragon finds me, I'll make sure your tribe gets what it deserves. Then remember our agreement, Falcon reminded him sternly. Before their conversation could continue, a dark arrow pierced the air and found its mark in Falcon's eye socket, instantly silencing him. Shocked, Rhaegar watched as the bone arrow emerged from the back of Falcon's skull. It's a pretty intense experience to see someone die, and Rhaegar would probably admit that he wasn't prepared for it. As blood spattered from Falcon's head, painting half of his once silver hair crimson, Rhaegar remained calm and collected, without the expected discomfort, fear, or trembling that often accompanies such gruesome scenes. He wiped the blood from his face with a steady hand, but his expression showed no emotion as he looked at Falcon's body. His lips were pressed firmly together. His gaze then shifted, following the trajectory of the bone arrow to its origin. A towering pine, tree shrouded in thick needles, where Xander, the fleeing wildling, stood poised with his bow drawn. Is he dead? Rhaegar's voice was barely above a whisper as he nudged Falcon's body with a boot. There was a note of disbelief in his voice. Despite the circumstances, Rhaegar couldn't help but acknowledge Falcon's intelligence and pragmatism, even in death. He had shown a rare quality among the savage tribes, one that Rhaegar had hoped to rely on to escape. But now that Falcon was dead, Rhaegar realized that he needed to find another way. Get up, he told himself, addressing the fallen chieftain. Falcon is dead. I need to find another way to escape. Meanwhile, Xander, feeling pretty confident after killing Falcon, went up the hill and got the other wildlings to rally. They hadn't really grasped the situation yet. It was only after Xander asked them to look that they finally turned their gaze towards Falcon's lifeless form, sprawled in a pool of crimson. One particularly tall wildling was seething with rage, eager to avenge Falcon's death by exacting justice upon Xander. The others, however, didn't say anything. They just looked at Xander with a mixture of scrutiny and apprehension. Xander silenced the dissenting wildling with a bone arrow, ending his life in an instant. He then addressed the remaining survivors. The Hawk tribe is no more. Do you want to wander aimlessly in these pine woods? He gave them a choice. Follow me, he commanded. We're going to find refuge with the Soldier Pine tribe, a stronger, untainted tribe. With a little persuasion, Xander got the others to switch sides, and their survival instincts won out over any lingering doubts. Xander pointed to the frozen figure of Rhaegar and said, "His family is royalty, and he has lots of money. If we give him to the Soldier Pine tribe, they'll accept us." Some people agreed with him, and he got more supporters. Finally, Xander tied Rhaegar up and put him on his shoulders, showing that he was in charge of the wildlings. Rhaegar, resigned to his fate, didn't resist as he was restrained. He kept his gaze fixed upon Xander with a penetrating intensity. "Little brat, behave yourself if you want to live," Xander warned, a grin playing upon his lips as he caught Rhaegar's stare. Rhaegar acknowledged his worth and said, "Indeed, I am valuable." "Then be honest," Xander warned, his tone hinting at a hint of menace. "Or face the consequences." "I assure you, honesty will be my virtue," Rhaegar replied. As the sun started to set, a few savages were out scouring the area, gathering up their scattered friends and family, regardless of age or gender. They were all brought together in a reluctant alliance. Together, they walked carefully towards the temporary encampment of the Soldier Pine tribe, with a feeling of unease hanging over them. The familiar valley greeted them with an ominous air, tainted by the stench of blood and littered with the fallen from the Hawk tribe. Rhaegar was led before the leader of the Soldier Pine tribe, and his gaze swept the scene. He felt his heart sink as he realized they were not the only enemies besieging the Hawk tribe. Surrounding the Soldier Pine leader were 4 imposing wildling chieftains, hailing from different tribes. Their presence cast a shadow over the grim proceedings. The Soldier Pine leader looked at Xander with disdain and ordered his subordinates to break Xander's arms and legs before sending him off to his fate. The White Pine leader pointed an accusatory finger at Rhaegar, who was roughly thrust forward. He was impatient as he delivered his decree. "This little brat will be confined with the women and children, while the others are reserved for the sacrificial rites." "Yes," came the confirmation, cutting off any chance for Xander's group to offer an explanation before they were forcibly dragged away, their limbs shattered in agony. Despite their cries of pain, they clung to a sliver of hope, willing to barter Rhaegar's safety for their own lives. But their pleas fell on deaf ears. The leaders didn't see them as anything but savages in a remote ravine. But amidst the callous indifference, one chieftain's greedy gaze fixed on Rhaegar's bracelet. His lust for wealth overpowered any semblance of compassion as he snatched it away wordlessly. Before Rhaegar could say anything, a quick punch sent him sprawling to the ground, his voice silenced. "Take him away," the chieftain commanded dismissively, deeming Rhaegar a useless nuisance to be dealt with later. Struggling to rise, Rhaegar remained silent, resigned to his fate as he was unceremoniously thrown into a fenced enclosure alongside the other prisoners, a motley assortment of women and children. Among them, Rhaegar's gaze locked onto the siblings, their once vibrant spirits now dimmed by the harsh realities of captivity. Skylar was covered in mud and dirt, and she shielded Tormund in a corner. Rhaegar spotted this acquaintance among the prisoners. "It's you. Weren't you with Uncle Falcon? Why are you here?" Skylar inquired, with concerned face as she met Rhaegar's gaze. Rhaegar's words hit her hard as she processed the news. "Falcon was a good person, but life can be cruel," he murmured as her eyes tinged with sorrow. "Falcon Uncle died." Rhaegar's admission hung heavily in the air, disbelief clouding Skylar's features. "He was murdered by a traitor on our escape," Rhaegar added, resentment evident in his tone. Skylar acknowledged the grim reality. "If even Uncle Falcon couldn't survive, what hope do we have?" "Maybe there's still a chance," Rhaegar said, sounding a bit more optimistic. After hearing Tormund talk something about sacrifices, Rhaegar thought about the situation. "So, sacrificing traitors to appease the spirits of the dead. Is that something your people do often?" he asked, his tone a mix of curiosity and concern. Tormund, hunched over on the ground, nodded solemnly. "Yes, I heard from my captors earlier that the surrounding tribes believe the recent attacks by monsters are the work of vengeful spirits. They've resorted to capturing other tribesmen for sacrifice in hopes of appeasing them," he explained, his voice trembling with fear. Acknowledging Tormund's words with a silent nod, Rhaegar refrained from pressing further. He quietly retreated to another corner of their makeshift prison, his mind racing as he searched for a solution. As he sat alone, Rhaegar couldn't shake the feeling of despair that hung heavy in the air. The Hawk tribe had never been known for their strength or cunning, and the other tribes gathered in the valley seemed equally ill-equipped. With a resigned sigh, Rhaegar thought out loud, well, for now it might be best to stay low and wait it out. Night fell over the valley. The victorious savages celebrated their triumph, lighting bonfires that illuminated the darkness and echoing their primal celebrations throughout the night. But as the hours passed, the fervor died down, and a somber peace settled over the encampment. People were tired from the day's events, so they went to sleep with loved ones. Some people fell asleep quickly, while others struggled to get to sleep. Amidst the eerie stillness, Rhaegar stirred from his feigned slumber, his senses sharp and attuned to the quietude of the night. With a sense of purpose, he got up from the ground, looking at the scared women and children huddled together before he quietly made his way to the edge of the prison. The fence, which was poorly manned by tired guards, provided little resistance as Rhaegar slipped through the gaps. His small frame and dark attire blended seamlessly into the shadows. He avoided the vigilant patrols and traversed the valley until he reached a precipice overlooking the captive Xander and his men. They lay battered and broken, their bodies bearing the cruel marks of torture. With a heavy heart, Rhaegar picked up an old iron axe from a nearby campfire. He felt his resolve strengthen as he approached Xander, who was unconscious and bleeding. Rhaegar paused to think about what he is going to do next. In a last-ditch effort to wake Xander from his slumber, he resorted to force, delivering a series of urgent kicks until Xander stirred, his eyes wide with fear. "Look at me, Xander," Rhaegar commanded, his voice cutting through the night. As Xander's gaze met his own, Rhaegar's resolve hardened, his grip tightening on the axe. "It's you." Xander's words trailed off as Rhaegar's axe descended swiftly. With a sickening thud, the blade severed Xander's artery, unleashing a torrent of crimson that drenched Rhaegar in a chilling baptism of blood. Bowing his head in silent reverence, Rhaegar uttered a solemn farewell. "You and Falcon, halves of a whole. May your souls find peace." With each swing of the axe, he was seeking not only vengeance, but closure, as the echoes of his actions reverberated through the night. With each swing of the axe, Rhaegar felt the weight of his actions, his hands stained with blood. But as his enemy's head rolled to the ground, he felt a strange sensation, mixed with a deep sense of dread. "It's not as simple as it seems," he said to himself, his voice barely audible over the noise of the camp. "But this axe, it's surprisingly balanced." Rhaegar put the bloody weapon aside and took a look around. This was just the start. There was still a lot more to do. For once, he didn't try to hide from the patrolling savages. Instead, he walked right into the heart of the camp, his purpose clear. Before he knew it, he was surrounded by a group of wary warriors, their weapons drawn and their eyes blazing with hostility. "Hey, kid, what are you doing here?" one of them demanded, his voice dripping with contempt. Rhaegar remained calm in the face of their hostility. "You do well to show a Targaryen some respect," he replied, his words laced with a hint of defiance. The crowd let out a loud, derisive laugh. "You say you're Targaryen? More like a dead man walking," taunted one particularly vile savage, his face contorted with malice. In response, Rhaegar just held out a hand, pointing upward. This caught the savage's attention. "Look up," he told them, his tone calm despite the danger looming overhead. Two glowing green orbs moved through the night air, cutting through the darkness like ethereal lanterns, casting an otherworldly glow on the scene below. The savages stopped in their tracks, their breath catching in their throats as they watched the incredible show unfold above them. With a subtle tremor, the green light swayed, causing the very fabric of the night sky to ripple. Then they saw it, a huge creature, its black scales shining in the moonlight, surveying the valley with an air of unquestionable authority. As they took in this sight, fear gripped their hearts, leaving them powerless in the presence of the beast. They fell to their knees, their weapons forgotten, as they cowered before the mighty predator. "Devour him," Rhaegar said, his voice breaking the tense silence as he approached the trembling savage. With a menacing roar, the dragon asserted his dominance, sending the victim sprawling backward. Before he even hit the ground, the dragon's agile jaws seized the man and dragged him into its gaping maw. The crunch of bones echoed through the night as the dragon devoured its prey, sating its hunger mercilessly. With this display of power, Rhaegar's dragon, Cannibal, reclaimed its rightful place as the apex predator of Dragonstone. Sensing his master's distress during the day's ordeal, Cannibal had returned of his own accord, guided by the bond between dragon and rider. Now reunited, man and dragon stood as one. With a determined look, Rhaegar mounted his loyal steed, his expression showing no hint of mercy as he surveyed the trembling natives below. All that patience he's had all day is for this moment of vengeance. Now, Rhaegar will take his dragon and burn all those who have disrespected him with dragon fire. As Cannibal walked past them, Rhaegar's voice rang out with a cold indifference. "Summon your leaders. I will await their arrival." Perched atop the formidable dragon, Rhaegar commanded the remaining savages with an air of authority as he demanded their obedience. "Monsters! Monsters!" The onlookers were so shocked that they couldn't speak. They were reeling from the sight of their comrades being killed. Each word Rhaegar spoke seemed to carry a sense of doom, sending shivers down their spines and igniting a primal instinct to flee. They jumped to their feet and ran in all directions, screaming in panic. But even though they were scared, the dragon stayed perfectly still, its dragon fire still held in check. Instead, it extended a sinuous tail, scooped up the savage leader, and delivered him to Rhaegar with effortless precision. Rhaegar accepted the recovered bracelet with a casual flick of his hand and looked at the fallen leader with icy detachment. "An eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth. Your fate is in your hands," he intoned, his voice devoid of emotion. As Rhaegar's gaze fell once more on the trembling savages below, the dragon picked up on his intent. With a roar, it unleashed a torrent of dragon fire that lit the valley in a blazing inferno, sending shockwaves of heat through the air. The savages, with their psychological defenses shattered, cowered in fear before the power of the dragon. They knelt before the dragon's power and surrendered their weapons. They joined in a chorus of fear and awe for the deity before them, the god of fire incarnate. Rhaegar's voice cut through the tumult. It was cold and commanding. He asked, "Which one of you is the leader of the Soldier Pine tribe?" His words, though soft, silenced the clamor around them. Whispers rippled through the crowd as they, driven by fear, pushed forward the leader of the Soldier Pine tribe, a stalwart figure, his features etched with fear. Rhaegar kept his cool as he asked the trembling savage, "Many tribes have joined forces against the Hawk tribe. Who orchestrated this?" "I did," the leader admitted. "We joined together in the face of the evil spirit's curse." His resolve faltered under Rhaegar's scrutiny. "Your honesty is commendable," Rhaegar remarked, his hand caressing the dragon's smooth scales. With a casual gesture, he uttered a command in High Balerion, "Dracarys." Confusion clouded the savages' faces as they failed to understand the ancient tongue. In an instant, emerald flames erupted from the dragon's maw, engulfing the leader of the Soldier Pine tribe in a blaze of dragon fire. In an instant, flesh turned to ash, consumed by the dragon fire. Rhaegar looked away, unwilling to witness the carnage he had wrought. The act weighed heavily on him, but he remained decided. He'd made a promise, and he was going to keep it. "Run. Run for your lives. This demon child rides a beast to bring destruction upon us all." The dragon fire stirred the courage in some of the onlookers. They didn't dare face Rhaegar and his fearsome mount directly, but they grabbed their weapons and fled in terror. Despite the panic, Rhaegar watched the chaos with a calm face. He gave a low command, and the dragon responded by spreading its wings and rising into the night sky. Flames rained down upon the fleeing savages from the dragon's gaping maw, engulfing them in destruction. Bored with the spectacle, The dragon circled above the valley, showing its contempt for the scattered savages. As the survivors knelt in abject submission, begging for mercy, Rhaegar rode atop his dragon, watching the scene below with detached interest. He couldn't understand the words of the wildlings because their various dialects blended into an incomprehensible language. But amidst the chaos, he found comfort in the quiet of his own heart, secure in his position of power. The dragon circled the valley, unleashing dragon fire. Several times, Rhaegar broke from his reverie to issue commands to the kneeling wildlings below. Rescue the Hawk tribe members and keep an eye on the Soldier Pine tribe. Yes, Lord, we will obey, they replied, their voices trembling with reverence. At that moment, whether you are a savage leader or a savage warrior who only knows how to fight, all you can do is kneel and beg for mercy. Under the dragon's outstretched wings, all beings were equal, united in awe and fear. Pointing to the charred remains that littered the ground, Rhaegar spoke with a hint of regret. Gather the bodies and give them a proper cremation. Rhaegar's youthful voice carried an air of authority from everyone who heard it. A few brave natives got up from the ground and looked up at the huge dragon with a mix of fear and awe. They bent down to collect the charred remains left by the dragon fire. In a rare moment of satisfaction, Rhaegar showed mercy. He gestured to several other wildling leaders and asked, "Identify yourselves and explain the reason for your gathering." He didn't really care about their tribal names, but the curses they were talking about gave him pause. He'd seen what the shadow creature did to the Hawk tribe, so he figured these tribes had banded together because they were facing a common threat. You want to know more about the curse? My name is Graham, this is Moriyama, and this is Trangal. The pointy-headed savage leader was visibly shaken, giving an honest account like a submissive lamb. In total, 5 tribes of wildlings had gathered in the valley. Except for the leader of the Soldier Pine tribe, who met his end by dragon fire, and the other wildling leader who was dragged away, the remaining 3 were present. Rhaegar motioned for Cannibal to descend, his massive form kicking up a cloud of dust that momentarily blinded the wildlings. Seizing the chance, Rhaegar turned to one of the wildling leaders. "What exactly is this curse you're talking about?" he asked. The bearded savage named Trangal spoke up, trembling with fear. "The curse comes from the shadows, a silent threat that takes men's lives without mercy. It can't be captured or killed. Our only option is to offer living sacrifices in an attempt to appease it." Indeed, the presence of shadow creature seemed all too real. Rhaegar nodded in understanding and asked, "How widespread is this curse? Does it affect every tribe?" "There's only one curse that prowls the darkness of the swamps and pine forests in search of prey," Trangal replied. "Have you seen firsthand the victims slain by this shadow?" Rhaegar inquired, his brow furrowed with concern. "Yes, lots of people have seen the cursed shadows rise and claim the lives of the living," Trangal confirmed. "It seems to be a strange and dangerous creature," Rhaegar said quietly, realizing the seriousness of the situation. A malevolent that can move through shadows would be a serious threat anywhere. And now it was haunting Cracklaw Point. Who knows if it'll spread to the mainland? Rhaegar, accompanied by his dragon, felt he had to get involved. He waited for a while until they returned with the prisoners from the Hawk tribe. The Soldiers Pine tribe members were also brought forward and forced to kneel on the other side. After a moment of thought, Rhaegar spoke up, his voice cold. "Bring these traitors forward and lure out the shadow creature. Let's assess the threat it poses." The pitiless savages immediately obeyed and led the traitors forward, including the corpse of Xander, who had met his end. Riding on the dragon's back, Rhaegar watched as the savages tied the traitors to a tree and extinguished the surrounding campfires, plunging the area into darkness. At this point, they had to wait. The wildling leaders said that the shadow creature came almost every night, killing tribe members and scaring the community. After much discussion, they decided to unite, forming a coalition of 5 small tribes into one larger tribe. They raided neighboring tribes for resources and prisoners. They used these prisoners as sacrifices to feed the cursed shadows that plagued their tribes. Time passed slowly, the stillness of the night broken only by occasional murmurs and shifting shadows. By 2 in the morning, a collective unease had taken hold in the air as the wildlings knelt nervously, unsure of what was going to happen to them. Rhaegar was lying on Cannibal's broad back, his senses dulled by weariness and anticipation. Then, suddenly, a piercing scream shattered the silence, jolting everyone to attention. Rhaegar suddenly sat up, his eyes snapping to the source of the disturbance. It wasn't coming from where the prisoners were being held, but from near the Soldier Pine tribe. The terrified scream of a female wildling cut through the night, causing the crowd to part and revealing the scene of the curse's attack. Rhaegar jumped to his feet and looked around. There he saw a male wildling sprawled on the ground, caught in writhing black tendrils that emerged from the shadows below. Beside him lay another unfortunate soul, lifeless and bleeding from every orifice. "Clear the way," Rhaegar barked, scattering the surrounding savages and urging the cannibal forward. Dracarys, the dragon, taken aback by the shadows, paused for a moment. But at its master's command, it unleashed dragon fire at the encroaching shadows. Boom! The green fire lit up the night, burning a path through the shadows and leaving a scorched crater in its wake. But to Rhaegar's surprise, the shadow creature was unharmed. "It's not burned," Rhaegar asked himself aloud. Before he could make sense of the situation, another scream cut through the air. This time, it was from the wildlings of the Hawk tribe. Rhaegar quickly turned his attention to see the tentacles of darkness seize several female wildlings and their children. The tendrils were incredibly efficient, plunging into their bodies and snuffing out their lives. Rhaegar was astonished as the shadows on the ground expanded with each life taken, and the tentacles grew longer and more menacing. "Dracarys," Rhaegar gave the order, and Cannibal let loose another blast of fire. This time, the shadow creature didn't stand a chance. It retreated instantly into the darkness as the dragon fire engulfed it. The creature writhed and convulsed in agony, unable to withstand the flames. It tried to get closer to Rhaegar, but Cannibal's dragon fire repelled it. At last, it let out a piercing hiss and retreated into the nearby shadows. "What kind of creature is that?" Rhaegar was amazed by the creature's resistance to the dragon fire. The dragon fire was a force to be reckoned with, capable of melting even stone, yet this monstrous creature had withstood it, evading capture in the darkness. Rhaegar was intrigued by the shadow creature's mysterious nature. It was unlike anything he had encountered before. Meanwhile, the sight of the dragon battling the shadow creature filled the onlookers with a mixture of awe and terror. Rhaegar was getting tired of their constant pleas for divine intervention. He signaled Cannibal to silence them with a resounding roar. "I'm not a god," he said firmly, cutting through the noise. "I'm a Targaryen. So silence." Amid the crowd, Skylar grabbed Tormund's arm, her eyes gleaming with admiration and wonder as she looked up at Rhaegar. She spoke with great enthusiasm, saying, "You command the dragon. You are Dragon Lord." Her declaration inspired the other savages to join in, chanting the title Dragon Lord in unison. Rhaegar looked at Skylar with a raised eyebrow, acknowledging her proclamation. Even though he wasn't the legendary Dragon Lord himself, the title the savages gave him had a certain power and respect. Rhaegar looked down at the tribesmen, who were submissive and fearful. He began to form a plan. He was determined to get revenge on Falcon's tribe, but he realized that one wildling leader wouldn't be enough. As he considered his options, he decided against the slaughter and instead opted for another approach. The shadow creature was a serious threat, and if he wanted to get rid of it, he'd need the help of these very wildlings. With a firm voice, Rhaegar addressed the crowd. "The curse that plagues Cracklaw Point is putting your very existence at risk. It's forcing you into migration and turmoil. I'm Prince Rhaegar Targaryen, the king's eldest son, and I ride the strongest wild dragon that can burn everything with dragon fire. Submit to me, and I will protect you from the curse, and together we can kill that shadow." Though Rhaegar's voice was youthful and his stature small, the presence of Cannibal at his side loomed large, casting a formidable shadow over the assembled wildlings. At his command, the wildlings bowed in awe before the imposing figure of the dragon. Taking control of the situation, Rhaegar continued, his tone firm. Now that you've pledged your allegiance to me, you'll obey my every command without hesitation or risk facing the wrath of Dragonfire. The wildling leaders, at first filled with fervor, submitted, understanding that resistance would only lead to their destruction. For the wildlings were not stupid. They knew that the curse meant death for them, while the Dragonfire offered a chance at salvation. In the presence of the mighty dragon, the previously disparate and rebellious wildlings were drawn to the prospect of a stronger leader. Watching the newfound admiration in the savage's eyes, Rhaegar's own emotions stirred, a sense of responsibility settling on his shoulders. After a moment of reflection, he issued his first command. The shadow creature threatens all tribes besides yours. Before it becomes too powerful, you will unite under my banner and take control of the peninsula. This was Rhaegar's improvised strategy. Gather the wildlings, draw out the shadow creature, and destroy it with Dragonfire. A chorus of excited cheers erupted from the wildlings at the promise of conquering the peninsula and subjugating rival tribes. Among this tribe of fierce warriors who engage in perpetual combat, nothing rivals the intensity of their passion, whether in battle or in love. The next day, Rhaegar gathered the wildling leaders and entrusted them with the responsibility of leading their respective tribes. Having lost their leader, the Soldier Pine tribe chose a successor and united under the name Crabclaw, signifying their allegiance to Rhaegar as their supreme leader. The valley proved to be an ideal location for their settlement, offering abundant resources and natural defenses. Rhaegar ordered the women and children to remain in the valley, guarded by 100 skilled warriors drawn from the 5 tribes of the wildlings. With the addition of the elderly, infirm, and non-combatants, their numbers swelled to over 3,000. After weeding out those unfit for battle, Rhaegar was left with a force of about 1,000 warriors, a formidable contingent for his purposes. Their mission was clear: to fan out across the swamps and pine forests, seeking out and subduing the tribes of savages throughout the peninsula. At the mere sight of his dragon circling twice overhead, the savages willingly submitted, their silent acquiescence speaking volumes. In just 5 days, Rhaegar's dragon traversed the eastern reaches of Crackclaw Point, quickly bringing more than a dozen small tribes under his control and swelling his ranks to tens of thousands. On the edge of a poisonous swamp, Rhaegar reclined in a rudimentary shelter made of animal skins. Sitting amidst the animal skins, Rhaegar inquired, "How many have we assimilated today?" "Prince, we've assimilated over 2,000 in total, with only about 800 of them fit for combat," Skylar, now dressed in linen, reported, presenting the latest tally of recruits. The strategy of the peninsular savages was remarkably simple. Rhaegar was largely inactive, except for the occasional dragon ride to intimidate rebellious tribes, relying mainly on the manpower provided by the Crabclaws. Skylar continued, "You have traversed the eastern peninsula on Dragonback and integrated the wild tribes. However, there are noble castles in the western region, so we've refrained from rushing in. No matter, the nobles of the peninsula are sworn to the Iron Throne," Rhaegar replied, somewhat nonchalantly. The conquest of the peninsula proved to be less exciting than expected, more like a game of make-believe. The ignorant savages fell to their knees at the mere sight of the dragon, sparing Rhaegar any significant effort. At that moment, the tent flaps parted to reveal a tall figure. "Prince, the leader of the White Crow tribe refused to surrender, so I've brought you his head." Trangal, one of the first Crabclaws to swear fealty, knelt before Rhaegar and offered a bloodied head. They met regularly with Rhaegar, and though he refused the title of Dragon Lord, they gladly addressed him as Prince. Frowning in disapproval, Rhaegar commanded, "Dispose of the remains and spare me of such display." Were it not for the shadow creature, he would have gladly distanced himself from these brutal displays. Each of them seemed as dense as a block of stone. How much longer would he have to endure such barbarism. He nodded and left, announcing, "The White Crow tribe has been subjugated, and the Eastern Peninsula is tribe-free. We will rest tonight and move on the western region at dawn." "Agreed, Prince," Trangal affirmed, preparing to take his leave. Skylar interjected with concern. "We're running low on supplies, and with so many mouths to feed, the valley's resources won't last long." "How long can we sustain ourselves?" Rhaegar inquired, straightening his posture. "3 days at the most," Skylar replied, curtly. "Alas, with tens of thousands to feed every day, how did you manage before?" Rhaegar lamented, never having dealt with logistics. "Tormund and I struggled to feed ourselves for half a year under Uncle Falcon's care," Skylar recounted. "Let's hurry to the Western Peninsula and deal with the shadow creature quickly," Rhaegar instructed, with a worried expression. "Was there any sign of the creature?" "No. It looks like he hid, knowing it was being chased," Skylar replied, expressing her frustration. 2 days later, on a desolate mountain pass, a procession of wildlings hurried westward. Above them soared a colossal black dragon, its vast wings casting a shadow over the land below. With the eastern reaches of the peninsula secured, Rhaegar led the wildlings on a great migration. But he exercised prudence, choosing not to take everyone. The elderly, the infirm, children, women, and half of the warriors remained in the east, living off the hunt. The remaining contingent, consisting of over 24 crabclaw leaders and more than 2,300 men, accompanied Rhaegar westward, carrying provisions for 3 days. Though seemingly modest for a force renowned across the continent, their numbers made for a formidable army on this desolate peninsula. Along the way, they encountered several small noble clans, entrenched in the valleys for generations, with noble titles but mired in poverty. As cannibals' wings passed overhead, these lesser nobles emerged from their dwellings and pledged allegiance to the prince. But their loyalty proved weak when Rhaegar demanded supplies for the wildlings. They refused even when he promised double repayment, and only relented when they saw the power of the dragon. "Attack! Kill the dogs of House Brune! Damn you crabs, slaughter them all!" Hovering above, Rhaegar watched a chaotic melee unfold in an open field below. "Cannibal, let's descend and survey the scene," he commanded, tapping the dragon's spine as they descended. Below, a motley group of ironclad soldiers clashed, their clothing lacking proper armor, most wearing rough linen robes. Their weapons, aged and worn, betrayed the appearance of a formal army. Rhaegar watched the skirmish, noting the banners on both sides, marsh marigolds, and a deadwood adorned with skeletons hanging on both sides of the clearing. As the confrontation between the opposing forces increased, the intensity of the battle reached its peak. Knights under their respective banners led the charge, their war cries echoing across the field. Upon seeing the two banners, Rhaegar immediately recognized the insignia of the largest noble families on the peninsula, House Brune of the Dire Den and House Crab of the Whispers. Though often considered half-wild, these two families maintained a semblance of family honor, especially House Crab, which boasted a history of prominent members, including former members of the Kingsguard and the Small Council. Rhaegar couldn't help but wonder about their motives for conflict, given their impoverished state. Why would these families fight? He mused, puzzled by their seemingly incongruous actions. Preferring not to act impulsively, Rhaegar remained atop the dragon, watching the battle unfold. In times of war, animosity knows no bounds and cannot be quelled by mere words. As the melee continued, Rhaegar decided to take the initiative and intervene, attempting to stop the bloodshed and negotiate with the defeated and wounded members of both families. Despite his efforts, the battle raged on, with combatants on both sides fighting desperately, their screams filling the air. After half an hour of relentless fighting, fatigue began to take its toll on the combatants. At that moment, Rhaegar's own forces arrived from the rear, encircling the battlefield at his command. Asserting his authority, Rhaegar sought to direct and organize the chaotic battle, recognizing the opportunity to learn from the experience despite his youth. The battle below came to an end, prompting Rhaegar to intervene. He patted the cannibal's spine gently, signaling him to descend through the clouds. With a roar, Cannibal let out a long whistle as his colossal form emerged from the clouds, casting a shadow over the battlefield like a dark storm descending upon a city. The soldiers caught in the melee were thrown into disarray by the sudden appearance of the dragon, and chaos erupted in their ranks without any command from their leaders. Hovering in the sky, Cannibal unleashed a display of green dragon flames without waiting for orders from either side's commanders. Dragons! There are no dragons on this peninsula. Run! What kind of monster is that? The battlefield was thrown into utter chaos the moment the dragon appeared. Terrified soldiers abandoned their armor and fled, only to be blocked by the wildlings on the outskirts of the battle. Led by the Crabclaws, the wildling army closed in, screaming and provoking. Seizing the opportunity, Rhaegar led Cannibal into the clearing, drawing the attention of both commanders. When they saw the figure atop the dragon, its silver-gold hair catching the light, the hearts of both sides skipped a beat. A dragon with a rider was far more manageable than a wild dragon unleashed upon men without restraint. From the back of his dragon, Rhaegar surveyed the battlefield below and proclaimed in a resounding voice, "I am Rhaegar Targaryen, eldest son of King Viserys I. We're the knights loyal to the Iron Throne." His words reverberated across the field, causing both commanders and their retinues to rush forward and kneel before him, heads bowed, offering their allegiance. "Greetings, my lord. The Brune House and the Crab House send you their most sincere greetings," they chanted in unison. Rhaegar surveyed the commanders and their aides, all clad in iron armor and robes of office, and asked, "The noble families of the peninsula have always maintained their independence. Why did you engage in this private war?" "Prince, it is the Brune who have been oppressing us and invading our lands," the Knight of House Crab replied indignantly. "Nonsense. It is you, the Crabs, who have plundered our merchant ships before, yet you refuse to acknowledge it," the Brune commander shot back, his expression filled with resentment. Frowning at the heated exchange, Rhaegar tried to determine the cause of the conflict. But as soon as he asked the question, the two sides began a heated argument, drawing their swords and advancing on each other. As he watched the scene unfold, Rhaegar could not help but feel a sense of frustration. The rough nature of the half-wild families on the peninsula left no room for diplomacy. They were quick to resort to violence to settle their disputes, with no time for reconciliation. Rhaegar commanded the cannibal to let out a deafening roar, instantly silencing the battlefield. With a stern expression, Rhaegar addressed them with clear dissatisfaction. "Summon your lords and pay homage to the king's eldest son, or bring forth whoever holds authority in their place." "Yes, prince." The two sides dared not delay, their mutual hatred and anger momentarily set aside as they ordered their adjutants to summon their respective lords. Meanwhile, Rhaegar ordered the remaining troops to gather the bodies of the fallen soldiers. He then ordered the wildling army to form a defensive perimeter, consolidate their position, and send scouts to the eastern reaches of the peninsula for any remaining wildling tribes. It was near noon when a few swift horses carrying the lords of the two castles reached the open field of the battlefield, where the lingering scent of blood still hung in the air. Their first sight was the imposing figure of Cannibal, sprawled on the ground like a small mountain. 7 above, a Targaryen prince has graced Cracklaw Point with his presence, exclaimed the head of the Crab family, a tall, elderly man with half-white hair and a stout frame, as he gazed upon the pitch-black dragon. The peninsula was so desolate that encounters with outsiders were rare. For many years, the sight of a member of the royal family commanding a dragon was almost unheard of. Ignoring the advice of his guards, the Lord of Whispers, Sam Crab, quickly dismounted his horse and raced to the dragon. When he saw the drowsy Rhaegar on the dragon's back, his eyes widened in disbelief. To tame such a colossal dragon at such a young age, he marveled. Kneeling on one knee with his sword raised in respect, he called out in a strong voice, "I, Sam Crab, Lord of the Whispers, pay homage to the prince." Rhaegar looked down at the old man and remarked, "Lord Sam, It is not customary to offer one's sword in greeting to a prince. I am aware of that, Sam replied, breathing heavily. But when faced with such noble blood and the sight of such a dragon, I can only humbly offer my allegiance. The Crab House wishes to pledge our allegiance and become your bannermen. My ancestor, Sir Clarence Crab, known as Clarence the Short, was a knight of the King's Guard. And my uncle, Sir Clement Crab, was a knight of the King's Guard during the reign of King Jaehaerys I Targaryen. Rhaegar listened intently as Sam recounted his family's history, weaving a tale that stretched back to the days of House Targaryen. But Rhaegar remained perplexed by the fervor of Sam's loyalty. I'm only a prince, not heir to the Iron Throne. Rhaegar was even more confused. Sam's smile held as he continued. Today, House Crab has long since distanced itself from House Targaryen. Whether you ascend the Iron Throne is of little consequence to us. All we seek is to pledge our allegiance to you, noble prince, and to see the banner of the Marsh Marigold once again embraced by the glory of the crown. Rhaegar hesitated, his mind swirling with conflicting thoughts. While House Crab's allegiance could be of great help, it would also draw unwanted attention. With a furrowed brow, Rhaegar carefully considered his answer. Lord Sam, I appreciate your unwavering loyalty, but as a prince without claim to the Iron Throne, I cannot rightfully accept a lord allegiance. Prince, Sam began, but was cut off by a younger man at his side. Old Sam, the prince does not want your old bones. Do not embarrass him any further, the man interjected. Dressed in black, he was the Lord of Dire Den, and he too knelt before Rhaegar and offered his greetings. Wells Brune pays his respects to the prince and offers his sincerest blessings. Anger flashed across Sam's face, and he turned his head away from Wells with a contemptuous snort. Rise, both of you, Rhaegar commanded, motioning for them to stand. As the appointed leaders gathered, Rhaegar wasted no time with formalities. I have no interest in the squabbles of the nobles of the peninsula. I'm here for only one reason. Have any of you heard of or encountered an unnatural shadow creature? Wells replied bluntly, Not really, Prince. Sam hesitated before speaking. Prince, I have heard rumors of such a creature. Please, tell me more, Rhaegar urged, his curiosity piqued by the unexpected lead. Sam's expression turned serious as he recounted. About half a moon ago, a merchant ship was shipwrecked in a storm in the narrow sea. It washed ashore on one of the beaches of our peninsula. Our soldiers from the Whisper were sent to investigate. When they boarded the ship, they found it deserted, with no cargo or survivors. Disappointed, they began to disembark, only to be ambushed by a creature lurking in the shadows. It killed 3 men before vanishing without a trace. Wells opened his mouth to interrupt. Wrong. That freighter was a ship trading with the Dire Den, shipwrecked on the narrow sea and plundered by you. In your words, it became an empty ship with no money and no people. Enough, Rhaegar interjected sharply, silencing the young lord's attempt to intervene. I didn't ask for your opinion. Be quiet. Stunned by the rebuke, Wells hesitated for a moment before lowering his head in submission, his words stifled. Turning his attention back to Sam, Rhaegar urged him to continue. Sam recounted the incident with the cargo ship and the subsequent conflict between their families, emphasizing the accusations made against them by the Brune house. Rhaegar rubbed his temples, frustrated at the lack of useful information despite his inquiries. He shifted the conversation to the origins of the shadow creature. Where did the cargo ship come from, and what route did it take? He asked, directing his question at Wells. Wells replied in a subdued tone. The freighter departed from Karth, passing through Slave Bay, the Stepstones Islands, and the Free Trade City-States. Occasionally, it would stop at Crab's Bay on its way back, trading goods with Gulltown and the Dire Denver. Karth, Rhaegar mused, remembering the world map he had studied in the Red Keep. Karth lies at the Jade Gates, which connect the Summer Sea to the fabled Jade Sea. The city lies southeast of Laser and the Red Waste, and southwest of the Bone Mountains. Karth's location also makes it the gateway between the lands of Westeros, the Free Cities, and Slaver's Bay, and the more eastern lands of Ass High, the Shadowlands, and E.T. As the pieces of the puzzle fell into place, Rhaegar's suspicions grew. The Shadowlands, shadow creatures. He pondered the connection between Karth and the Shadowlands, his mind racing with possibilities. Sam offered a reminder. Prince, the Shadowlands is a realm shrouded in darkness, filled with sirens and blood witches, a realm of fear and chaos. Perhaps the Shadowlands is too far from Westeros to be detected, he added. Rhaegar paused for a moment, considering Sam's words. Lord Sam, in the western part of the peninsula, a shadow creature terrorizes the wildlings and thrives on taking lives. I've come here on my dragon to destroy it. House Crab stands ready to serve you. Prince, Sam declared solemnly, his commitment unwavering. Rhaegar acknowledged Sam's loyalty with a nod before turning his gaze to Wells. Wells scowled at Sam and the nearby wildlings. Prince, you should not pay attention to old Sam's story. He's just trying to distract you from the fact that the freighter was plundered and to deceive you. So Lord Wells believes the shadow creature I saw is a fabrication? Rhaegar's eyes narrowed slightly. I dare not suggest that, but considering the prince's youth, it might be wise to stay away from savages. They're nothing more than ignorant beasts, Wells replied weakly. Rhaegar's expression hardened. Enough, Lord Wells. The shadow beast is real, and it consumes life to strengthen itself. It's time for the people of the peninsula to put aside their prejudices and unite to defeat it. With all due respect, I have never encountered this supposed shadow creature, and I refuse to work with savages and enemies, Wells countered, his tone defiant. Rhaegar waved his hand dismissively. Then you may leave. When Wells tried to interject, Rhaegar cut him off. Go, Lord Wells. Return to your castle and refrain from provoking conflict until the shadow creature is defeated, he commanded firmly. Seething with rage, Wells glared at Rhaegar before the cannibal's low growl filled the air, signaling his displeasure. As dragon saliva splattered over Wells, the Dire Den commander quickly stepped in and led him away from the scene. With the forces of the Dire Den in retreat, Rhaegar turned his attention back to the task at hand and waited for everyone to leave. Sam glanced up at the sky and extended an invitation to Rhaegar. Prince, would you care to join us at the Whispers? The Crab House would be honored to host you for a sumptuous dinner. Rhaegar raised an eyebrow at the offer. It was a tempting offer, especially considering his recent focus on the shadow creature and the fatigue that accompanied it. If there is any surplus food in the Whispers, I would like to distribute it to the warriors of the free folk. Upon my return to King's Landing, I will see to it that you are repaid twice, Rhaegar added, his tone sincere. Sam hesitated, weighing the request against the resources available. Despite his reservations, the opportunity to forge a bond with the prince was too valuable to pass up. After a moment's consideration, Sam nodded and conceded, certainly. The Whispers will provide food for the savages for 3 days. Any additional assistance will strain our resources, but we will try to accommodate it. With over 2,000 men in his army, Rhaegar knew the burden of his request. Still, he was grateful for Sam's willingness to help. Your generosity is greatly appreciated, my lord, Rhaegar acknowledged, relieved to have solved the immediate food shortage. As they prepared to leave for the Whispers' castle, Rhaegar found his opinion of Sam Crabbe greatly enhanced, appreciating the Lord's willingness to extend hospitality despite the difficulties of it. The next morning, Rhaegar emerged from the embrace of a soft goose-down bed, his brow furrowed with the fragmented memories of dreams he had had the night before. Prince, Lord Sam awaits you in the breakfast room. A maid's voice called from beyond the ornate stone bedroom. I'm aware of that, Rhaegar replied, rising to his feet with a trace of fatigue clinging to him. Throughout the night, his sleep had been interrupted by haunting visions. In one, Rhaenyra's tear-streaked face loomed before him, her grip on his hand tight as she voiced her concerns. In another, his father's normally placid face was distorted with rage as he ordered severe punishments, heads impaled on spikes as reminders of his wrath. Rest assured, I'll be back soon, Rhaegar murmured to himself, determined to finish his mission and return to Dragonstone Island once the threat of the shadow creature had been defeated. Rhaegar pushed open the door to find a young girl in a delicate silk gauze dress waiting for him. Lady Yara, There was no need for you to come to inform me personally, Rhaegar remarked, acknowledging her presence with a nod. Yara offered a small smile. Father assigned me that duty, Prince. It's no trouble at all. You are too kind, Rhaegar replied, returning her smile with one of his own. Indeed, Sam Crabbe knew a thing or two about hospitality. The dinner he had arranged for Rhaegar the night before had been a pleasant experience, with good food and mild company. They descended the stairs together to find Sam already seated at the table in the waiting room. Prince, Sam greeted warmly as Rhaegar approached. Rhaegar returned the greeting and gestured for Sam to sit down, taking his own seat across from him. As they began to partake of the simple but exquisite meal, Rhaegar addressed the subject of the previous evening. Lord Sam, what do you think of my proposal? He asked. Sam paused thoughtfully before answering. The shadow creature poses a grave threat to the peninsula, and the crab house stands ready to fight alongside you. He went on to outline the complicated dynamics of the region. In the eastern part of the peninsula, controlled by the Brune and crab houses, the presence of wildlings is scarce. If we are to confront the shadow creature and rally the scattered wildlings, cooperation between our two families is essential. Rhaegar, well-versed in history and politics, understood the importance of gaining the support of the local nobles. While the encounter with the Brune house had been less than favorable, the prospect of working with the crabs seemed promising. Sam's willingness to offer assistance was evident, and Rhaegar gratefully accepted. Breakfast ended, but Rhaegar remained unsure of how to confront the shadow creature. Sam, however, had a suggestion. The ship where the shadow creature first appeared is still stranded on the beach. I didn't dare approach it before, but now that you're riding a dragon, I can try to investigate it, Sam suggested. After a moment's thought, Rhaegar agreed. Proceed as you think best, Lord Sam. With the plan in motion, 100 fully equipped soldiers were gathered from the Whispers, led by Sam himself. Meanwhile, Rhaegar ascended Cannibal the Dragon to oversee the operation from above. The wildling army remained on standby, stationed in the wilderness for the time being. As they traveled toward the beach, located along the coast, came into view after an hour's journey. Upon reaching the beach, they spotted the stranded junk ship in the distance, the site of the shadow creature's first appearance. Cannibal, land, Rhaegar ordered, motioning for Cannibal to descend onto the beach. The abandoned ship, battered by the elements, lay in disrepair, its hull weathered and its mast partially broken. Sam dispatched 10 soldiers to search the ship, paired off for safety, ready to alert the others at the slightest sign of danger. To their relief, the search revealed no threats. The ship is empty, the soldiers reported upon their return. Rhaegar and Sam exchanged looks of disappointment. Return to the Whispers and see if there are any developments among the wildlings, Rhaegar ordered, causing Cannibal to take flight again. A simple search had proved futile. A more strategic approach would be needed to draw out the shadow creature. At Rhaegar's command, the Cannibal gracefully soared to the Whispers. Moments after landing, Rhaegar noticed a messenger on a white horse engaged in a heated argument with the guards at the walled gate. Confused, Rhaegar approached, his curiosity piqued by the unfolding scene. "Where do you come from as a messenger?" Rhaegar inquired, his brow furrowed in confusion. Seeing Rhaegar's arrival atop the dragon, the messenger quickly disengaged from the guards and addressed him. "Prince, I come from the Dire Denver. Please read this letter." "Dire Den, House Brune," Rhaegar murmured, his expression troubled. "What of Wells?" "I informed him of the temporary truce on the peninsula." "Lord Wells died," the messenger declared, his face heavy with grief as he knelt before Rhaegar. "What?" Rhaegar's voice cracked with disbelief, his mind struggling to comprehend the sudden turn of events. The messenger continued, recounting the grim details. "After bidding you farewell yesterday, Lord Wells returned to the castle and secluded himself. No one dared approach him. When a maid entered his chamber this morning, she found him lifeless in his bed. There were no signs of external injury, but the maester determined that blunt force trauma had penetrated his mouth, nose, and ears, causing fatal brain damage." Rhaegar's mind raced as he processed the information, a shiver running down his spine at the implications. The shadow creature, he murmured, a sense of foreboding settling over him. Previously, the shadow creature had only targeted the savage tribes, but its brazen attack on a noble lord marked a dangerous escalation. Shaking off his unease, Rhaegar decided, from now on, we must all stay close to the cannibal for safety. Determined to address the situation, Rhaegar accepted the messenger's letter and quickly scanned its contents. The letter explained Well's death, had an agreement for a truce with the Whispers, and an invitation to a banquet at the Dire Den signed by Bart Brune, Well's brother. After reading the letter, Rhaegar instructed the messenger, "Wait here for Lord Sam. I will go on ahead." With a heavy heart and a sense of urgency, Rhaegar spurred the cannibal on, heading straight for Dire Den, which lay across from the Whispers. The two castles were built on the south and north shores of the eastern part of Crackclaw Point, separated by a large area of wilderness. Fortunately, the cannibal is very fast. A half hour is enough for a round trip. As the sea breeze whipped around him, Rhaegar's mind raced with the weight of impending danger, spurred on by the threat lurking in the center of Crackclaw Point. Rhaegar and his dragon soon arrived at the Dire Den, a foreboding castle perched on a rugged mountaintop. The cannibal circled the fortress before descending gracefully, its menacing roar echoing through the air as emerald flames erupted from its maw, signaling the arrival of a Targaryen prince. The soldiers stationed on the city walls, stunned by the imposing sight, wavered in their resolve. Looking down at the closed gates of Dire Den Castle, Rhaegar awaited the Lord. As expected, the sturdy wooden doors swung open to reveal a procession of finely dressed men and women emerging from within. In the forefront was a tall, slender youth reminiscent of the late Lord Wells. Close behind were a woman with a prominent red eye and a weathered, armored middle-aged man. As the cannibal landed in the courtyard, the gathering of nobles found themselves face to face with both man and dragon, their astonishment palpable as they gazed upon the figure astride the dragon's back. Recognizing Rhaegar as a representative of House Targaryen, the young man stepped forward and bowed respectfully. "Your Grace, Bard of House Brune, at your service." Rhaegar looked at him with a puzzled expression. "Your brother has died?" "Yes, he was killed in an attack last night," Bart said with a heavy heart before extending an invitation. "Prince, please let us host a welcome feast in your honor. Your brother's departure makes such festivities unnecessary," Rhaegar said with a gentle shake of his head. Bart paused for a moment, unsure what to say. The middle-aged man accompanying him interjected, "Wells was a fool, and his passing doesn't bother us. A Targaryen prince deserves far more than what he did. In that case, maybe we could just take a quick tour of your place," Rhaegar suggested with a faint smile as he dismounted the dragon. With the cannibal stationed outside, Rhaegar remained unfazed by any potential hostility from the assembled group. His status and the fact that he was there with the dragon meant that he was treated with respect, no doubt about it. Once he dismounted from the dragon's back, Rhaegar was led into the castle by his hosts. The atmosphere was noticeably different from what it had been when Wells was there, no trace of his former arrogance. Indeed, fools often met an early end, leaving behind survivors who, while not necessarily wise, had a certain level of prudence. Once they got inside the fortress, Rhaegar acted like a curious kid, asking Bart to show him around. Dire Den Castle looked impressive from the outside, but the inside was pretty simple, just a 3-story building with strong stone walls. After his brief exploration, Rhaegar retired to a waiting room to rest. As he sipped the juice the maid brought him, Rhaegar noticed Bart standing nearby and asked, "Sire, it seems you have something on your mind?" "Yes, Prince." Bart immediately took the lead in the conversation. He dropped to one knee, received a sword from his servant, and presented it with reverence, bowing his head as he spoke. "I've heard that House Crab has pledged allegiance to you. I, Bart Brune, representing House Brune, offer you our allegiance as well and await your response." Rhaegar tasted the grape juice, feigning curiosity as he remarked, "Sire, your brother's death has already made you Lord of Dire Den. To pledge allegiance on behalf of the family required the authority of the Lord, a position Bart had not yet officially assumed. Not yet, but I've sent a raven to King's Landing with a request and expect an answer soon. Bart replied, his forehead beating with cold sweat. Setting down his glass, Rhaegar shook his head gently. I'm afraid, sire, I cannot accept a lord's allegiance without proper authority, nor can you swear it in your brother's stead. Prince, Bart's disappointment was obvious. The older man with him stepped in and scolded, Enough, Bart. The honor of House Brune has already been tarnished by your brother's actions. Bart bowed his head obediently and refrained from speaking further. Rhaegar's attention shifted to the middle-aged man, noting that the emblem on his chest differed from House Brune's. It was a brown bear's claw on a white background, bordered by 2 brown lines. Unable to recall the origin of the crest, Rhaegar inquired, Sire, what house do you represent? Sorrel Brune left Bart alone and said, Sorrel Brune, I'm from the Brune branch of knightly families, and our territory is in Brown Hollow. Rhaegar thought for a moment. I see, the descendants of the Brune brothers, the famous conquerors of Cracklaw Point. After the meeting, Rhaegar leaned back in his seat and asked, Sire, could you tell me what the real reason for your invitation is? He didn't think a simple letter of condolence was the only reason for summoning a prince. He tightened his smile and spoke solemnly. This time, it's Bart who's extending the invitation to you, seeking your help in saving House Brune. Interesting. Rhaegar's interest was piqued. Sorrel continued, Dire Den is plagued by a curse, born of Well's folly and greed. The ship was from Karth, but it had no business with House Brune. It was returning from Bravos when it fell victim to a storm and washed ashore near Dire Den, where it was found and rescued by local fishermen. Wells, as the Lord, questioned the captain and crew when he heard about the valuable cargo on board. Driven by greed, Wells orchestrated a night raid on the ship, resulting in the slaughter of the crew and mercenaries, save for one enigmatic figure, a black-robed man in a red mask. This man identified himself as a Shadowbinder from the Shadowlands. Rhaegar's expression changed, a Shadowbinder, the mysterious figures of folklore. The leader of the raid dismissed it as mere legend and beheaded the Shadowbinder, Sorrel confirmed, his tone serious. Did the Shadowbinder's death end the curse? Rhaegar pressed eagerly, his curiosity burning. Sorrel hesitated before answering. Not quite. After the Shadowbinder died, his headless body turned into a shadowy specter. It lurked in the darkness, following the soldiers back to Dire Den, where it continued its deadly rampage, claiming several lives that night. For a time, the shadow seemed to disappear, leading Wells to believe that the curse had been lifted. But it reappeared and claimed his life. Sorrel's account of the incident lacked any sense of sadness for the fallen lord. Instead, it was filled with a strong sense of hatred. So Wells lied to me. He knew about the shadow monster from the beginning. Rhaegar grimaced. Bart fell to his knees and pleaded. He didn't want to hide it. Intercepting and killing a passing merchant ship is a crime, and he didn't dare. Since he knew it was a crime, he should not have taken the risk, Rhaegar interrupted sharply. Apparently, these 2 brothers were both fools. One was bold enough to face the consequences, while the other was too stubborn to admit when they were wrong. Rhaegar's anger flared. The curse was wrought by the crimes of Dire Den and has stained all of Cracklaw Point. That alone warrants Wells' head a dozen times over. And you should be thinking about how to atone for those sins. Should we report this to the king? A timid woman spoke. Rhaegar's gaze, lacking warmth, shifted to Bart and Sorrel. Bart quickly interjected, She is my brother's wife. Do you propose to report this matter? Rhaegar asked, his tone measured. After days of non-stop travel, Rhaegar was feeling the effects of his journey. But he just couldn't bring himself to ask his father for help. He figured he could handle this on his own now that he'd mastered the cannibal. It was his adventure with the dragon. Of course not, Sorrel, the oldest and most thoughtful of them, answered first. Bart quickly followed up, pointing out that House Brune's honor would remain tarnished until the curse was lifted. Rhaegar shrugged and let out a sigh. All right, you're wearing me out. The Brune house finally revealed its secrets, and the truth came out. You've had dealings with the Shadowbinders in your family. Any thoughts on how to resolve this? Rhaegar studied them closely. Bart swallowed nervously before answering. Not exactly, but the head of the Shadowbinder who was killed is still kept in the castle for safekeeping. The headless body of the Shadowbinder had undergone a strange transformation. Wells realized the significance of the head, so he had his soldiers retrieve it. "Take me to see it," Rhaegar said firmly. "As you wish, Prince," Bart agreed, leading Rhaegar to the attic on the sunlit side of the castle. The attic was pretty desolate and covered in dust, except for a circle of tallow candles casting light on a single object in the center, a pale, white head. "This is our defense against the curse. By illuminating the head with candles, we prevent the curse from taking hold of it," Bart explained. "And the shadow creature tried to take the skull?" Rhaegar asked, his brow furrowed in curiosity as he surveyed the eerie sight. "Not exactly. The creature seems to lack intelligence. We take this measure only as a precaution," Bart explained respectfully. Before Rhaegar could fully absorb the disturbing sight before him, the creaking of stairs echoed from below. Sorrel hurried up to the attic, his expression urgent as he delivered the news. "Prince, there's a large group of wildlings surrounding the castle. They claim allegiance to you." Rhaegar's surprise was obvious. "Yes, I put together a group of free folk, and they pledged their allegiance to me, seeking refuge from the shadow monsters that roam the lands." Grateful for Sorrel's initiative, Rhaegar turned to descend the stairs and instructed, "Keep an eye on the head. It may come in handy." Bart nodded earnestly, "Yes, Prince." With a quick glance at Bart, Sorrel followed Rhaegar down the stairs. As Rhaegar left the castle, he heard the wildlings howling. Roar! Cannibal, sensing his approach, lowered his body and offered his back for Rhaegar to mount. "Head for the walls," Rhaegar said briefly, settling on the cannibal's sturdy spine. To Sorrel's astonishment, the black dragon lurched forward, spreading its massive wings to take flight. Outside the castle walls, a huge crowd of wildlings was waiting. Some looked scared, while others had the scars of recent battles on them. As Cannibal circled overhead, his presence caused the wildlings to scatter and fall to their knees in awe. With a loud thud, Cannibal landed on the ground, his green eyes looking calm and uninterested. Perched on the dragon's back, Rhaegar surveyed the scene below and asked, "What brings you here? Why have you gathered?" Amidst the crowd of wildlings, a towering figure emerged, blood seeping from a gash in his shoulder. "Prince, we were searching for other tribes when we were ambushed by the creature. Many of us were wounded," Trangal explained, his voice strained with pain. Rhaegar's eyes widened in surprise. "How many casualties and how large has the shadow monster grown?" he asked. Trangal grimaced. "Nearly 100 of our warriors and over 300 of the local tribe. The shadow creature covers a large area. If it weren't for the bonfire that inadvertently thwarted its advance, our escape would have been perilous." Rhaegar's concern deepened. "Can we track the shadow creature?" he asked eagerly. "I'm afraid not," Trangal replied with a heavy heart. "The creature is avoiding capture, lurking in the shadows beyond our reach." Rhaegar furrowed his brow as he considered their next move. He realized that their enemy was hard to find. "We need to act fast," he said aloud, thinking through different ways to deal with it. Meanwhile, Sorrel, stationed on the city wall, overheard their conversation and voiced his concern. "Prince, if left unchecked, that cursed creature will continue to threaten the peninsula," he warned. Acknowledging the gravity of the situation, Rhaegar nodded thoughtfully. "Prepare provisions for our guests," he instructed, "and send word to Lord Sam. We will need his counsel to formulate a plan." As he spoke, Rhaegar could feel the weight of his responsibility bearing down on him. Although he was young, he knew that it was important to get advice from someone who knew what they were doing when things were unclear. At noon, Sam Crabbe rushed toward Diredan with a group of soldiers, relieved to see Cannibal's towering silhouette in the distance. Entering the fortress with a sense of urgency, he was greeted by Bart, who had been expecting his arrival. Sam was pretty upset when he heard about Well's death and the prince's unexpected visit. In the waiting room, Sam's meeting with Bart and Sorrel was pretty tense, given that they had a lot of history and a lot of bad blood between them. Upon discovering Well's treachery in killing the Shadowbinder and stealing his farmland, Sam's anger only intensified. Feeling deeply wronged by Well's actions, Sam seethed with resentment and humiliation. Unable to remain a silent observer, Rhaegar intervened. When Bart took control of the Dire Den, he offered a profuse apology on Wells's behalf, along with double compensation for the confiscated farmland and 1,000 gold dragons. Although he was still unhappy, Sam reluctantly accepted House Brune's compensation, mindful of the looming threat of the shadow creature and the prince's authority. After all, Wells is already dead, and it is not a good decision to fight House Brune for no reason. As the meeting got more and more heated, Rhaegar and his advisors gathered around the council table to come up with a plan to deal with the shadow creature. Sorrel's idea was pretty straightforward. We've got about 90% of the wildlings on the peninsula gathered up. We could use some of them as bait in the wilderness. Trangle's response was venomous. Black-hearted bastard, why don't you use your old man as bait? Sorrel's retort was equally aggressive. Foolish savage. Allowing you to enter the castle is already a generous gesture. Don't provoke me into severing your head. Trangle's taunt escalated the tension. Let's see if I can't take your head off first and use it as a wine jug. Rhaegar was getting pretty annoyed, so he bellowed, slammed his fist down on the table, and shot them a stern glare to stop their argument. As the room fell silent, Rhaegar was pretty annoyed at the way his advisors were arguing with each other. What's with all the bickering? He asked, his frustration evident in his tone. The two opponents snorted in disdain, each turning their heads defiantly, unwilling to back down. Sam, who had been watching the exchange from the sidelines, stood up to speak to the prince after the argument had died down. Prince, the curse seems to be magic-related. Perhaps we could use similar magic to fight it. Magic is dangerous. Who among us has the knowledge of such arts? Aside from Dragonfire, I can't think of anything else. Rhaegar asked. With a confident grin, Sam stepped forward. Prince, you must have heard of my ancestor, Clarence Crabb. He was a legendary hero who unified Cracklaw Point and left behind extraordinary stories. For example, do you know the origin of Whisper's Castle, which belongs to the Crab House? Rhaegar's face clouded with confusion. He wasn't well versed in such history. He looked to Bart for more information. Understanding the hint, Bart elaborated. The legend speaks of Clarence's great power and his wife, rumored to be a forest witch. It said that for every person Clarence killed, a severed head was brought home. The forest witch would then kiss these skulls, bringing them back to life, and they became Clarence's silent advisors. Since they didn't have any vocal cords, they could only communicate in whispers, which is why the castle is called that. Rhaegar's eyes sparkled with intrigue as he turned to Sam. Lord Sam, are you familiar with such magical practices? The idea of resurrected heads was indeed rare and intriguing. Sam cleared his throat, his tone subdued. We cannot replicate the feats of our ancestors. We can't. Rhaegar's disappointment was palpable. What was the point of mentioning it if it couldn't be replicated? Sam added, I don't know anything about magic, but the forest witch's notes on it are still in the whispers. Those notes were written in Balerion, a language that's no longer spoken in our family. However, since you're of ancient Valyrian descent, perhaps you could decipher them. Would you be willing to share these priceless magical texts? Rhaegar's youthful demeanor changed to one of seriousness. It's not like there's a shortage of people who know about magic. There are occult studies at the Citadel, but they've never really proven useful. As he explained, Sam got up from his seat and started to move around the room. Kneeling before Rhaegar, he spoke with reverence. Yet I remain hopeful, Prince, that I can assist you in restoring peace to the peninsula and achieving unrivaled greatness. Rhaegar looked at Sam Crabb with a thoughtful expression, as if he was trying to decide what to say. The man's unwavering loyalty was both admirable and a bit of a challenge. But as he kept thinking about it, the forest witch's arcane knowledge started to look pretty appealing. If these notes held the key to defeating the shadow creature, they might also open a path for him to delve into the mysteries of magic. Who wouldn't want to have such mystical powers at their disposal? Taking a deep breath, Rhaegar said, Lord Sam, I think the contents of these notes could be really useful. I'll give your request some thought. Yes, Prince. Sam's astonishment was evident in his eyes as he replied with equal gravity. May the glory of heroes shine upon you. I sense that you will be the new hero of Cracklaw Point. I hope so. Rhaegar's smile was faint as he murmured, Time is of the essence. We must move quickly. First, we must retrieve the Forest Witch's notes. Lord Sam, since our time is short, I will ride Cannibal to the Whisper's castle. Can you tell me to the location of the notes? Without hesitation, Sam replied, They're stored in the basement of the castle. Ask Yara for help. She'll show you where they are. Very well. I will leave immediately. With his mind on defeating the shadow creature, Rhaegar told Trangal to deal with the wildlings outside the city walls. Then, he rode Cannibal towards the Whispers on the southern coast. The Cannibal reached its destination in just 10 minutes, landing gracefully at the castle gates. The guard stepped forward to salute, recognizing the dragon rider. As Sam's children emerged from the castle to greet him, Rhaegar exchanged brief pleasantries before seeking out the young girl, Yara. Though initially confused by his request, Yara, ever the resilient daughter of the Cracklaw Point, wasted no time in leading Rhaegar down to the castle's basement. Descending through 2 levels, one well lit and the other shrouded in darkness, they reached their destination. With the flicker of an oil lamp, Yara illuminated the dim surroundings, revealing an eerie room filled with various objects and boxes. In one corner sat a desk decorated with an array of skulls. This is it, Prince, Yara murmured softly, making her way to the desk and lighting a large candle. Though taken aback by the strange sight, Rhaegar steeled himself and approached the table, noticing a wooden box resting on it. Yara pulled a key from one of the skulls and unlocked the box, revealing a thin, yellowed book inside. With great care, she handed it to Rhaegar and cradled it in his hand. As Rhaegar accepted the book, he felt the smooth texture of parchment beneath his fingertips and realized it was no ordinary paper. Let's step outside, Prince, Yara suggested, noting his discomfort in the dimly lit cellar. Agreed. Let's go outside, Rhaegar replied. As they walked, Rhaegar studied the Forest Witch's notes, his brow furrowing with each line he deciphered. The writing was indeed Balerion, but it was a far cry from the traditional High Balerion of the Targaryen family. It was a mixture of various dialects, interspersed with both common and obscure scripts, creating a tangled web of words. Fortunately, Rhaegar's knowledge of Balerion allowed him to make sense of the jumbled text, though it would have been dizzying for anyone else trying to read it. Nature magic, flower of life, dead man's murmur. By the time he came out of the cellar, Rhaegar had read the whole book, which was only a few pages long. The book was pretty slim, with just 3 spells and some basic info on nature magic. Of the 3 spells, Rhaegar could only fully understand one, the Forest Witch's Dead Man's Murmur, a spell that can resurrect severed heads. The other 2 spells were harder to get. One spell involved animal shape-shifting, which required an innate ability that most humans don't have. The third spell focused on connecting with the essence of nature, which meant having a deep understanding of the natural world. Mastering these spells would require not only a deep understanding, but also an innate talent for natural magic, which is a challenge even for someone like Rhaegar. Luckily, Dead Man's Murmur is pretty straightforward. It doesn't require any special talent, just certain materials, Rhaegar said thoughtfully. The magic was based on a unique substance, the Flower of Life. The Flower of Life has a powerful vitality that preserves the head from decay, allowing the spell to awaken the memories of the deceased. But there was one key difference. Memory wasn't the same as consciousness. The skull was able to speak, but it didn't have any real intelligence. It was just a puppet, a hollow echo of the life it once held. This realization left Rhaegar with a sour taste in his mouth. He recoiled from the idea of manipulating corpses for personal gain, finding it morally repugnant. What a despicable form of magic, Rhaegar muttered, his brow furrowed in disgust. This wasn't the kind of magic he was looking for. He was drawn to the awe-inspiring magic flames or great swords the magic of heroes and warriors. No wonder the Citadel shuns such practices. They only breed corruption. He mused, his disappointment evident as he handed the book back to Yara. Did you not like the contents? Yara inquired, her tone soft. Valuable knowledge, perhaps, but not the kind I seek, Rhaegar replied with a shake of his head. Still, he formulated a plan. The Shadowbinder's head stayed put in the dire den. If he could revive it, there might be a chance to gain insight into how to fight the shadow creature. Turning to Yara, Rhaegar asked, Do you know anything about the Flower of Life? He had memorized the incantation for Dead Man's Murmur, but the spell required a crucial component, the Flower of Life. Yara's expression turned curious as she gestured to the family banner that adorned the wall of the waiting room. Prince, our emblem, the marsh marigold, is also known as the Flower of Life. Rhaegar glanced back, taking in the intricately wrought golden flower, a stark contrast to its origins in the murky swamp. I had assumed it was just a common marsh orchid, Rhaegar admitted in surprise. Yara explained with a smile. While marsh marigolds may resemble orchids, they have a distinct coloration and thrive in different environments. The marsh marigold, said to be hardy and teeming with vitality, is hailed as the Flower of Life. Undeterred, Rhaegar pressed on. Where might one find it? Yara shook her head. Marsh marigolds are extremely rare, thought to have disappeared over a century ago, probably driven to extinction. Rhaegar said, If I go on an expedition on the dragon's back through the swamps of the peninsula, is there any chance of finding one? Yara gave a realistic assessment. Given that half of the peninsula is covered by swamps and barely inhabited, the chances of finding a Flower of Life in the middle of the swamps are pretty slim. That's fine, Rhaegar replied confidently, sounding sure of himself and his abilities. As long as it's still out there, there's a chance. Then he turned to a more pressing matter. Regarding the notes, please keep it safe, the forest which was clearly good at natural magic. With a farewell to Yara, Rhaegar mounted the dragon and left the Whispers. According to legend, the last sighting of a marsh marigold in the heart of the swamp, nestled in the center of Cracklaw Point, the largest swamp on the peninsula. The swamp was shrouded in a perpetual miasma and plagued year-round by poisonous insects, so it had remained untouched by human presence for many years. Despite the swamp's reputation, Rhaegar was determined to use his dragon to find the marsh marigold. As they neared the edge of the swamp, Rhaegar looked to the sky. The sun was still high. There was still time to find the flower and return to Dire Den before nightfall. Roar! Hovering over the marsh, its vast expanse stretching endlessly below the edge of the sky, the cannibal let out a low growl, expressing its reluctance to move forward. Rhaegar tenderly stroked the dragon's scales and wondered aloud, What is it, cannibal? The dragon shook its head and flapped its wings, signaling its discomfort. Do you think there might be something dangerous lurking in the swamp? Rhaegar ventured a guess. Roar! The cannibal's tail lifted and tapped Rhaegar lightly on the shoulder. Am I in danger here? Rhaegar's voice trailed off as he was frozen by the dragon's warning. In response, the dragon flew over the swamp and directed a stream of dragon fire at a patch of mud. Boom! The explosion erupted in mid-air, dragon fire igniting gases and sending up a noxious blast that churned the muck below. Rhaegar watched the show with a frown. Is that miasma? He remembered the maester's lectures on the subject. The swamp air is pretty toxic, full of noxious gases, ready to burn if exposed to fire. The dragon's flame had accidentally set off the dangerous miasma. Are you worried that I might breathe in the poisonous fumes? Rhaegar thought for a moment, then placed a reassuring hand on the dragon's spine. The cannibal, who was more clever than he let on, knew what he was doing, his green eyes saying it all. Have you crossed this swamp before? Rhaegar asked, trying to figure out what the dragon was up to. I'm looking for a particular hardy flower. Do you know where it is? Rhaegar showed him the crab house crest, adorned with the distinctive marsh marigold. The cannibal paused for a moment, then took the emblem in its mouth and spread its wings to lead Rhaegar on a new path, moving quickly and purposefully. In a matter of moments, Rhaegar and the cannibal came to another corner of the swamp. This area was a mix of marsh and pine forest, with the marshes encroaching on the forest and creating a pretty unpleasant landscape. Here, the miasma was much weaker than in the heart of the swamp, which gave them a bit of a break from the noxious fumes. Cannibal glanced back at Rhaegar and let out a low growl, as if to convey a message. Rhaegar understood the dragon's silent warning and reached for a handkerchief from his bracelet, moisten it with water, and cover his mouth and nose. The dragon snorted in apparent discontent and motioned for Rhaegar to dismount. However, he seemed to be completely unaware of the gesture. Cannibal lowered himself, prompting Rhaegar to reluctantly comply. The dragon moved over the swamp, its huge body brushing against the occasional pine trees, snapping them like twigs as it moved. Its head swiveled back and forth, scanning the landscape as if searching for something. Rhaegar guessed that Cannibal must have encountered marsh marigolds before, probably during its time away from Cracklaw Point, when it had been nursing its wounds. During that time, Rhaegar didn't know where the dragon was, but it seemed like Cannibal had looked for the flower of life before. As the dragon kept looking, not bothered by the bad smell, Rhaegar stayed on its back, resting a bit as it went up into the air. He was waiting for Cannibal to find the marsh marigold. With his mature instincts and keen senses, Cannibal would surely find the marsh marigold. But in the silent gloom of the swamp, Rhaegar couldn't shake the uneasy feeling that he was being watched. "Cannibal, I have a bad feeling about this. Stay alert," he ordered, his senses heightened since the ambush at Dragonstone. Every rustle of leaves and sway of grass caught his attention. The cannibal roared in response, acknowledging the warning, and its wings shifted subtly to reflect its heightened vigilance. As they flew on, a sudden movement caught Rhaegar's eye. Without hesitation, he commanded, "Dracarys." At the same time, the cannibal unleashed a stream of flame that engulfed the shadow tentacle that lunged at them like a snake. With a sizzling sound, the tentacle disintegrated into viscous droplets upon contact with the dragon fire, falling harmlessly to the ground. Rhaegar quickly identified the source and turned the cannibal's fire on a decrepit pine tree, reducing it to charred remains in moments. But the elusive shadow tentacles remained hidden, vanishing without a trace. As Rhaegar and the cannibal considered their next move, shadow tentacles suddenly appeared from all directions, encircling them like a tightening noose. Cannibal reacted quickly by flapping his powerful wings and soaring upward, avoiding the attack. From above, jets of green dragon fire cascaded down, engulfing the shadows below, reducing them to ashes in an instant. Surveying the aftermath with a grave expression, Rhaegar remained vigilant, expecting more attacks from the shadow creatures. But to his surprise, none came. With a firm nod, Rhaegar refocused on their main goal. "Cannibal, let's move on. Let's focus on finding the marsh marigold first." Cannibal agreed and turned in a new direction, acknowledging the lack of immediate danger. There were lots of swamps in Cracklaw Point, and each one could hide treasures beyond belief. As the sun set, casting a warm glow over the landscape, Cannibal led Rhaegar through several small swamps until they reached one near a rushing stream. A macabre scene unfolded before them. A carpet of white bones covered the swamp, the remains of wild beasts drawn to the water's edge by the poisonous miasma. With a loud thud, Cannibal landed in the middle of the eerie scene, his huge weight crushing a few pine trees under his huge talons. Amid the devastation, Rhaegar caught sight of Smoothing, a marsh marigold blooming on a patch of green stone. "Cannibal, you've outdone yourself," Rhaegar murmured, awed by his dragon's keen senses. Cannibal shot a disdainful look at him, as if to say, "That's easy, ignorant boy." Ignoring this, Rhaegar descended from Cannibal's back and traversed the gnarled roots and sinking pine trunks to reach the precious flower. Navigating over the sunken pine logs and through the muddy terrain, Rhaegar approached the patch of green stone where the marsh marigold thrived. With gentle hands, he cradled the flower's rhizome, rare specimen detected, containing traces of magical essence. Initiating analysis. The system's prompt echoed in Rhaegar's mind. letting him know that it had successfully detected the flower's unique properties. With bated breath, Rhaegar studied the flower, his excitement palpable. Who knew such a humble place held an opportunity for exploration? He quickly accessed his system interface and examined the newfound discovery. The initial exploration progress is low, so it seems the quality of the marsh marigold flower isn't bad, Rhaegar mused, assessing the situation. With his experience in exploration, he eagerly reached out to pluck the flower, anticipating its potential. But before his fingers could grasp it, a sinister shadow tentacle lunged out of the darkness, catching him off guard. In the blink of an eye, Cannibal's tail intercepted the attack, severing the tentacle in one swift motion. Reacting quickly, Rhaegar grabbed the marsh marigold and retreated hastily. Once again, the shadow tentacles closed in on them, prompting Cannibal to unleash a torrent of dragon fire in defense. But in the midst of the chaos, a new threat emerged. A headless figure emerged from the shadows, wielding a steel spike and pierced Cannibal's tail with alarming precision. The dragon's blood sizzled as it struck the searing metal, filling the air with a pungent scent. The headless figure stuffed the steel spike stained with dragon's blood into its stomach and turned around without moving. As Rhaegar locked eyes with the enigmatic figure, a shiver ran down his spine, sensing an unnerving connection between them. Splatter. In the next moment, Cannibal recoiled in pain from the blow to his tail and quickly swatted the headless figure away with a flick of his tail. As the shadow silhouette dispersed, the tentacles lurking in the darkness vanished one by one, along with the steel spike hidden in the headless apparition's stomach. Rhaegar quickened his pace toward Cannibal, clambering onto the dragon's back with urgency, the marsh marigold clutched tightly in his pocket. "Let's go, Cannibal," he urged, a feeling of unease gnawing at him. The encounter with the headless figure had left him unsettled, defying the typical behavior of the shadow creature. They were usually mindless creatures, driven by instinct alone. But this one felt different, almost human. Rhaegar's mind raced as he considered the implications, his unease growing with each passing moment. Sensing his rider's apprehension, Cannibal wasted no time, flapping its powerful wings to rise into the sky, putting distance between them and the disturbing sight below. As they ascended, Rhaegar's thoughts raced, pondering the possibility that the shadow monster had evolved, gained intelligence beyond its primal instincts. Late at night, Rhaegar guided Cannibal in a slow hover over Dire Den, taking his time before descending. "This exploration is complete. Please retrieve the lost treasure." He heard the familiar beep of the system. Rhaegar eagerly checked the survey report. "Flower of Life. Progress of exploration, 100%. It's finally done, just in time." Rhaegar sighed with relief, quietly celebrating the completion of his exploration. Instead of heading straight back to Dire Den Castle after leaving the swamp forest, he took a detour to the Whispers. There, he briefed Yara on the situation, advising her to increase patrols and fortify defenses against possible attacks by shadow creatures. At the same time, he mobilized a portion of the wildling army station nearby and instructed them to assemble at Dire Den. After a day of activity, they finally returned to Dire Den. "Now let's see what treasures the marsh marigold has yielded," Rhaegar said, cupping the golden flower in his arms as he activated the exploration reward. A shimmering purple light emerged from the exploration and settled on Cannibal's back in the form of a small, coconut-sized mass. "Purple. It's supposed to be epic level, right?" Rhaegar wondered aloud, his excitement palpable as he reached out to touch the glowing light. When he made contact, a cascade of bright purple sparks erupted, accompanied by the familiar beep of the system. "Relics successfully detected." Detection successful, determined to be an epic relic, carnivorous flower. "Great, it's really an epic level reward. Second only to legendary," Rhaegar exclaimed, a broad grin spreading across his face at the prospect of their newfound discovery. Immediately after, Rhaegar examined the text clues on the quest interface. "Rooted in death, but blossoming with the light of life." Scowling, Rhaegar pondered the cryptic message. Carnivorous flower, death and life. He examined the delicate follower in his hand, sensing that its activation must involve some interplay of life and death. After much deliberation, Rhaegar gave the order to land. Cannibal gracefully folded its wings and settled outside the city walls. The wildling army gathered, kneeling in reverence as Rhaegar approached. "Do you have any freshly hunted animals?" "Bodies will do," Rhaegar inquired. "Yes, Prince," a newly inducted member of the Crabclaw tribe replied eagerly, scurrying off to retrieve a stag carcass. Dismounting from a dragon's back, Rhaegar placed the carnivorous flower on the carcass. A faint glow emanated from the flower. In an instant, the stag's body disintegrated into a pile of dry bones, a spectacle that sent shivers down the spines of onlookers. Even Rhaegar himself was taken aback. He had not anticipated the flower's insatiable appetite. It seemed to demand more victims, its glow lingering as if demanding more. Quickly, Rhaegar ordered more animal carcasses to be brought forth, each meeting the same fate as the last. Fortunately, after several sacrifices, the flower seemed satiated. Its glow faded, accompanied by the familiar beep of the system. "Congratulations, carnivorous flower has been activated. You have received Life Essence. Grade, Epic Purple. Effects, Majestic Vitality, stimulates latent talents. Evaluation, cannot be consumed by non-magical creatures." The flower's stamen withered, releasing a single drop of golden dew that landed in Rhaegar's palm. Examining the quest interface, Rhaegar's eyes widened in astonishment. Increasing vitality and talent. One extraordinary ability. Reading the special notation in the evaluation column, Rhaegar shook the dewdrop and couldn't help but marvel. Even as a human with the Dragonlord's bloodline, he had no innate magical abilities. He was not a magical creature and could not benefit from the effects of a dewdrop. He glanced back at Cannibal, who returned his gaze with great interest. The dragon's green eyes seemed to appraise the dewdrop in Rhaegar's hand. Stepping forward, Rhaegar raised his palm and smiled. "Here, Cannibal, this is your well-deserved reward." Cannibal had played a crucial role in finding the marsh marigold, so the dewdrop belonged to him. Cannibal stared at the dewdrop intently, then lowered himself and let out a low roar, bringing his dragon's snout closer to the ground. "Catch!" Rhaegar chuckled and tossed the dewdrop into Cannibal's mouth. In an instant, the tiny dewdrop dissolved in Cannibal's abyssal mouth, swallowed along with his saliva. "Swallow." Cannibal swallowed obediently and lifted his head, shaking it slightly. Rhaegar watched Cannibal, looking for any changes. "Roar." Apparently tired of Rhaegar's scrutiny, Cannibal flicked his tail and rolled it up, placing him on his spine. Then, without further ado, it soared over the outer walls of the castle. "Well, it looks like the dewdrop hasn't taken effect yet," Rhaegar muttered, gripping the dragon's scales tightly and feeling a tinge of disappointment. The cannibal settled outside the castle walls, his eyes closed in rest. Rhaegar was welcomed through the gates of Dire Den Castle, a marsh marigold tucked safely in his pocket. Despite the late hour, the castle's inhabitants showed no signs of sleep. Fear of the attempted assassination of their lord kept them alert and on edge. Entering the waiting room, Rhaegar found Sam, Sorrel, and Bart waiting anxiously. Sam was the first to speak, his voice tinged with relief and concern. "By the seven hells, you've returned safely at last. We feared the worst when you didn't arrive in time." Rhaegar gently declined Sam's greeting and began to explain. "There was an incident on the journey, but it did not impede our progress." Sam's eyes darted between Rhaegar and the marsh marigold, his curiosity evident. "What happened? And why do you have our family crestflower with you?" With nothing to hide, Rhaegar recounted his experiences, from deciphering the forest witch's notes to finding the marsh marigold. As they listened, the faces of those gathered grew increasingly tense. It was amazing how much could change in just 10 hours of separation. Sorrel focused intently on the marsh marigold. "Prince, magic has been absent for so long. Are you sure the spells the forest which left behind still work?" Rhaegar replied unperturbed. "There is only one way to find out. We must try." The steps of the dead man's murmur are not overly complex. It's a matter of having the right ingredients and perhaps a touch of talent. If I fail, perhaps one of you can try. He climbed the stairs to the attic, his anticipation palpable. The key to activating spells lies in the mind. I may not have high hopes for success with the dead man's murmur spell, but we won't know until we try. You speak wisely, Prince, Sorrel acknowledged, exchanging a glance with Bart before following Rhaegar to the attic. Sam trailed behind, his gaze fixed on the marsh marigolds with unbridled curiosity. In the cellar, the Shadowbringer's head remained in the center of a circle of candles. Rhaegar stepped carefully over the candles and placed the marsh marigold atop the skull. He instructed his servant to fetch some dove's blood and follow the procedure outlined in the Forest Witch's notebook to paint the skull. Then he took out a piece of paper with the translated spell. Though he despised it, he recited it anyway, driven by the hope of vanquishing the shadow monsters. Atala, Gugino. His recitation was strange, but his demeanor remained calm, as if he was reading from an ordinary book. The skull before him, however, showed no reaction. It didn't work? Rhaegar frowned, glancing back at Sam and the others before attempting the spell again. This time, as he recited it, Rhaegar's eyes narrowed slightly, his focus unwavering as he recited the spell with reverence. Buzz! The marsh marigold began to flicker with a shimmering light, coinciding with the cessation of Rhaegar's voice. Suddenly, an intense heat surged through his limbs and his body temperature soared. His pale skin flushed red, wisps of white smoke curling from his body as if he were emerging from a steaming basket. Phew! A flash of fire engulfed Rhaegar's hands, reducing the paper to ash in an instant, the remains drifting to the ground. His eyes widened in shock, and he stepped back as if recoiling from the sudden heat coursing through his body. "Is my blood boiling?" he muttered, the realization dawning on him as he felt the intense heat coursing through his limbs. Sam's voice broke through his confusion, tentative yet filled with wisdom. "Prince, I once heard my grandmother say that magic is a manifestation of choice. With dragon blood coursing through your veins, it's only natural that you would reject the necromantic magic that seeks to raise the dead." Rhaegar looked at him skeptically. "Do you know the laws of magic?" "No," Sam admitted, shaking his head. "I have never been exposed to magic, only the legends of the witches of the forest, passed down through generations." "Would you like to try, Lord Sam?" Rhaegar challenged, stepping out of the circle of candles. Magic was a fragmented puzzle lost to time, and his expectation of failure left him unfazed. But Sam's answer hinted at something more. Sam hesitated before answering, his expression a mixture of eagerness and uncertainty. "Old Sam, if you're willing, try. You carry the blood of the forest witch within you. Perhaps it will respond to your touch." Sorrel interjected, his tone cool and commanding. Sam reluctantly agreed, his eagerness barely concealed beneath his facade. "Fine, I'll try it." Observing his demeanor, Rhaegar couldn't help but see through Sam's true intentions. Nevertheless, he gave him a new translation of the spell and urged him to memorize it. As a nobleman from Cracklaw Point, Sam's reading skills were lacking, so he needed Rhaegar's help to learn the short incantation. The trial began. Sam stepped into the circle of candles, holding the skull and marsh marigold in one hand and the translation in the other. With cracked lips, he began to recite the incantation. "Adala Gugino." His voice, thick and trembling with excitement, filled the attic, but when the incantation ended, there was no response. Disappointment clouded Sam's expression as he stood frozen, the weight of failure evident in his posture. He rested his head on the floor and sighed heavily. "Prince, it seems I have failed as well." Rhaegar offered words of comfort, acknowledging the dormancy of magic over the years. "It's all right, Sam. It's only natural for ordinary people to struggle with magic." Turning to Sorrel with a wry smile, he continued, "We need to explore other avenues." Sorrel nodded in agreement, his expression grim. Just then, a chilling voice pierced the air, sending shivers down their spines. The Shadowbinder's head stirred, its pale skin glowing with an eerie reddish hue. His closed eyes fluttered open, revealing a glazed, disturbing gaze as he muttered incomprehensibly. At the same time, the marsh marigold wilted, its vibrant petals fading until only the rhizome remained, attached to the skull, sustaining its life. Sam, pale with fear, stumbled backward, nearly losing his balance. Bart, visibly shaken, trembled in silence. "Lord Sam, you did it!" Rhaegar exclaimed, taking a cautious step back to stand behind Sorrel. He had had enough of these bizarre events and wanted no part of whatever the talking head had in store. Enough was enough. Sam stared at the living skull, disbelief etched into every line of his face. He slapped himself twice, as if seeking confirmation of the truth, before turning tentatively to Rhaegar. "Prince, is it possible that it was I who brought this skull back to life?" Even as he asked the question, Sam found it hard to believe that such a miraculous feat could be accomplished with just a few words of magic. Rhaegar, avoiding Sam's gaze, offered a speculative answer. "Who knows? Perhaps you have a latent talent for magic." Then he gave instructions. "The Shadowbinder's head retains memories of his past life. Let's ask how to resolve this situation with the shadow creature." Nodding shakily, Sam stepped to the edge of the candle circle, his voice trembling as he addressed the skull. "Tell us of your origins and why your remains have become a curse upon us." The skull rattled its mouth, its eyes fixed on the small group as if delving into forgotten memories. After a long silence, it uttered a faint, barely audible murmur. The ebb and flow of magical tides, depleted yet potent. Impatient for answers, Sam continued his questioning, urging the skull to provide clarity on the curse's invocation and its resolution. "I'm a servant of the Lord of Light," the skull began, his voice weak. "A priest charged with predicting the fluctuations of magical energies. I sent my most elite shadows to observe the changing world." Increasingly frustrated by the cryptic answers, Sam interrupted tersely. "Get to the point. What's the solution to the curse?" As Sam kicked the skull in frustration, a shiver ran down the spines of Rhaegar and the others. The skull's unsettling words, combined with Sam's actions, created an atmosphere of eerie dread that chilled them to the bone. The individuals who devised such dark magic, including the Forest Witch, are truly despicable, Bart remarked, his voice trembling with anxiety. However, his words went unnoticed amidst the unfolding events. Meanwhile, the Shadowbinder head continued his chilling whispers, recounting the grim details of the curse's origins. "The curse is etched into the flesh of the Shadow's kin," he intoned, his voice filled with foreboding. "Upon their death, their souls are consigned to the embrace of the cold god, the arbiter of mortal sins. He is the harbinger of death, stalking the living with relentless hunger, feasting on their shadows. His wrath can only be quenched by finding the token of the Lord of Light and returning it to his fallen servant." The revelation seemed to light up Sam's face with anticipation as he eagerly inquired about the token needed to appease the curse's wrath. "The token? My mask. Where is my mask?" The Shadowbinder's head suddenly erupted, his demeanor changing erratically as he fixated on the subject of the mask. Understanding dawned on Rhaegar as he turned to address the group. The Shadowbinder usually hides his identity behind a painted wooden mask, rarely revealing their true face. "Sorrel, do you know where the mask might be?" he asked. Sorrel nodded affirmatively. The Shadowbinder's mask is usually kept in the personal quarters of the former lord. It was considered a prized possession. Bart, eager to contribute, raised his hand. "My brother kept the mask in his private chamber. It was removed when the soldiers took his head as proof of their victory. He tucked it away in a secret compartment for safekeeping. He always had a penchant for collecting trophies," Sorrel remarked with a hint of disdain, urging Bart to retrieve the mask immediately. Bart wasted no time in leaving the attic, seemingly relieved to escape the unsettling atmosphere. Meanwhile, Rhaegar's gaze fell on Sam, who hovered around the Shadowbinder's head with a mixture of fascination and apprehension. He persistently sought answers on how to defeat the shadow creature, while the skull's ramblings became increasingly erratic, alternating between mentions of the light of light and something about magical tides. Enough, at least I've gathered some clues, Rhaegar sighed, realizing the futility of further inquiry. But Sam seemed oblivious, his gaze fixed on the spinning skull, his fervor growing with each passing moment. Something is wrong, Ser Sorrel. Rhaegar's tone betrayed concern as he called to the knight for help. Responding quickly, Sorrel charged into the circle of candles, stopping the head's erratic movements with a powerful stomp before delivering a resounding blow to Sam's face, rendering him unconscious. As Sam lay sprawled on the ground, Sorrel quickly tied the head securely with a belt and fastened a dagger beside it. With the task complete, Sorrel hoisted the unconscious Sam onto his shoulders and glanced back at Rhaegar. Their shared look conveyed a sense of deep resignation. Concerned for Sam's well-being, Rhaegar asked anxiously, "Will Lord Sam be all right?" "Fear not, Prince. A mere magical trance. Another blow will awaken him," Sorrel reassured, preparing to leave. Realizing the potential embarrassment of leaving Sorrel to handle the situation alone, Rhaegar stepped in and suggested, "Let Sam rest undisturbed. We'll leave him in the care of his guards." With a nod of agreement, Sorrel complied, and they quickly left the attic, leaving Sam and the subdued head of the Shadowbinder behind. Rhaegar could not shake the chill he felt at the sight of the head, and hastened his departure. The next day, a throng of people gathered outside the walls of Dire Den, forming a formidable assembly. Among them were 200 soldiers from the House of Brune, 300 from the House of Crab, and over 2,000 free folk from the Wildling army, each faction occupying its designated area. Dominating the sky, a black dragon spread its wings, casting an ominous shadow over half of the castle and serving as a stark reminder of the looming threat. Beneath the cannibal's towering form stood Rhaegar, clad in gloves and clutching a red-painted mask. The mask, with its simple yet sinister design, held a great importance. Turning his gaze to Bart, who waited with his head bowed, Rhaegar gave a decisive command. "Let us go." Bart hesitated, voicing his concern. "Prince, are we really abandoning the defenses of the castle to face the shadow in the field? Did the castle protect your brother from the shadow creature's wrath?" Rhaegar's answer hung heavy in the air, causing Bart to fall silent. After a night of deliberation, Rhaegar had decided to take proactive measures. With each kill, the shadow creature grew stronger, leaving no room for delay. Armed with the Shadowbinder's head and the red mask token, coupled with Cannibal's formidable dragon flame, they had the means to confront it head-on. Sorrel agreed with Rhaegar's strategy. To him, the dragon embodied invincibility, capable of incinerating all manner of evil. Sam, now fully conscious, also regained his composure. He found himself astride a horse, the Shadowbinder's head in his hand, his gaze averting from the macabre head. Rhaegar's plan was to use the Shadowbinder's head as bait, a risky gambit, but one that might yield results. "Let's move." Rhaegar's command echoed as he mounted the cannibal and hovered above the Wildling army. His orders spurred the crab claws into action, their ranks cheering as they brandished an array of weapons. For them, to fight alongside a dragon was an unparalleled honor. With Sorrel and Sam leading the way, the procession moved forward, their destination neither near nor far. Their path led to the clearing where the two houses had clashed before, a vast expanse that provided ample room for the cannibal's fiery breath to wreak havoc. When they arrived at the clearing, the remnants of the recent battle were still there, evident in the bloodstains and the lingering scent of death. Sam's gaze swept the area, his eyes flashing with anger at Sorrel's contingent. These bloodstains represented the lives of House Crab soldiers sacrificed in the conflict. Sorrel, however, remained indifferent. What did the dispute between the Brune and the Crabs have to do with his branch, House Brune of Brownhollow? Were it not for the deaths within his fiefdom and the pleas of a distant relative, Bart, he would not have intervened at all. As the cannibal descended upon the clearing, Rhaegar gave orders. "Surround the clearing with oil." "Understood, Prince," came a reply as House Brune soldiers set to work unloading barrels of oil from wagons. Shadow creatures feared fire, so Sorrel suggested surrounding the area with flames. Soldiers stood by, armed with flaming arrows to aid the effort. Meanwhile, Sam sprang into action. He led several hooded prisoners forward, thrusting the skull into the arms of one and saying, "Survive, and your sins will be forgiven." "Mask, my mask!" The skull's incessant muttering sent shivers down the spines of the prisoners, one of whom collapsed in terror, soiling himself. The head rolled to the ground, still muttering incoherently. Sam's expression wavered between horror and dismay as he watched. Rhaegar turned away from the scene, his thoughts on the skull's warning. The shadow creature would prey on the living. With nearly 3,000 people present, the risk of attack was high. Essentially, all present were bait, but the prisoners were in greater danger. Accepting the grim reality, offering the prisoners a chance at redemption through survival was a more humane alternative to execution. With everything in place, Rhaegar gave Cannibal a reassuring pat and gave the order, "Take flight." Given the shadow creature's recent abnormal behavior, it was clear that something had disrupted its usual fear of the dragon's flame. Still, if Rhaegar and Cannibal left the clearing, it would be easier to draw the shadow out. Instead of venturing far, they positioned themselves on a nearby mountain, ready to move in at the first sign of trouble below. As night fell, the plan slowly unfolded. The soldiers and horses of the three factions in the open field went about their routines, building campfires and settling in as if preparing for a peaceful night. But beneath this facade of tranquility, tension simmered. As darkness enveloped the landscape, a multitude of campfires lit up, casting flickering shadows that danced across the ground. In the midst of this orchestrated chaos, the savage army began to stir, their primal chants rising into the night. It was all part of the ruse, a performance designed to draw out their prey. But amidst the frenzied dance of flames and shadows, a subtle dissonance emerged. The rhythm of the shadows diverged from the pulsing beat of the dance, a subtle shift not lost on the wildlings' keen eyes. A ripple of unease spread through the ranks as they sensed the impending danger. In a swift and coordinated move, the wildlings stopped their celebration, their expressions now etched with a mixture of fear and anticipation. "Sound the alarm." Skylar's voice broke the tense silence as she quickly ignited an arrow and shot it into the night sky. Her actions spurred the others into action. With a chorus of shouts and the hiss of arrows cutting through the air, the savages prepared for battle, their weapons gleaming in the firelight. Meanwhile, the shadows, enraged by the disturbance, twisted and writhed with malevolent intent. Amidst the chaos, a serpentine tendril of shadow lashed out, its razor-sharp tip piercing the throats of unsuspecting victims, snuffing out their lives in an instant. "Scatter! The shadow is here." The warning rang out, but for some was too late. As the wildlings fell, panic swept through the remaining ranks, sending them scrambling for safety. But the shadow creature showed no mercy, its amorphous form coalescing into a grotesque creature with writhing tentacles, ready to strike at any moment. "Light the fire. Let's burn this fiend." Skylar's voice cut through the clamor, her swift action inspiring courage in the face of danger. A brave soul, indeed, though her leadership lacked conviction. But it was Trangal, the burly warrior of the Claw tribe, who emerged as the true hero, wielding a sturdy wooden club as he rallied the terrified wildlings. "Stand your ground. If any of you run, I'll see to it that your heads are cut off." His thunderous roar silenced the chaos, creating a semblance of order amid the turmoil as the wildlings steeled themselves for the battle ahead. On the other side of the battlefield, Rhaegar sat astride Cannibal's back, patiently awaiting the signal and munching on sour wild fruit to replenish his strength. Suddenly, a faint flicker of fire streaked across the night sky, instantly drawing Rhaegar's attention. He lifted his eyes, wondering if his senses had deceived him. Moments later, a cluster of flames burst into view, confirming his suspicion. "It's time. Cannibal, let's go." Rhaegar's voice crackled with determination as he urged his dragon into action. The impatient cannibal roared in agreement, wings beating furiously as they descended from the mountain, hurtling toward the source of the fire. With only a few miles separating them, they quickly closed the gap, Cannibal's powerful wings propelling them forward at incredible speed. As they approached the clearing, chaotic shouts and the growing flames greeted them from below. Rhaegar surveyed the scene, noting the shadow creature's ominous growth. "Cannibal, ignite the surrounding oil," he ordered calmly, sticking to their carefully planned strategy. Positioning himself at the edge of the clearing, Cannibal unleashed a torrent of dragon flame, engulfing the surrounding area in a fiery inferno. The moment the emerald dragon flame touched the ground, it ignited the pre-poured oil in a spectacular display. In an instant, the flames erupted from a single point and spread rapidly in all directions, enveloping the entire clearing in a blaze that illuminated the night sky. Amidst the flames, the soldiers of all three factions stood in awe and disbelief, their apprehension replaced by a newfound sense of security as they gazed upon the majestic sight of the black dragon hovering above them. With the formidable creature at their side, their confidence soared, knowing that they had a powerful ally in this battle. Roar! Sensing the attention being directed his way, Cannibal's emerald eyes gleamed with pride as he raised his head and let out a thunderous roar that echoed through the air. "Cannibal Dracarys!" Rhaegar's voice echoed with excitement as he gave the command. Boom! The emerald dragon flame leapt forth, slicing through the darkened earth and colliding head-on with the writhing shadow creature. In an instant, the beast was sliced in half by the ferocious blast of dragon breath. The crowd roared with excitement as they hailed the dragon's might, their cheers echoing across the battlefield. Thousands of soldiers, stationed separately under the banners of House Brune and House Crab, rushed forward in response, motivated by the dragon's charge. Led by a vanguard of torch-wielding cavalrymen, they charged toward the shattered remnants of the shadow creature, intent on delivering the final blow. But just as victory seemed within reach, the situation took a sudden turn. The severed halves of the shadow creature began to twist and contort, each fragment giving rise to smaller shadows. A billowing cloud of inky blackness erupted from the twisted mass, enveloping the charging cavalry in its suffocating embrace. Screams pierced the air as the riders, consumed by the shadowy haze, met a swift end. Roar! The dragon's roar echoed through the chaos, its emerald flames lashing out once more to sever another part of the shadow creature. But Rhaegar sensed something strange. The creature had deliberately disemboweled itself, sacrificing part of its body to escape the dragon's flames. What a cunning creature, Cannibal, strengthened the dragon flame. With a primal growl, the cannibal unleashed a torrent of searing green flames, engulfing the shadow creature in fire. Amidst the billowing black smoke, the shadow creature continued to twist and turn, bursting into fleeting flames before it could touch the ground. With nowhere to hide from the fire, the creature's form quickly shrank under the onslaught, teetering on the brink of destruction. Roar! Suddenly, a sinister rumble pierced the air, accompanied by a gust of wind that swept through the open space. Rhaegar's eyes snapped to the source, his expression taut with unease. To his horror, the shattered pieces of the shadow creature had reassembled into a grotesque, bipedal, two-winged creature, a shadow WRM. Its wings, shrouded in an eerie black mist, bore the semblance of terrified faces, while its head, instead of that of a dragon, bore the grotesque visage of a one-eyed goat. In an instant, the shadow WRM lashed out at the nearby humans, its head and tail sweeping them aside as it lunged at the cannibal with a menacing hiss. The cannibal, sensing the imitation, bristled with rage as he fixed his gaze on the approaching abomination. In a twisted mockery of its counterpart, the shadow WRM scampered to its deformed feet, its wings flapping furiously as it struggled to reach the sky. Cannibal abandoned his dying prey and unleashed a torrent of dragon flame upon the imposter before him. Boom! The fiery blast struck its target with deadly precision, shattering the shadow WRM's skull and sending its gooey form reeling in a chaotic frenzy that nearly toppled it to the ground. But the shadow WYRM proved resilient, gradually regaining its footing amid the chaos. Its writhing tentacles coalesced and morphed into a new one-eyed goat's head on its neck. Roar! The sight further fueled Cannibal's fury, causing him to rise higher into the sky, his wings beating with increased intensity as he unleashed torrents of dragon flame. With each blow, its form was shattered and rebuilt, yet it seemed to grow more agile, quickly adapting to Cannibal's attacks. Recognizing the pattern, Rhaegar urged Cannibal to stay alert, realizing that the creature was mimicking the dragon's movements. "Cannibal, stay alert. It's mirroring your every move," Rhaegar warned, his voice echoing over the tumultuous battle. Cannibal continued his assault, unleashing dragon flames from every angle. Meanwhile, the situation on the ground was rapidly deteriorating. The monstrous remnants of a shadow creature, still lurking amidst the chaos, continued to attack any living creature within range with their shadowy appendages. The night air was thick with the dissolved goo of the shadow WYRM, only to rise from the ground and attack again. In the face of overwhelming odds, the morale of the human forces plummeted. The once unified wildling army was now scattered, crumbling under the shadow's relentless onslaught. Driven by fear, many sought refuge beyond the outer ring of fire, their panicked flight adding to the chaos unfolding in the open space. In the heart of the clearing, prisoners lay sprawled on the ground, their ears filled with the shouts and screams of battle. Meanwhile, the Shadowbinder's head continued to mutter, "The shadow is coming to slay all the living, to gather more shadows." A lone figure on horseback approached, reining in his mount with a decisive halt. Quickly dismounting, the figure grabbed the head and silenced it with a prepared rag. Silence! It was Sam, his guards scattered in the confusion, leaving him no choice but to retrieve the head himself. As he straightened, a sudden gust of wind alerted him to danger from behind. With a quick dodge, he deftly intercepted the attacker and severed the head with a swift stroke of his sword. The figure collapsed into a pool of viscous goo, writhing on the ground in agony. Sam quickly remounted and spurred his horse away from the battle. Elsewhere, the Brune soldiers, all under Sorrel's command, clashed fiercely with the shadows. Nearby, Bart crouched by a flickering campfire, protected only by two guards. A shadowy figure emerged from the ground, overpowering the guards and pinning Bart to the ground. Terrified, Bart flailed wildly and caught sight of the figure's blurred visage. In the distorted features, he saw a grotesque resemblance to his late brother, Wells. Bart's fear overwhelmed him, and he involuntarily lost control of his bladder. With a desperate plea, he cried out, his eyes squeezed shut in terror, "Brother, I had nothing to do with your death. I swear. Please spare me. I have never betrayed you or our family." High above, the cannibal, following Rhaegar's orders, engaged the shadow WYRN in a fierce battle. But his cries seemed futile against the relentless onslaught. Boom! Once again, the emerald dragon flame obliterated the shadow WRM's brain, but this time it reacted differently. Without waiting for its brain to reform, it lunged forward, wings beating furiously as it charged the cannibal. From the goo dripping from its neck, a swirling black mist coalesced into a familiar figure, the headless shadow that had attacked Rhaegar and the cannibal earlier. Rhaegar's blood ran cold at the sight, his heart pounding with adrenaline. Dracarys, with a steely resolve fueled by a surge of emotion, Rhaegar's icy facade cracked, and he gave the order to attack. In that moment, he understood the source of Cannibal's rage. The crude imitation stirred something primal in him, driving him to destroy the twisted mockery before him. Meanwhile, the Shadow WRM's head reappeared, setting the stage for a showdown between the two dragons. Cannibal's flames collided with his opponent's shadows as they clashed in the sky for the first time. Boom! The emerald flames tore through the shadow mist and collided with the shadow WYRM with unyielding force. In an instant, the shadow WRM's brain and neck were incinerated into nothing. The headless shadow perched on its neck vanished into thin air. "Continue the attack, Dracarys." Rhaegar's command echoed across the battlefield as he urged Cannibal on. The dragon responded with a rumbling growl, circling and unleashing flames. To Rhaegar's astonishment, the headless shadow reappeared on the back of the shadow WYRM. As they made contact, shadowy tentacles sprouted from the shadow WRM's body and plunged into the headless figure. The shadow WYRM was restored to its former glory. At the same time, half of the shadows on the ground vanished, easing the chaos below. "Damn it, it's consuming the other shadows," Rhaegar cursed. He warned the cannibal to increase the intensity of his dragon flame to prevent the production of the slimy substance. Roar! With renewed strength, the shadow WYRM let out a terrifying roar and charged at the cannibal, attempting to engage the dragon in close combat. The cannibal roared defiantly, unleashing dragon fire at its foe. In an instant, the shadow WYRM sliced through the dragon fire, leaving behind only one wing and half of its tail as it wrapped itself around the cannibal from below. Its body, adorned with shadow tentacles, slashed at the cannibal's scales. The black dragon's armor-like scales proved impenetrable, however, and it easily parried the attack. Seizing the opportunity, the cannibal sank his razor-sharp fangs into the shadow WRM's neck, leaving a gaping wound. Despite the thrashing and twisting, the cannibal maintained its grip. Unbeknownst to Rhaegar, the true threat lurked unseen. The headless shadow, wielding a steel spike stained with dragon blood, stealthily made its way to the dragon's back. A surge of adrenaline coursed through Rhaegar as he sensed the impending danger, his body temperature rising and his skin flushing. A quick glance over his shoulder revealed the headless shadow, sending a shiver down his spine. Stifling his rising panic, he steeled himself for the confrontation, his face flushed and a glint of determination in his eyes. "I refuse to be defeated without a fight," he said, quickly pulling a bottle of oil from his storage bracelet. With practiced precision, Rhaegar ignited the cloth at the bottle's mouth and hurled it at the cannibal's pitch-black scales. Immediately, a fierce blaze erupted, engulfing the dragon and him in flames. Armed with the formidable enchantments of blood and fire and true dragon's blood, Rhaegar remained impervious to the scorching heat unleashed by the kerosene inferno. Despite this, the flames served to draw the encroaching shadows nearer, compelling them to converge. Yet, shadows were ephemeral entities, destined to distort and dissipate upon encountering the searing embrace of flames, rendering them harmless to Rhaegar. Amidst the crackling inferno, the cannibal sensed a shift in its master's emotions, prompting it to whirl around in alarm. With a thunderous roar, it confronted the advancing headless shadow crawling up its body. Discarding the remnants of the smoldering shadow WYRM, the cannibal unleashed a torrent of dragon flame, forming a barrier of searing emerald fire before it. With a powerful beat of its wings, it propelled itself forward, passing through the roaring conflagration unscathed. Reacting swiftly, Rhaegar hastily stowed away the red mask, shielding his face with one hand as he crouched. As the flames licked at his clothing, searing his skin with their heat, Rhaegar braced himself. Within the green flames, all shadows seemed to be obliterated. Unscathed, Rhaegar rose to his feet, scanning the surroundings with heightened vigilance. Yet, the headless shadow had vanished without a trace again, leaving him to lament its escape. With a resigned sigh, he retrieved a set of loose garments from his bracelet and swiftly changed into them. Roar! The timely roar from Cannibal jolted Rhaegar back to focus, prompting him to steady himself as the dragon descended, casting a shadow over the remnants of Shadow WYRM. Even as the monstrous entities continued their relentless assault on the living, the battle raged on, far from its conclusion. Rhaegar retrieved the red-painted mask once more, contemplating its significance. The mask is a token, but how can I return it? He mused aloud, pondering Headless Shadow. Unlike other shadow creatures, this one possessed a distinct purpose, almost as if imbued with intelligence. Recalling its previous attacks, including the attempt on his life and the cannibal's tail, Rhaegar couldn't shake that the Headless Shadow was the Shadowbinder's original creation. A shadow without a head and a mask. His thoughts raced, and suddenly, a realization dawned upon him. "Cannibal, lead me to those prisoners," he commanded abruptly, envisioning a plan to break the curse. Having teared the shadow WYRM apart, Cannibal responded dutifully, soaring through the air while spewing dragon flames to vanquish the figures below, drawing closer to the prisoners at the heart of the clearing. Meanwhile, on the opposite side of the clearing, the Headless Shadow reappeared, perched atop the monstrous creature, orchestrating another rampage to claim more lives and replenish the shadows lost in battle. Whoosh! A flaming arrow streaked through the air, piercing the chest of the Headless Shadow. Clutching the wound, the headless figure stopped, fixing its gaze on the source of the arrow, a girl with brown, curly hair who was reloading her bow for another shot. Twisting and contorting, the headless figure dissolved into a shadow, merging seamlessly and closing in on the girl. "Run! The dragon is coming!" Skylar shouted urgently, her voice drowned out by the chaos as a burly wildling shoved her aside, forcing her into the throng. With a roar, green dragon flames descended, engulfing the creatures. As the last remnants of the shadow were consumed by the dragon's flame, the battle drew to its end. The combined forces of the wildling army, the soldiers of House Brune and House Crab, stood united against the waves of shadows, wielding oil-coated weapons, drastically reducing casualties. Rhaegar and Cannibal landed on the ground, searching for the heads of the Shadowbinders among the slain prisoners, but it was nowhere to be found. Determined to find it, he called out to Skylar, "Have you seen the head of the Shadowbringer?" Before she could respond, another voice chimed in. "I have it. The skull is here." Bart, disheveled and panicked, ran towards Rhaegar, clutching the head with a distressed expression, his guards nowhere in sight. Meanwhile, Sam, tall and stout, fended off the approaching figures with his long sword, steadily making his way towards the dragon. Spotting Bart with the skull, Rhaegar's eyes sparkled as he urgently commanded, "Destroy it. Smash the head." "Yes, Prince." Bart, momentarily bewildered, swiftly complied, tossing the skull into a nearby bonfire without hesitation. As the skull made contact with the flames, black smoke billowed forth, but any attempt to howl was stifled as it was quickly reduced to charred remains, crumbling to bone under the trampling feet of the crowd. Buzz! A profound silence fell over the scene. The shadows seemed frozen, allowing the living to cut them down, each one reverting to nothing as they fell. Amidst the scattered bone fragments, a headless figure emerged. He watched as the empty neck writhed, gradually giving rise to a new head, a face identical to that of the slain Shadowbinder. Yet, devoid of emotion, the face remained quiet, though its mouth opened as if to speak. How could a mere shadow speak? In a swift transition, the headless figure adjusted to its new appearance, and the shadows on the ground began to stir once more. Skylar shot it. Rhaegar's command. Whoosh! An arrow flew, its tip piercing a red mask, aimed directly at the shadow of the Shadowbinder. Splat! The arrow struck true, embedding itself in the Shadowbinder's forehead, the red mask enveloping its face. In an instant, the red mask unleashed an infinite suction force, swallowing the shadow within. With the disappearance of the Shadowbinder's shadow, all the shadows in the clearing dissipating into wisps of black smoke that dispersed on the wind. Even the monstrous creatures and remnants of the shadow WYRM could not withstand the wind, shriveling and crumbling into dust. In the blink of an eye, the enemy vanished, leaving the stunned onlookers in disbelief. They still lingered in a state of uncertainty, their eyes scanning the clearing for any sign of the battle's resolution. Did it work? Rhaegar's voice carried a note of skepticism as he watched the shadow creatures vanish into thin air. Cannibals growled, lazily shifting its weight and stretching its wings, assurance that the danger had passed. The wildling army and soldiers, their muscles still tense from combat, turned their attention to the young prince and the dragon. Uncertain if the curse had truly been lifted, their resolve remained steadfast as long as the dragon and its rider stood beside them. Interpreting Cannibal's demeanor, Rhaegar couldn't help but feel a surge of admiration. Who would have thought defeating the shadow creature could be so straightforward? He mused, aware of the expectant gazes fixed upon him. After a brief moment of contemplation, he straightened his posture upon the dragon's back, raising his arm high to address the assembled crowd. Among them were wildling savages, armored soldiers, and nobles like Sam and Bart. After a brief moment of contemplation, he straightened his posture upon the dragon's back, raising his arm high to address the assembled crowd. Among them were wildling savages, armored soldiers, and nobles like Sam and Babette. As Cannibal shifted beneath him, lifting him higher, Rhaegar took a deep breath of the moonlit air, his voice resonating with authority. "Gentlemen, after all your efforts, I am pleased to announce, the curse is over." The declaration reverberated across the desolate battlefield, the hoarse yet powerful voice like music to their ears. "We've won. Curse be damned, we've triumphed. Long live the dragon. Long live the prince." Their joyous cries filled the air, weapons raised in celebration of their hard-won victory. Surveying the jubilant throng, Rhaegar felt an inexplicable surge of excitement, a smile spreading across his face. He hadn't relied on his family. It was him and Cannibal against the dreaded curse. This was their adventure, their first triumph together. "My friend, we did it!" Rhaegar exclaimed, his praise directed at the towering figure of Cannibal. Meanwhile, on Dragonstone Island, beneath the night sky, a figure stealthily slipped out of the castle, navigating the shadows with practiced ease. With caution in every step, it made its way to the shoreline. Compared to a few days ago, the scenery changed. Several inverted spears stuck on the shallow beach where the tide was rising, forming an atmosphere. Through the dim moonlight, it was possible to vaguely make out several heads stuck on spears. Heads of dragon keepers, servants, and guards. The figure moved swiftly, making a beeline for a secluded cove where a small boat awaited. As Rhaenyra approached, Robert emerged from the shadows, his concern evident. "Princess, the sea vessel is prepared, but are you sure about this?" "I know what I must do, Lord Robert," Rhaenyra replied, her weariness evident beneath the moon's gentle glow. Stepping onto the boat, her resolve unwavering, she spoke with determination. "Rhaegar has been missing for too long, and my father has yet to uncover any leads. I must return to King's Landing to search for my dragon." "Princess, Prince Rhaegar has his dragon by his side. Perhaps the situation isn't as dire as it seems," Robert attempted to reason. But Rhaenyra shook her head, a heavy sigh escaping her lips. "I have waited long enough." With that, she gestured to the sailors to set the small boat adrift, guiding it towards the awaiting vessel anchored in the vast expanse of the sea. Meanwhile, within the castle's confines, Viserys lay upon his bed, his slumber disrupted by a restless stirring. A flicker of emotion crossed his serene features, his brow knitting with unease. In his dreams, he had many visions. A fire erupted from the heart of King's Landing, spreading it across the expanse of the Seven Kingdoms. Amidst the fire, a figure emerged, a young man astride a black dragon, his hair shimmering like molten silver. Brandishing a sword and spear with effortless grace, he cut through hordes of enemies. None could stand against him, succumbing either to dragon fire or his weapon. Amidst the chaos, a crown of darkness adorned his brow, a symbol of sovereignty forged in blood and flame. Viserys recognized that it was the crown Aegon the Conqueror had worn at his coronation. As the flames danced higher, the features of the youth became clearer, drawing Viserys' gaze with an insatiable curiosity. With bated breath, he strained to discern the face that emerged from the conflagration. And then, in a moment of revelation, recognition dawned upon him. Rhaegar. The name escaped his lips in a startled murmur, a testament to the profound impact of the vision that had seized his slumbering mind. Plop! Startled awake by the echoes of his cries, Viserys bolted upright in bed, his heart racing by his dream. Gasping for air, beads of cold sweat dotted his brow. Rhaegar. It must be Rhaegar, he muttered breathlessly. For a fleeting moment, he hesitated, grappling with the surreal remnants of his dream before the truth solidified in his consciousness. The visage of a young man, atop the back of a black dragon, was unmistakable, his firstborn, Rhaegar Targaryen. In that instant of clarity, Viserys remembered. The last remaining black dragon in all the lands, Cannibal, is under his son's command. As his thoughts swirled, Viserys reached for the glass and bottle by his bedside, seeking solace in the familiar embrace of wine. A soft knock interrupted. It was Harold's voice, tinged with concern. "Your Majesty, are you awake?" Brushing the remnants of sweat from his brow, Viserys replied wearily, "Yes, just a dream." With a creak, the door yielded to Harold's gentle push, allowing the captain of the King's Guard to enter. "Your Majesty, your sleep has been very bad lately," Harold said, his brow furrowing with worry. Viserys offered a weary smile, his voice tinged with a newfound sense of purpose. "It's of no consequence. These dreams, they're different." Savoring a sip of wine, a spark ignited within Viserys' tired eyes, his weariness momentarily eclipsed by excitement. "This dream, it's the one I've long sought, and now it's finally found me." Harold's brow furrowed in confusion as he listened to Viserys' words. "Prepare a grand feast. I have a feeling my son is returning," Viserys declared, his voice tinged with an unwavering conviction. "Your Grace, Prince Rhaegar's whereabouts are still unknown. It may not be prudent to celebrate prematurely," Harold interjected, his tone laced with bitter persuasion. Viserys' expression shifted dramatically, his features taking on a solemn gravity. "No, my son has returned. He is the Prince of Prophecy, born amidst blood and fire." "Your Grace." Harold faltered, at a loss for words. To him, it seemed as though the king's longing had clouded his judgment, leaving him somewhat bewildered. Viserys chose not to dwell on Harold's skepticism, instead shifting his focus to more pressing matters. "How did the investigation fare? The dragon guards and dragon keepers on the island have been questioned, and several hidden passageways within the castle have been discovered. There are signs of recent activity within," Harold reported, his expression hesitant. "One of these passages leads to the Queen's chambers," he added, his voice tinged with uncertainty. "Allison." Viserys' features registered a mixture of shock and contemplation. "You suspect the Queen's involvement in Rhaegar's disappearance? This possibility cannot be discounted, Your Majesty. However, concrete evidence is needed before any conclusions can be drawn," Harold analyzed objectively. Viserys closed his eyes briefly, his countenance betraying no discernible emotion as he contemplated the gravity of the situation. After a moment of silence, he reopened his eyes, resolve etched into his features. "Initiate covert surveillance on Alicent's activities. Report any findings to me immediately." "Yes, Your Grace," Harold affirmed, nodding in acknowledgement of the king's orders. Just as Viserys was preparing to depart, a sharp knock echoed from the door, and Robert's voice pierced through the silence. "Your Majesty, the princess has clandestinely departed the castle and returned to King's Landing by boat," Robert informed, his tone tinged with urgency. "Seven hells! Who dares to defy my orders?" Viserys erupted in fury, his voice reverberating through the room as he vented his frustration. "Summon the maesters at once. Order them to dispatch a message to have Rhaenyra, placed under house arrest the moment she sets foot in King's Landing." "As you command, Your Grace," Robert responded promptly, his demeanor reflecting a mixture of apprehension and deference. With a sense of dismay lingering in the air, Robert hurriedly made his exit, feeling torn between his duties to the king and his loyalty to the princess. In the end, he found himself caught in the crossfire. As the first light of dawn filtered through the window, Rhaegar stirred in his bed, roused by the familiar beep of his system. Exploration complete. Retrieve the lost treasures. The notification flashed across his screen. Blinking away the remnants of sleep, Rhaegar's gaze fell upon the red-painted mask nestled beside him. The exploration complete. He murmured, his mind slowly clearing as he reached for the mask. Cursed Mask of the Shadow. Exploration progress, 100%. As he absorbed the information displayed before him, Rhaegar felt a surge of satisfaction. Last night's battle replayed in his mind, and he broke the curse. Beside the red mask lay a faint purple glow, catching Rhaegar's attention. With a smile, he extended his hand, poking at the halo. Relic retrieval successful. Initiating detection. The system announced. Detection complete. Epic relic identified. Blessing of the Lord of Light. With a metallic clink, a black iron token adorned with a crimson heart fell into Rhaegar's palm. Studying the token, intently pondering. A blessing? Like the White Hart's blessing? He mused, reading the system text about the token. The power of the gods lies dormant within. Do not underestimate it, for it shall unveil miracles in your time of need, he read aloud. Rhaegar carefully stowed away the token, recognizing that its potential. Perhaps, in the future, an opportunity would arise to unlock its hidden powers. Let's get up. Rhaegar's voice echoed through his chambers as he roused himself from slumber and donned his attire. The shadow was killed and his adventure in the peninsula had ended. Now it's time to go back to Dragonstone Island and join his family again. Dire Den Castle. Within its walls, the formidable figure of Cannibal rested, his massive form sprawled on the ground, his breath sending waves of heat. Approaching the dragon, Rhaegar's gaze met its closed pupils, and he reached out to stroke the creature's muzzle. Doubtfully, he addressed the dragon, his words fraught with uncertainty. "Cannibal, are you feeling depressed today?" In response, a low roar escaped the dragon's throat, its massive frame shifting slightly as it conveyed its feelings. "It feels its own strength," Rhaegar interpreted, a wry smile gracing his lips. "It's disappointed it didn't get a chance to fully unleash it last night." Chuckling softly, Rhaegar reassured the dragon. "Fear not, my friend. When we return to Dragonstone Island, we can find those two dragons and take our frustration out on them." Their bond strengthened with each passing day, and Rhaegar had no doubt that with Cannibal at his side, they would emerge victorious against Vermithor and the wounded Silverwing. As their conversation continued, a group of figures approached, their presence drawing Rhaegar's attention. Turning to face them, he recognized Sam, Bart, and Skylar, their expressions a mixture of caution and reverence for the black dragon beside him. As they approached, they knelt before him. Rhaegar was taken aback by their display. "What are you doing?" he asked, his voice tinged with surprise. Sam spoke first, his words filled with loyalty. "Prince, you led us to defeat the curse. We hope you will continue to lead us in the future." Bart echoed his sentiments, his tone repentant. "My brother has made serious mistakes. While I dare not hope for the king's forgiveness, I ask only that you accept the loyal service of House Baroon and allow us to atone for our sins by your side." As Rhaegar's gaze settled on Skylar, he couldn't help but admire her bravery in the battle the night before. After a moment of reflection, Rhaegar replied softly, "I promised Falcon that I would take care of his tribe. I will bring what remains of the Falcon tribe with me. But what do you want?" Skylar raised her head, determination in her eyes as she spoke boldly. "Prince, you have worked tirelessly for the peninsula. You should not abandon the fruits of your labor and leave." "The fruits of my labor?" Rhaegar asked, confused by her words. Skylar calmly explained. "You broke the curse and saved the people of the peninsula. You were to gather them all and accept their allegiance. And then..." Rhaegar inquired further. "You can unite the nobles and wildlings of the peninsula and become the first hero to unite the region in nearly 100 years. You will return to your family with honor," Skylar continued. Rhaegar hesitated, considering her words carefully. Before he could answer, Sam offered his advice. Prince, the people of the peninsula are eagerly awaiting your presence. You should meet with them. With a slight frown, Rhaegar nodded in agreement and let them lead him to the city walls. Outside the wall, a diverse gathering had gathered. House Brune, House Crab, the Wildling army, and numerous small noble families they had encountered before. As Rhaegar stepped onto the city wall, the entire assembly fell to their knees, heads bowed in reverence. Despite the silence, the intensity of their gazes was deafening. Watching this display, Rhaegar was taken aback. He turned to Sam and the others. "Do they swear allegiance to me?" he asked. "Yes, hero of the peninsula, Prince of Targaryen," Sam and the others replied in unison, affirming their loyalty with bowed heads and kneeling forms. Rhaegar sighed softly, a sense of resignation coloring his words. "Let them rise. I am about to leave. Prince, I implore you to accept the loyalty of the nobles," one of them urged. "Prince, the crab claws you appointed to fight for you are still following your orders," another added. The air was thick with anticipation as Rhaegar pondered their pleas. After a long silence, he relented. "All right, raise your heads. I accept your allegiance." Reflecting on the previous night's victory, Rhaegar couldn't help but feel a sense of fulfillment. The admiration and respect in the eyes of these people was unfamiliar, yet gratifying. Surveying the scene before him, Rhaegar realized that this hospitality was hard to resist. Upon hearing the prince's acceptance, the gathering erupted in joyous celebration. Under Bart's coordination, the nobles of the peninsula gathered in the waiting room of Dire Den, where they knelt before Rhaegar and pledged their allegiance. They won the wager. Skylar, accompanied by Trangle, the representative of the Crab Claws, sought an audience with Rhaegar. Trangle, tall and bear-like, spoke in a mumbled tone. "Prince, some of the free folk wish to return to the wilderness, while 1,000 wish to go with you." Rhaegar nodded in acknowledgement and issued a command. "Calculate the total number of free men, including the remnants of the Hawk tribe and their families." Despite his reservations about their naivety, he acknowledged their loyalty and sacrifice. "About 2,000, mostly women and children," Skylar reported. Rhaegar then considered the logistics of accommodating such a group. "Transporting 2,000 will require a large ship." Skylar interjected confidently. "The nobles of the peninsula may lack large ships, but I know where we can find one." "Tell me more," Rhaegar demanded. Skylar hesitated for a moment before speaking, her voice muffled. "The Celtigar House of Claw Isle. They've been loyal to the Targaryen dynasty for generations and have a formidable fleet." "Are you related to the Celtigars?" Rhaegar inquired, intrigued by her reluctance. Skylar bowed her head even lower, her teeth clenched in frustration. "Yes, Bartimos Celtigar. He's my father, but I'm just a bastard born to a fisherman's daughter." "Then why did you end up here at Cracklaw Point?" Rhaegar inquired quietly. There was resentment in Skylar's answer. "Bartimos despises bastards, regardless of our circumstances. I was born to a different woman than Tormund, and fate led us to work together on a ship. After a shipwreck, Tormund and I were washed ashore at Cracklaw Point, where we were taken in by Uncle Falcon." Skylar's hands clenched, her voice filled with resentment at their circumstances. "It's unfair." Rhaegar sighed, understanding her plight. "I'll go to Claw Isle and borrow a boat. Meanwhile, you organize the free folk to leave with us." Despite the lingering prejudice they faced, Rhaegar chose not to dwell on their past. He had no desire to reopen old wounds or add to their pain. Rhaegar led Cannibal to Claw Isle, which lay east of Cracklaw Point and near the Whispers. With Cannibal's impressive speed, they crossed the mid-sea in a matter of minutes and quickly reached the island. Claw Isle, under the leadership of House Celtigar, is a large island in the sea. Much like House Balerion, House Celtigar traces its lineage back to the days of Old Valyria and accompanied the Targaryens on their journey to Westeros. Members of House Celtigar boast Valyrian ancestry and are characterized by their distinctive silver hair and piercing purple eyes. Known for their unwavering loyalty, the Celtigars have served the Targaryens faithfully for generations to the present day. As they approached Claw Isle, Rhaegar surveyed the sprawling city below Cannibal Mountain. A towering castle graced the rolling hills. "It's here," Rhaegar murmured, giving Cannibal a reassuring pat before signaling him to land outside the castle walls. Roar! Cannibal circled the castle, releasing a burst of dragon flame as if to announce the arrival of the strongest wild dragon. Cannibal landed, creating a gust of wind. The dragon's imposing figure loomed over the castle walls, dwarfing the soldiers and horses inside. The sudden appearance of the dragon sent shockwaves through Claw Isle. Though the guards on the city walls trembled with fear, they held their ground and refused to flee. Mounted on Cannibal, Rhaegar stood almost eye to eye with the guards. In a calm tone he addressed them. "Go and summon your lord. Tell him the Targaryen prince has arrived." "Yes, just a moment." The captain of the guards, armored, cast fearful glances at the imposing Cannibal before hastening down the wall. The dragon's arrival had undoubtedly drawn attention, evident from the open gates of the castle. A procession emerged, arranged in 2 rows, with attendants bowing their heads in deference to the dragon's presence. Among them walked several nobles, adorned in fine attire, led by an elderly man with a dignified countenance. His silver hair, a hallmark of Balerion descent, thinned at the crown, while his keen blue eyes betrayed a shrewdness. The group moved with purpose, yet maintained their composure until they reached the gate, pausing to regard the prince astride the dragon's back. "Cannibal, lower me," Rhaegar requested softly. "Roar!" The dragon emitted a low growl, lowering its body to allow its rider to dismount. Maintaining a distance of 100 meters, both parties observed each other. The assembled group dared not approach the dragon, instead standing before the city gate to pay their respects. Rhaegar approached slowly, his gaze scanning the line of individuals until it settled on a familiar face. "The 7 gods have blessed me, allowing me to meet the prince here." "How wonderful!" exclaimed a rounded figure, quickly advancing from across the room with an agitated expression. Before Rhaegar could utter a word, a smile spread across his face as he greeted. "Lord Lionel, why are you here?" The figure revealed itself to be none other than Lionel Strong, the former hand of the king. Despite his quick steps, Lionel's stomach jiggled slightly, unable to contain his joy. "Prince, your well-being brings me great relief. I've been scouring the narrow sea in search of your whereabouts." Ever since Rhaegar's dragon vanished, Lionel had been dispatched to search tirelessly. Recently, he had visited Driftmark, home to the Balerion family, before unexpectedly encountering Rhaegar during a visit to the Celtigar family on Claw Isle. Upon their meeting, Lionel bent down laboriously, his hands inspecting Rhaegar as if checking for injuries. With a soft laugh, Rhaegar reassured him, "I'm fine. My dragon landed in Cracklaw Point to recover from its injuries, and I've only just returned a few days ago." His words were not deceitful. Cannibal had indeed suffered severe injuries and had returned recently. However, the journey had been fraught with twists and turns, though he had been away from Dragonstone Island for less than 10 days in total. Relieved to find the prince unharmed, Lionel expressed, "Prince, your absence without any news had the king and the princess greatly concerned for your safety. I apologize for causing them worry. I encountered a few obstacles, but I resolved them as quickly as I could," Rhaegar replied, moved by his father and sister's concerns. "It's a relief that you're safe," Lionel remarked, straightening up. He then led Rhaegar towards the city gates, introducing him to Lord Bartimos Celtigar, the patriarch of the Celtigar family and the ruler of Claw Isle. Rhaegar nodded respectfully to Lord Bartimos, acknowledging his father's loyal bannerman. "Greetings, Lord Bartimos." Lord Bartimos reciprocated with a courteous smile, gesturing towards the castle entrance. "It is an honor to host you on Claw Isle, Prince. Please, allow us to extend our hospitality." Rhaegar accepted graciously. "The honor is mine, Lord Bartimos." With Lionel by his side, Rhaegar proceeded into the castle. As a renowned maritime family, the Celtigar lineage paralleled the Valerions, initially amassing wealth through taxes levied on ships. With a formidable fleet at their disposal, they ventured into maritime trade, rapidly accumulating riches within a few generations. Upon entering the castle, Rhaegar was immediately struck by the opulence that permeated the halls. Luxurious mill carpets lined the floors, windows boasted Valentine glass, and walls shimmered with gold and silver embellishments. Surveying the room, Rhaegar couldn't help but marvel at the wealth on display. Rich as hell, he mused inwardly. Bartimos, ever eager to maintain appearances, observed Rhaegar's admiration with a self-satisfied smile. "Prince, forgive the modesty of our welcome. While we couldn't throw a grand reception, the kitchen has prepared a fitting banquet to honor Lord Lionel." Though Bartimos feigned regret, Rhaegar was unfazed. His visit was not merely social. He had come with purpose. As the servants busied themselves with banquet preparations, Bartimos engaged Rhaegar and Lionel in conversation. Lionel recounted the events on Dragonstone Island during Rhaegar's absence: raids, executions, and Rhaenyra's fervent appeals to search for her brother. In turn, Rhaegar shared his own adventures in the peninsula, leaving his hosts astonished by the tales of curses and magic. Bartimos, skeptical, questioned, "Prince, do you truly believe that magic has invaded Cracklaw Point?" Without hesitation, Rhaegar affirmed, "Certainly." Lionel, more diplomatic, interjected, "Prince, magic has long been deemed a legend by most. Its resurgence is quite unexpected." Rhaegar posed a thought-provoking query. If dragons were to vanish, would the world dismiss them as mere legend? The room fell silent as both Bartimos and Lionel grappled with the implications of Rhaegar's words, uncertain of how to respond. Bartimos chuckled, his hand resting on his palm. "Indeed, Prince Rhaegar speaks truth. In my youth, I traversed the narrow sea aboard ships, encountering many adventures." Seated comfortably on a plush cushion, Rhaegar broached his request earnestly. "My lord, I've come to Claw seeking to borrow a boat to transport the free people who have pledged allegiance to me. I implore your generous assistance." Bartimos hesitated, his gaze shifting to Lionel, who remained silent. It was clear that such a seemingly trivial request as borrowing a ship for transportation wasn't as straightforward when it involved a group of peninsula savages. Aware of the unspoken concerns, Rhaegar turned to Lionel, suggesting, "If you doubt my words, accompany me to Cracklaw Point to witness the truth firsthand. The nobles there have already sworn their loyalty to me." At Rhaegar's proposition, the room fell into a palpable silence. Lionel's eyes gleamed with an enigmatic intensity, as if peering into the depths of Rhaegar's intentions. Meanwhile, Bartimos contemplated, recalling his interactions with the peninsula nobles. They were known for their barbaric and confrontational nature, often engaging in skirmishes and petty feuds. Given their formidable military prowess and the presence of Rhaegar's wildling followers, Bartimos realized the potential strategic advantage of securing their allegiance. After all, even cannon fodder could tip the scales in a conflict. Without waiting for Lionel to interject, Bartimos solemnly declared, "Prince, the Celtigar family has always been loyal to the royal family, and we shall honor your request. Borrowing a ship may have seemed a trifling matter, but securing the favor of the king's eldest son held far greater significance. Claw lay just a few hours' sail from Dragonstone, a journey even quicker if undertaken by a mighty dragon. Given the circumstances, it made sense to acquiesce rather than decline. So it was necessary that the prince's returns to Island to make preparations." While Rhaegar was puzzled over the subtle dynamics, he sensed that Bartimos harbored certain expectations of him. Nevertheless, he remained indifferent to it. Tightening his smile, Rhaegar graciously replied, "Your assistance is greatly appreciated, my lord." Bartimos's smile remained as he affirmed, "I shall ensure that the ships are prepared promptly for the journey to Cracklaw Point." Only then did Lionel emerge from his reverie. Casting a glance at Bartimos, he subtly lowered his head, opting to maintain a modest profile. With his well-honed political acumen, Lionel discerned that the prince's return to Dragonstone Island would likely provoke significant upheaval. Given the circumstances, It was necessary to exercise caution and refrain from drawing attention to himself. 2 days later, 3 majestic sailing ships set sail from Cracklaw Point, their decks crowded with ragged but determined souls bound for Dragonstone. A resounding dragon's roar pierced the air, and massive wings eclipsed the ships it soared into the skies. Standing atop the ship's prow, Rhaegar looked at the endless expanse of sea. Lionel approached from behind, his voice a whisper amidst the wind. "Prince, word arrived last night by Raven. The princess has returned to King's Landing in secret, escorted to the Red Keep by the King's Guard for safety. Is she attempting to utilize the dragons to locate me?" Rhaegar pondered aloud, his thoughts drifting to Syrax's confinement within the dragon's pit. Yes, the princess has been fraught with worry since the dragon incident that fateful night, Lionel murmured empathetically. "Once I've met with my father, I shall swiftly journey to King's Landing to reunite with Rhaenyra." Rhaegar's lips curved into a knowing smile, acknowledging the myriad advantages of dragon ownership, particularly in matters of expediency. Suddenly, a thunderous dragon's roar rent the air, echoing from above. Rhaegar raised his gaze skyward to behold the cannibal's imposing form, its gaze fixed intently on the horizon, as if issuing a warning. In response, a second, less formidable roar reverberated through the air, prompting the occupants of the ships, both freemen and sailors, to emerge from their cabins, gazing upward in awe and trepidation at the spectacle unfolding above. In the distance, a golden dragon emerged into view, capturing the attention of the onlookers below. Perched upon the dragon's back was a young girl adorned in a sleek black dragon barding. Rhaegar's heart leapt at the sight of the golden dragon, his excitement palpable. Spotting the girl atop the dragon, Rhaenyra, he couldn't contain his shock and cried out, "Rhaenyra!" Unaware of his presence, Rhaenyra's attention was drawn to the cannibal, the imposing black dragon now under Rhaegar's command. Her gaze momentarily flickered down to the trio of ships sailing below, hoping to catch sight of Rhaegar. Sensing its rider's agitation, Cannibal set aside its hostility toward the other dragon and descended gracefully to sea level. With claws slicing through the waves, the cannibal surged toward the large ship carrying Rhaegar. In a breathtaking maneuver, the dragon's head soared upward as its colossal body ascended into the sky. With practiced precision, the long tail swept up Rhaegar, who awaited on his armor, before gently placing him upon its back. Seated astride the dragon, Rhaenyra urged her dragon, drawing closer to Rhaegar in midair. A resounding roar echoed through the air as the cannibal, dwarfing its counterpart in size, confronted Syrax, the golden-scaled dragon, causing it to tense and emit a warning roar. Witnessing the spectacle from her vantage point, Rhaenyra's excitement grew as she recognized Rhaegar's figure, exclaiming, "Rhaegar!" With a gentle touch, she reassured Syrax in High Balerion, soothing its nerves. Before long, Rhaegar was airborne, riding alongside Rhaenyra on her golden dragon. The two dragons faced each other in the vast expanse of the sky, one black and the other golden-brown, while Rhaenyra and Rhaegar exchanged glances. Rhaenyra's appearance spoke volumes, her disheveled hair, reddened eyes, and worn countenance betraying the turmoil within as she gazed unwaveringly at Rhaegar. Rhaegar, her voice faltered, the weight of unspoken words hanging between them. Rhaegar returned his sister's gaze, his eyes alight with the joy of their reunion, and exclaimed in astonishment, "Sister, I thought you were still confined within the Red Keep. What brings you here?" Struggling to maintain her posture amid her evident distress, Rhaenyra's voice wavered as she replied, "I couldn't bear to be apart from you any longer. They couldn't stop me, not yet." Rhaegar was deeply moved by her determination. Upon closer observation, he noted the toll that recent events had taken on Rhaenyra. Compared to their last meeting, fatigue lingered beneath her eyes, mingling with the telltale signs of sleepless nights. With a soft voice, Rhaegar called out, "Sister." Rhaenyra's eyes welled up with tears as she spoke solemnly. "Come back with me, Rhaegar." "Of course, I've missed you all dearly," Rhaegar responded, his tone gentle and reassuring. Obediently, he followed Rhaenyra's lead as she directed Syrax towards Dragonstone Island. "Let's follow suit, cannibal," Rhaegar said with a warm smile, guiding the dragon to trail behind Syrax, their forms weaving amidst the billowing clouds. Although vastly disparate in age and size, the two dragons moved in tandem through the skies. Rhaenyra maintained a cautious distance, mindful not to unsettle Rhaegar's mount. Despite the circumstances, Rhaegar felt a swell of happiness. This was their inaugural flight together, a moment to cherish amid the turbulence of their current reality. Before long, the two siblings disembarked from their respective dragons, leaving the ship behind as they arrived at Dragonstone Island well ahead of schedule. Syrax, who had maintained a wary vigilance in the presence of cannibal during their journey, landed eagerly on the cliffs adjacent to the beach, while Rhaenyra kept a watchful eye on her brother. Upon seeing her touch down, Rhaegar attempted to follow suit, but Cannibal shook its head adamantly, refusing to land and instead opting to circle the sky above. Realization dawned on Rhaegar. There were still two adult dragons on Dragonstone Island harboring deep-seated animosity toward Cannibal. Recalling their previous dragon skirmish, Rhaegar's heart quickened with anticipation, though he steeled himself for the confrontation ahead. With a reassuring pat to Cannibal's spine, he murmured, "Let's do this, old friend. Show them what you're made of." In response, Cannibal snorted defiantly, spreading its mighty wings wide and arching its neck as dragon flames brewed within its throat. Roar! In an instant, Cannibal unleashed a deafening roar that reverberated across Dragonstone Island, its fiery breath painting the sky with vibrant hues, heralding the return of the strongest wild dragon. Roar! Roar! Echoing its cry, two other dragon roars soon pierced the air, tinged with the unmistakable fury of provocation. Perched atop Cannibal's back, Rhaegar surveyed the rugged terrain below, awaiting the arrival of adversaries long absent. Before long, two colossal dragons of varying hues emerged from the mountains, soaring skyward with determined purpose. One bore a resplendent bronze hue, its eyes ablaze with fury, its formidable presence akin to that of a seasoned predator, Vermithor. The other, a light green dragon, bore the scars of past battles, a chunk missing from its neck and one wing hanging limp. Silverwing, struggling but resolute in its ascent. When rivals come face to face, their eyes seem to burn with intensity. As the two adult dragons soared into the sky, their roars reverberated, accompanied by the crackling of dragon flames. The cannibal, with its human-like pupils, looked over its opponents. Unlike the cannibal, who had ingested the marsh marigold to heal, Silverwing bore more grievous wounds. Severely injured, Silverwing remained grounded in its nest, its ability to fly compromised, and its fury its only sustenance. It posed little threat in its current state. Thus, today's sole adversary was the bronze fury, Vermithor. Roar! In the confrontation, two more dragon roars echoed across the landscape. One originated from the cliffs, where Rhaenyra rode Syrax. The other emanated from the mountain range, where a massive brown dragon emerged from a cavern, casting a wary gaze upon the four dragons. However, it made no move to approach, opting to perch on a distant reef, observing with a cautious eye. Glancing at the newcomer, Rhaegar recognized the dragon, a wild dragon known as Sheepstealer. This mature mud dragon, about the same age as Carax's, had gained a reputation for stealing sheep from the island's herders. It seems that Sheepstealer was startled by the loud roars of the dragons and came out to assess the situation from a safe distance. Apparently, there is no reason to worry. Simultaneously, Syrax flew to the side of Cannibal. Rhaenyra, almost shoulder to shoulder with Rhaegar, looked annoyed. "Rhaegar, what are you doing? Are you obsessed with fighting dragons?" Rhaegar's tone was firm. "The cannibal is the strongest of the wild dragons. It has its own pride. Where it falls, it must rise again. That doesn't make it any easier to control a dragon," Rhaenyra retorted, her gaze darting nervously between Vermithor and Silverwing. She couldn't comprehend Rhaegar's risky behavior, but she couldn't simply stand by and watch either. She felt compelled to intervene and assist him. Rhaegar analyzed the situation. Silverwing is still recovering. I just need to defeat Vermithor. Syrax has never been in combat before, so my assistance will be limited, Rhaenyra lamented, her fingers tightening with tension. Since becoming a dragon rider, she hadn't yet had the chance to experience a battle. Despite her initial intention to teach Rhaegar a lesson, she found herself secretly craving the adrenaline rush of a fierce clash. Rhaegar's heart raced with anticipation as he flashed a confident smile. You can watch. With the cannibal by my side, I'm more than capable. In the middle of their conversation, Vermithor and Silverwing closed in, unleashing jets of dragon flame. Protect yourself, Rhaenyra. Rhaegar's urgent shout cut through the tension as the cannibal surged forward, spewing emerald dragon flames. Boom! The collision of the three dragon flames unleashed a devastating force, engulfing the sky in heat. Rhaegar lay on his back, gripping the cannibal's scales with exhilaration in his eyes. Despite the initial clash, the cannibal kept up its speed and was ready for another attack. The cannibal's second dragon flame shot towards the larger Vermithor, aiming for its neck. Vermithor, relying on its sturdy build, put up a good fight, using its wings to disperse the flames. Seizing the chance, the cannibal rushed towards the vulnerable Silverwing, who recoiled in pain. A mournful howl echoed as the cannibal's jaws closed around Silverwing's neck. But Rhaegar's commanded, "Cannibal, watch out." The cannibal reacted quickly to the command and changed direction, narrowly avoiding the golden dragon flames. Verithor was really angry to see its mate wounded again, so it unleashed a torrent of golden flames in pursuit of the cannibal. However, the cannibal was faster and managed to dodge the onslaught, disappearing into the clouds. Below, Silverwing crashed heavily to the ground, its neck gushing blood as it writhed in agony. The sheep stealer, watching from afar, cheered in anticipation, eager for a feast. Stop! But its excitement was short-lived as Rhaenyra, commanding Syrax, intervened, positioning herself between them with a stern rebuke in High Balerion. She was enraged by the actions of Vermithor and Silverwing, which involve an attack on Cannibal and threatening Rhaegar's safety. But Rhaenyra understood the delicate balance of power within House Targaryen. Vermithor and Silverwing had been loyal mounts to her ancestors, King Jaehaerys and Queen Alysanne, serving the kingdom. As much as she despised their actions, she couldn't ignore the value of these adult dragons to the Targaryen house. In contrast, Sheepstealer, older and wilder, posed a significant threat. Comparable in size to the formidable Caraxes, Sheepstealer dwarfed Syrax, who was still maturing. With her nerves on edge, Rhaenyra led Syrax into a tense standoff with the Sheepstealer. Sheepstealer roared menacingly, but refrained from launching an attack. Syrax, sensing her rider's tension, echoed her aggression with a low growl, wings poised for defense. Despite its smaller stature, Syrax possessed a spirit that matched larger dragons. In response, Sheepstealer, intimidated by Syrax's display, retreated without a fight. The aerial skirmish continues. Cannibal disappeared into the thick clouds, out of Vermithor's sight. Driven by fury, Vermithor pursues, his vision obscured by the billowing mist. In that moment of reduced visibility, a massive form hurtles from the flank, descending upon Vermithor with lethal precision. Cannibal emerges, its jaws clamping down on Vermithor's neck and blood spurting forth in a gory display. Roar! The attack took Vermithor by surprise, leaving him no time to prepare a defense. He struggled desperately to escape, but Cannibal, driven by its instincts, presses its advantage, sinking its fangs deep into Vermithor's flesh, ripping skin and muscle with savage ferocity. Vermithor roared in agony, his wings flailing and claws slashing at Cannibal's body. Cannibal, disengage, Rhaegar's commanded. For a moment, Cannibal was overcome by the intoxicating scent of blood. But reason wins out, and it obeyed its master's orders. Releasing its grip, it tears a chunk of flesh before retracting, gulping down the spoils. Swiftly evading Vermithor's potential counterattack, it plants its hind limbs on its foe's abdomen, propelling itself into the air with a forceful leap. As Cannibal retreats, leaving behind a wounded and enraged Vermithor, the bronze dragon let out a roar of rage, blood cascading from its neck, barely able to maintain flight. With a half-hearted roar, Cannibal vanished into the clouds, its trail obscured from view. But just when it was out of reach, it emerged from below, launching another attack. As Vermithor, badly hurt and unable to dodge, felt the burning pain of Cannibal's bite on his winged shoulder blade, the sickening sound of bone breaking filled the air. In a blind rage, Vermithor ignored the pain in his neck as he lashed out with a desperate attempt to bite Cannibal's flesh with his powerful jaws. Dracarys! Rhaegar's voice cut through the chaos, and he tightened his grip on the reins as he gave the command again. Cannibal released its grip and unleashed a torrent of dragon flame directly into Vermithor's gaping maw, responding instinctively to its master's voice. There was a loud boom. The dragon flame hit Vermithor's head with a bang, filling the air with thick, swirling smoke. For a brief moment, Vermithor was left dazed and disoriented, his neck sagging limply as his wounds seeped dragon blood. But even though he took a devastating blow, Vermithor's strong defenses held up. He tried to regain his senses and take control of his battered body. Roar! Vermithor let out a roar that could be heard all the way up in the sky. It was a mix of anger and desperation as he tried to get revenge. His massive tail swung with great force, striking Cannibal's abdomen and sending the dragon reeling. Cannibal, pushed by the blow, quickly got out of the way. But Vermithor was really angry. He shot a bunch of golden flames. Cannibal down. Rhaegar's voice commanded Cannibal to dive low to evade the flames. Cannibal plummeted earthward, avoiding the attack. Seizing the opportunity, Vermithor, despite his injuries, attempted to give chase. However, the pain from his broken shoulder blade and weakened wings made it difficult for him to keep up, and he started to lose altitude. Dracarys! Before Vermithor could regain his balance, Rhaegar's command echoed. With agility, Cannibal circled around the wounded Vermithor, unleashing dragon flames. Despite his resilience and formidable physique, Vermithor found himself overwhelmed by Cannibal's relentless assault. As Rhaegar observed the futile struggles of the bronze dragon, a revelation dawned upon him. He often wondered why he lost the last fight. Besides the fact that he fought Silverwing and Vermithor together, he realized that the key to victory lay not only in skillful combat, but also in exploiting the vulnerabilities of his opponents. And today, it was Vermithor's swift and grievous injury that spelled his downfall, not Cannibal's. In particular, after the fight with the Shadow WRM, Rhaegar had a realization about the essence of combat strategy. Unless faced with an overwhelmingly difference, relying solely on sheer size would prove futile in avoiding harm or even death. Dragons are naturally violent and fierce. Once they've used up their fire, they use their claws and fangs in close combat, weapons that are very lethal. If it hadn't been for Cannibal's quick thinking and Silverwing getting in the way, Rhaegar's situation might have been much worse. His opponent could have easily killed him by ripping his stomach open and then finishing him off. With this in mind, Rhaegar decided to use Cannibal's speed and its fire as advantage. He came up with a plan to attack first and surprise his opponent. Cannibal's unbeatable speed made it the perfect choice for the front line. It just needed to deliver a crushing blow, leaving its opponent vulnerable to the next attack. Roar! The Cannibal's roars echoed through the sky as it unleashed fire on Vermithor, making the bronze dragon's wounds worse and making it lose composure. Down below, amidst the dragon roars and explosive bursts, the sheep-stealer on the ground started to get restless. Casting covetous glances at the Silverwing lying in a pool of blood, the scent of it whetted its appetite. Roar! Once more, the sheep-stealer spread its wings and soared into the air, its casting a shadow over Syrax. Its aim was to intimidate the latter into retreat. Rhaenyra looked up at the brown dragon, and her eyes flashed. She gave a firm command, Dracarys. Roar! Syrax waited until the right moment and then shot up, blasting a flames at Dragon's face. The sheep-stealer was caught off guard and awkwardly bobbed its head to avoid the fire, its demeanor transforming into one of aggression. The sheep-stealer was one of the few untamed dragons that lived on Dragonstone. It had gained a bad reputation among the locals, even worse than the cannibal. Despite its menacing countenance, the cannibal had always maintained a reclusive distance from human settlements, sporadically appearing only in the vicinity of Dragonmont and refraining from causing harm to humans. The sheep-stealer was the opposite. It had an insatiable appetite for the herder's sheep and loved the thrill of the hunt. Any attempts to stop it from preying were met with dragon flame attacks, which often resulted in serious injuries or even fatalities. The sheep-stealer was enraged by the sight of the dragon before it. The sheep-stealer let out a loud roar, spewing an orange-colored dragon flame from its mouth. The dragon flame was pretty distinctive, kind of like mud dots that spread out over a wide area. "Move out of the way, Syrax." Rhaegar reacted quickly to the threat and moved Syrax out of the way, then fired a burst of dragon flame back at the enemy. Roar! In its first battle, the young Syrax seemed to exude a sense of grandeur, roaring loudly as it unleashed a golden dragon flame, which merged with the sheep-stealer's attack and overpowered it. Frustrated by its inability to overcome the dragon flame attack, the sheep-stealer's fury intensified as it beat its wings vigorously in an attempt to overwhelm Syrax with its size advantage. However, Syrax, despite being smaller, compensated with remarkable agility, swiftly closing the distance and darting around its adversary with the grace of a seabird. After a few failed attempts to catch its prey, the sheep-stealer redirected its aggression towards the badly injured Silverwing. Its predatory instincts were focused on the vulnerable adult dragon, ready to deliver a fatal blow. Roar! Silverwing let out a terrified roar, its neck injury making it unable to move and defend itself properly. But the sheep-stealer wasn't going to let that stop it. It descended on its target, ready to bite. Dracarys, Rhaegar saw Silverwing was in trouble. She wanted to stop the sheep-stealer, urging Syrax to intervene and halt the sheep-stealer's onslaught. In that moment, Rhaegar felt a strong sense of worry. With Rhaegar engaged in a fierce aerial duel against Vermithor above, she could only hope for the best for his safety, her heart heavy with concern. Amidst her anxious thoughts, a deafening roar echoed from above. A huge bronze dragon came down from the sky, accompanied by green flames. Vermithor bore the scars of battle, with blood coming out of wounds on his neck, tail, and wings. With a determined look on his face, Rhaegar steered Cannibal into a steep dive, unleashing a torrent of flames upon Vermithor, pushing him downwards and preventing any chance of retreat. As they reached midair, Rhaegar told Cannibal to stop the attack. Cannibal slowed its descent with controlled wing beats. Vermithor, an expert at aerial combat, used his wings to slow his fall. He fell into the sea with a splash, sending waves out in all directions. The dragon's crimson blood mixed with the blue ocean, turning the water a dark red. The sea churned and boiled under the heat. A symphony of bubbles echoed through the waters. Roar! After a brief struggle, Vermithor's majestic head broke through the surface of the sea, gasping for air. The waves were pretty wild, and Vermithor was having trouble flapping his wings. He was trying to get to the shore, but his body was hurt, so it was slow going. Despite all the injuries he had, none of them were fatal. He managed to claw his way back to the beach, where he collapsed and panted, lost in thought. Rhaegar looked on from above, feeling a mix of relief and contemplation. Dragons were to be respected, not killed in battle. He gave Cannibal a pat on the back, his voice full of triumph. "Cannibal, we did it!" Roar! Cannibal lifted his head proudly, his emerald eyes gleaming with arrogance as he paced back and forth, his sinuous form tracing patterns of victory in the sky with his verdant dragon flame. At that moment, he was the undisputed ruler of Dragonstone Island. He had defeated Vermithor and Silverwing, and he was now in control of the island. Dragonstone Island, your prince has returned. Rhaegar's proclamation echoed across the winds, celebrating cannibals' triumph and the success of their strategy. But as the celebrations got underway, Rhaegar's gaze shifted towards Rhaenyra, his expression showing a hint of concern. "Cannibal, let's help," he said, his voice showing a hint of urgency. "Dracarys," Rhaenyra's commanded as she urged Syrax into battle against the sheep-stealer. Engaged in pursuit, the sheep-stealer's hunger drove it to persist despite repeated skirmishes. Rhaenyra was totally focused, paying close attention to the rhythm of the battle as she guided Syrax. The clash of dragons was intense, with both of them trying to gain the upper hand. Their dragon flames intertwined in a deadly dance. But just as victory seemed within reach, the sheep-stealer deceptively retreated, luring Syrax towards the vulnerable Silverwing below. Rhaenyra reacted quickly, trying to foil the ambush with a barrage of dragon flame, but the sheep-stealer had anticipated her move. Suddenly, the tables turned as the sheep-stealer unleashed a torrent of dragon flame, engulfing both dragon and rider in fire. Syrax evaded. With horror etched across her features, Rhaenyra urged Syrax to turn, but it was too late. The flames descended upon them, forcing Syrax to contort in a desperate attempt to shield Rhaenyra from the brunt of the assault. Roar! In the blink of an eye, Syrax's chest and abdomen bore the brunt of the dragon flame, eliciting a cry of pain. Syrax was new to battle and struggled to maintain balance amidst the pain, her body lurching downward as she flapped her wings. Vulnerable, she was easy prey for the sheep-stealer, whose eyes gleamed with hunger as he lunged for the kill. Rhaenyra, tethered by a chain around her waist, clung to the saddle, her body weightless as she braced for the attack with dread. With the sheep-stealer closing in, she could only watch helplessly as the ferocious beast descended upon Syrax, rending flesh with merciless ferocity. In the middle of the attack, a resounding dragon's roar was heard, heralding the arrival of a black dragon from above. The wind whipped by its wings and struck Rhaenyra, temporarily blinding her as she watched her brother's mount descend with a roar, its claws poised to strike. Roar! The sheep-stealer's agonized shriek echoed through the sky as Rhaegar's dragon delivered a devastating blow. "Cannibal, it's Rhaegar!" Blood trickled down Rhaenyra's cheek as she beheld the figure in the black dragon's back. "Drag it away!" Rhaegar's command was followed by the chilling sound of flesh yielding to claws. With a vice-like grip, Cannibal's dragon claws clamped onto the sheep-stealer's ribs, exerting crushing pressure as it mercilessly snapped the dragon's muzzle. With a quick flap of its wings, Cannibal lifted its struggling prey into the air. The sheep-stealer was in agony, screaming in pain as it beat its wings in a desperate attempt to escape. Meanwhile, Syrax, who had been caught in the sheep-stealer's grasp, quickly righted himself, avoiding a fall. Cannibal, enjoying its hunt, played with its prey, easily keeping its grip despite the sheep-stealer's frantic struggles. Rhaegar kept his gaze fixed on Rhaenyra, feeling a rush of relief as he watched Syrax regain control. He wasn't aware of what had led to Rhaenyra's confrontation with the sheep-stealer, but he was just worried about her safety. Rhaegar was grateful for his timely arrival, and his expression hardened as he directed his fury at the sheep-stealer. "Cannibal, throw it into the sea," he said firmly. "Roar!" With a roar, Cannibal did as he was told, lowering himself towards the ocean's surface with his captive in tow. With a final release of its claws, the sheep-stealer tried to escape, but was met with green flames that engulfed its head in searing agony. With a muffled pop, the sheep-stealer's cries were suddenly silenced by the fire. The second dragon of the day fell into the water. The sheep-stealer's fell, sending water into the air as it struggled to stay afloat in the rough waves. Cannibal kept a close eye on the situation, staying alert and ready to act as Rhaegar steered it. With each attempt by the sheep-stealer to get out of the sea, Cannibal met it with dragon fire, preventing any chance of escape. Dragons, creatures of fire, just weren't built for the water. The sheep-stealer's struggles were slowly sapped of strength as it gasped for air amidst the depths. As the drowning dragon's desperate pleas echoed, Rhaegar remained firm in his resolve. He gave Cannibal a gentle pat on the back and said, "Let's go, Cannibal." Roar! Cannibal grumbled a bit, but did as he was told, turning away from the scene and flying off into the distance. Although it had wanted to drown the stubborn intruder to enjoy a future meal, Cannibal listened to its master. The sheep stealer writhed like a trapped serpent, clawing its way onto the shore with effort, its movements clearly showing fear. On the other side of the beach, Vermithor was absent. The tide had washed away any signs of him, leaving only the sand where he had been. Rhaegar realized this and made a beeline back to find Rhaenyra. "Rhaegar, I'm here." Rhaenyra's shout echoed from the cliff above. Rhaegar looked down and saw Syrax on the ground, with Rhaenyra standing nearby, her hair tousled and waving at him. Not far away, Silverwing, who was badly injured, had also disappeared without a trace. "Cannibal, land," Rhaegar instructed. As Cannibal descended, Rhaegar slid down from its wing and rushed to Rhaenyra's side. Their reunion was a whirlwind of emotions. He gave Rhaenyra a hug, his heart racing with concern. "Are you okay?" Rhaenyra shook her head, her face flushed with excitement. "I'm fine, thanks. Syrax protected me." Relief washed over Rhaegar's features as he buried his head against her back. "You scare me to death. You went charging in, risking your life." Rhaenyra put an arm around him and gently stroked his head with her other hand. "I just wanted to help. But that brown dragon was after Silverwing." "Where's Silverwing now?" Rhaegar asked, his tone casual but with a hint of concern. Just as Vermithor climbed up from the cliff's base, he flew off with Silverwing, Rhaenyra recounted, her voice tinged with fear. "Next time you face a dragon, you need to stay far away," Rhaegar advised seriously. Rhaenyra's expression faltered, feeling embarrassed. "It was my first battle, and you're scolding me. You are the younger here." "No, my dragon is much bigger than yours," Rhaegar replied, sounding a bit annoyed. His confidence in engaging dragons came from two sources: his audacity and Cannibal's size and courage. After defeating Vermithor and Silverwing, Rhaegar felt like he was unbeatable. But he couldn't help but feel apprehensive about one dragon, Vhagar. Syrax was still a young dragon, less than 20 years old, while Cannibal was a formidable adversary. Rhaenyra had learned a valuable lesson from her brother, that actions speak louder than words, and defeat can be humbling. She crouched down to meet Rhaegar's gaze, pressing her cheek against his and whispering, "You're right, Rhaegar." Rhaegar gave her a warm hug, his cheek brushing hers as he murmured, "I missed you, sister. Where have you been since that night?" "Father and I were worried about you," Rhaenyra murmured, burying her head in the crook of Rhaegar's shoulder. At the mention of his experiences in the peninsula, Rhaegar's expression darkened. "I stumbled into a nest of savages. They were all insufferable, no intellect, nothing interesting to say." The siblings shared stories of their adventures. Before long, a group of guards showed up. Rhaegar, Rhaenyra, Viserys, looking a bit worn out but happy to see them, brushed past the guards and hurried towards his children with surprising speed. "Father!" Rhaegar's face lit up at the sight of his father, though he couldn't hug him with Rhaenyra still leaning on him. Rhaenyra was startled by her father's arrival and turned to face him, greeting him timidly, "Father." She had slipped out of her chamber through the secret passage behind the king's guard, and she felt a twinge of nervousness at being caught. "It's good to see you both safe," Viserys said, breathing a sigh of relief. He ignored his daughter's subdued greeting as he focused on his son. He crouched down next to Rhaegar, his eyes scanning him with a look of paternal concern. He had dreamed of Rhaegar's safe return, and now seeing him in the flesh, he felt a profound sense of relief. With an affectionate embrace, Viserys planted a kiss on Rhaegar's forehead. "When the dragon roared on the island, I knew it was you who had returned." Rhaegar wiped away the drool with a sheepish grin and bragged about his victories. "Cannibal and I defeated Vermithor and Silverwing. No dragon on the island could match us." "You're certainly bold, my boy," Viserys replied, his expression a mix of pride and concern. Since Rhaegar's recovery, he had grown in many ways, but his audacity seemed to grow with each passing day. From taming a dragon without permission to engaging in battles on their doorstep upon his return, Rhaegar's daring actions left Viserys wondering what the future might hold as his son matured. Viserys was filled with thoughts but showed only relief on his face. "You've never been an ordinary child, Rhaegar." In that moment, he recognized Rhaegar as the prince foretold in the Song of Ice and Fire prophecy. Indeed, Rhaegar had proven himself capable of taming the largest wild dragon ever seen and defeating the renowned Bronze Fury and Silverwing of the continent. "Come, I prepared a grand feast to welcome you home." Viserys gave his eldest son a playful pat on the head before lifting him up. As they walked, Viserys turned to Rhaenyra with a hint of reproach in his voice. You disobeyed me again, Rhaenyra." "I'm sorry, father," Rhaenyra apologized, bowing her head. "I was really worried about Rhaegar, so I couldn't just wait around." "It's not the first time you've disobeyed my orders," Viserys replied with a dismissive wave of his hand. "Let's set that aside for now. You both seem to be in good spirits." "Yes, father," Rhaenyra answered quietly, her gaze lingering on the father-son pair, a hint of longing evident in her eyes. Once they'd freshened up from their journey, the two siblings found themselves seated at the long table in the hall. Rhaegar told their father all about their adventures on the peninsula in great detail, his eyes shining with excitement as he told about his exploits. Viserys, holding a goblet in his hand, listened to his eldest son's stories patiently, his expression kind and attentive. However, when Rhaegar got to the part about the Shadowbringer's head being resurrected and the mask being used to defeat the curse, Viserys' face darkened slightly, and a hint of gravity clouded his features. Viserys saw magic and dragons as two dangerous forces. The idea of bringing the dead back to life and perpetuating curses made him feel ashamed and disgusted. "The House Brune and the Crab family," Viserys said aloud, his voice tinged with concern. "It looks like we need to send someone to look into this." His expression remained unchanged, but inwardly, Viserys was already calculating the depths of involvement of these two families. As Rhaegar kept talking, he noticed that his father and sister were getting more and more subdued. He felt a sense of unease creep over him. He thought his stories were pretty engaging. Why were they so passive? After a moment of reflection, he decided to share the news of the Peninsula Nobles' allegiance and the 2,000 free men who had pledged their support and followed him across the sea. Viserys' face changed as he processed this new information. Meanwhile, Rhaenyra pursed her lips and took a sip from her glass, her expression unreadable. Rhaegar stopped his story when he sensed something was wrong. "Sorry I'm late, but I hope you're all ready." Alicent's voice broke the silence just in time. The three turned to see Alicent coming down the stairs, cradling the baby in one arm and leading Helaena with the other, while Aegon trailed behind, accompanied by a maid. Viserys paused for a moment, then turned to Rhaegar and said, "There are more than a few free folk following you. I'll have them transported to the area near the woods first, just to make sure they have what they need. Once you figure out how to use them, you can deploy them as needed." "Understood, father," Rhaegar acknowledged. While the father and son conversed, Alicent made her way to the table and took her seat, her eyes filled with joy and emotion as she addressed Rhaegar. "The seven gods have blessed you with a safe return, Rhaegar. Brother." Helena's voice rang out with joy as she stood up to greet her long-absent sibling. Rhaegar gave a small smile in response to Helena's greeting, then turned to Alicent and said, "Thanks to Cannibal's protection, I made it back safely." "The wild dragon?" Alicent's puzzled expression matched her crossed arms. "Once I tamed him, he stopped being wild," Rhaegar clarified. Alicent said, "You showed great courage in taming an adult dragon all by yourself." "On the other hand," she added, glancing at Aegon, "Aegon is still struggling to command Sunfire and has yet to succeed." "Mom," Aegon objected, his eyebrows furrowing. As Rhaegar observed Alicent's hands, he noticed their roughness, which showed she'd been used to practical tasks like sewing and writing. Her fingers showed signs of recent injuries, with the wounds still fresh and unhealed. Rhaegar, who was well-versed in scholarly matters, recognized these wounds as recent, likely inflicted in the past few days. Rhaegar paused before speaking. Your Majesty, what happened to your hand? Huh? Alicent seemed taken aback, looking at Rhaegar's gaze and quickly covering her hand with a slight panic. Alicent offered a smile and said, My apologies, perhaps it's just the humidity of Dragonstone Island making my hands itch. Make sure to keep warm, Rhaegar added casually, though his tone was peculiar. While Dragonstone Island was indeed humid, King's Landing, being a seaside city, wasn't significantly drier. Alicent's excuse didn't seem very convincing, and her nervousness only made Rhaegar more suspicious. Alicent quickly changed the subject, asking a servant, Is the banquet ready? Please bring it forward at once. Viserys agreed. Rhaegar leaned in close to Rhaenyra and asked quietly, Why is Alicent nervously tapping her fingers? As Rhaenyra was Alicent's former confidant, she was aware of such details and whispered back, It's a nervous habit of Alicent's. Whenever she's anxious, she tends to tap her fingers, often to the point of bleeding. Nervous? Rhaegar echoed silently. Why would someone be nervous? Fear, excitement, or maybe it's a sign of guilty. Why was she afraid or guilty? Rhaegar was thinking fast as he considered Alicent's nervous behavior. Could it be that she was worried about him? Rhaegar doubted it. Knowing Alicent as he did, she would have preferred he never came back. Aegon would have one less brother to compete with, making his path to the airship clearer. As plates of fine food were set on the table and the feast commenced, Rhaegar mechanically picked his favorite food, finding them tasteless. Noticing his distraction, Rhaenyra nudged him with her elbow and asked, What's on your mind? Furrowing his brow, Rhaegar abruptly rose from his seat, calling out, Father. Viserys looked up puzzled. What is it, Rhaegar? Rhaegar's expression grew serious as he asked, Father, why does a man's heart becomes anxious? Viserys looked up and put down his utensils. A criminal may be anxious when he's trying to avoid getting caught, and even more anxious when he's on trial. Understood. Rhaegar nodded, his tone shifting. The night I left, I was attacked by 2 dragons because someone fed cannibal a dragon egg laid by Silverwing. So, who did this, or rather, who ordered it, he demanded. The joy of family reunion couldn't overshadow Rhaegar's determination to get to the bottom of things. He was aware of the dangers lurking in the shadows, and this time, upon his return, he was determined to expose the mastermind behind the scenes and hold them accountable. As Rhaegar spoke, the room fell silent. Of mind when she was plagued by such unsettling thoughts? Rhaenyra watched her brother with a mix of amazement and concern. She'd been wondering why the 2 dragons had targeted Cannibal, but her concerns for Rhaegar's safety had made her focus on that instead of thinking more deeply about it. Now, with Rhaegar bringing it to light, she realized someone was plotting against him. Viserys' expression darkened as he spoke, his voice gruff. Since your disappearance, I've been investigating. The guards involved in feeding the dragon eggs were found dead on the beach. He paused, his gaze firm. Rest assured, justice will be served. Rhaegar's tone was somber as he continued. Before I tamed Cannibal, I was lured into Dragonmont. Who was behind it? Viserys' expression twisted with guilt. The guards were in the dark, and the Dragon Keeper was moved to a different post before I could get to the bottom of it. Then Rhaegar dropped another bombshell. As I was leaving Vermithor and Silverwing behind, I was attacked by a 3rd dragon, with scarlet flames. Viserys shot up from his seat, his fists slamming onto the tabletop. You're sure it was scarlet flames? His voice was tight and urgent, each word carrying a sense of urgency. I'm certain, Rhaegar said with a firm nod. Viserys' eyes were ablaze with fury, his teeth clenched in rage. Demon, you despicable creature. They both had a realization. There were only 2 dragons with red flames, Caraxes and Meleys. Meleys was owned by Rhaenys Targaryen, his cousin. She was known as the queen who never was and fought for the right to inherit the Iron Throne. Despite their differences, Viserys had faith in her character. Honor was everything to Rhaenys, and she wouldn't risk the line of succession. On the other hand, his brother, Daemon, recently expelled from King's Landing, simmered with anger and resentment. With knowledge of Dragonstone's secrets, including the Dragon Keeper's dealings and secret passages, suspicion fell squarely on him. It must be him. Viserys erupted, his fury palpable. Because I refused to promise Rhaegar to him. He's gone and put my child in harm's way. Viserys' anger shook him, and Alicent rushed to his side, urging him to calm down. But Viserys was relentless. Summon the Maester to send a raven to King's Landing and issue a warrant for Daemon's arrest, dead or alive. Harold, guarding the doorway, offered a suggestion. Your Grace, Daemon has a powerful dragon. Instead of alarming him with a notice, we should alert the Vale first. He may be hiding in Runestone. Excellent. Send messages to the Vale and every Maester. Anyone who captures Daemon will be rewarded in gold equal to their weight. As Viserys fumed, Rhaegar interjected, Father, please calm down and take care of yourself. Viserys looked at him and said in a resolute voice, Father will definitely get justice for you. Rhaegar locked at Alicent, sensing his father's fragile state. His suspicions remained just that, suspicions. I trust you, Father, Rhaegar said, trying to reassure him, though the atmosphere remained tense. Viserys, enraged, abruptly left the table, with Alicent following to tend to him. The once festive family gathering dissolved into somber silence. As his parents disappeared around the corner of the stairs, Aegon got up and left without saying anything. He didn't want to share a meal with his half-siblings, especially his brother, who he found particularly difficult to get along with. Meanwhile, Helaena sat bewildered, uncertain of what had sparked her father and brother Rhaegar's sudden anger. Despite her confusion, she was hungry, so she reluctantly nibbled on the cake in front of her. She kept her eyes on Rhaegar and Rhaenyra, noting the tension in their expressions, and tried to blend in. Meanwhile, Aemond was still asleep in his nanny's arms, unaware of the tension in the air. Rhaenyra was the first to speak up, gripping Rhaegar's wrist and asking him solemnly, You disappeared because of an attack by Daemon? It's likely, Rhaegar confirmed quietly. Releasing his hand, Rhaenyra's fist clenched, her expression hardening. That wretch, does he have no honor when it comes to the throne? Don't worry, he will face the consequences, Rhaegar assured her softly. He tried to kill his own nephew, Rhaenyra said angrily, repeating her brother's frustration. Her feelings towards Daemon had changed a lot since the last abduction. The man she once saw as a caring uncle had now lost her respect. Now, there was only one word to describe him, madman. As night fell, the castle was filled with a heavy silence. Viserys went to his room to try to forget his troubles with a few drinks until he passed out. Meanwhile, the rest of the household went to bed, trying to get some rest after a busy day. Alicent, unable to change her husband's mind or calm her wild children, went to her room to get some rest. However, she couldn't sleep, tossing and turning on the soft bed. She was thinking about what happened that day, especially Rhaegar's conversation about guilt. Despite her insistence that Daemon was the culprit and she was innocent, she couldn't shake the feeling that something was wrong. How could she find peace? Alicent's head was throbbing with pain, and she let out a silent sigh as she closed her eyes, seeking solace in sleep. Time passed, and she found herself in a state of drowsy, half-consciousness. Knock, knock, knock. All of a sudden, the peace and quiet of her room was shattered by a loud noise. Alicent's headache was so intense that she ignored the noise as just a minor distraction. Before long, the noise stopped, and she started to drift back into a deep sleep. But as she was about to fall asleep, she felt a sudden rush of warmth. It felt like she was sitting too close to a roaring fireplace, causing beads of sweat to form on her forehead. It's really hot in here. I'm thirsty. Alicent's parched mouth was yearning for relief, and in her stupor, she reached out for the glass of water on her bedside table. However, her reaching hand encountered something unexpected, a layer of fabric. As she gently touched the fabric, she felt soft flesh beneath it. Fabric, soft flesh. Alicent's foggy consciousness suddenly came back to her, and she reluctantly opened her eyes to the dimly lit room. There she saw a figure in a black robe sitting on the edge of her bed. In the figure's hand was a coal brazier, its glow casting eerie shadows across the room. Who are you? Alicent's heart was racing with fear, and she instinctively recoiled, clutching the covers tightly around her body. "It's me, Your Grace." A familiar voice came from the figure, who then took off his hood and offered her a cup of water. "Here's your water." Alicent's eyes widened in disbelief as she strained to make out the visitor's face. Alicent looked at the boy standing by her bed in disbelief and said, "It's you, Rhaegar. Are you scared, Your Grace?" Rhaegar, wearing a black robe, looked at his stepmother calmly. Alicent's complexion suddenly changed, and she scolded, "Why are you in my room? You should be asleep at this hour." For a moment, she thought that another family member had snuck into her room, and the thought made her nervous. Rhaegar, holding the glass of water, tilted his head and said, "Are you not thirsty? Why don't you take a sip?" "No, I'm not thirsty anymore. Leave this instant. Do you hear me?" Alicent's anger flared, and she rebuked him mercilessly. "Very well, if you're not thirsty," Rhaegar replied calmly, setting the glass aside. "But before I go, I would like to have a word with you. There's nothing to discuss. How did you manage to enter my room? Where is the guard at the door?" Alicent was adamant about expelling her stepson from her quarters. Rhaegar chuckled softly and pointed to a wall in the room. "Isn't there a secret passage in your chamber?" A bit of exploration would reveal that. After the family banquet, he had sought out Cole to inquire about recent events on Dragonstone Island. Through their conversation, he had learned of the existence of several secret passages within the castle, one of which led directly to the Queen's chamber. When he looked at them, it confirmed some of his suspicions. So he had come tonight. Alicent followed Rhaegar's lead and looked into the sealed secret passage. She subconsciously grabbed the sheet, her eyes flickering with panic as she asked uneasily, "What do you mean? What are you trying to tell me?" Rhaegar watched her carefully, sensing her reluctance. He started to tell a story. "I couldn't help but wonder why there were always unexpected problems when I tried to tame my dragon. Demon bribed the dragon keeper to send a false message, which led me astray towards Dragonmont," she continued. "Before that, someone had sent me similar information, but pointing towards the east coast." Alicent's expression shifted slightly as she replied, "I was the one who shared that information with Rhaenyra. It turns out that the two young dragons were indeed on the east coast, and Sunfire was found pretty early on. I didn't lie. As you said, the intel from the east coast was spot on," Rhaegar acknowledged. "Then the gray ghost showed up on Dragmont. The dragon that should have been there wasn't Cannibal, but Silverwing, in a sensitive period after laying her eggs. Given that, is it possible that someone knew I didn't trust them and intentionally gave me irrelevant information to guide me to Dragonmont?" Rhaegar's voice softened, and Alicent felt her nerves start to tingle in the dimly lit room. Alicent's face grew cold at his words, and she replied in a chilly tone, "This is all in your imagination. It was Demon who set you up. I was just trying to improve relations with Rhaenyra. We're like sisters." "Fair enough. Your explanation makes sense." Rhaegar nodded, not discounting her words. He wasn't there to accuse her tonight. There wasn't any concrete evidence against the Queen. It was all just suspicion. Rhaegar bowed his head and placed the portable coal stove on the bed, gently opening the lid. The red-hot coals were exposed to the air, dispersing the darkness with their bright flames. In the glow, Rhaegar's features, previously shrouded in shadow, were half illuminated. "What are you doing?" Alicent's nerves jangled at the sight, her mind racing with memories. "Nothing much. Since you don't want water, let's get warm," Rhaegar replied, reaching out to cup a piece of ember in his hand. He held it calmly and raised his hand between them. The coals glowed, casting light between them. Rhaegar kept his eyes neutral as he spoke calmly. "Your Grace, I'm sure you're aware that my recent journey to the peninsula wasn't exactly peaceful. Many people who disrespected me met their end by dragon fire." Alicent quietly moved to the other side of the bed, her face showing fear. Without advancing, Rhaegar continued, "I don't know if you were involved, but I'd really appreciate it if you could set aside any prejudices you may hold against me, whether by ignoring them or adopting a more neutral stance. I just ask that you don't cause any trouble for me, my father, or my sister." With that, Rhaegar looked his stepmother in the eye. Click! His fists clenched, and he crushed the charcoal, causing it to spill onto the white bedspread. The broken coals ignited the fabric instantly. Alicent let out a scream of panic and quickly used a pillow to smother the embers. Rhaegar grabbed the cup of water nearby and started dousing the flames methodically, extinguishing them one by one. As the smoke cleared, Rhaegar's face was still obscured, and his voice was barely above a whisper. "I hope you can retain some compassion, Your Grace. What in the world are you doing? I've done nothing wrong. How many times do I have to say it?" Alicent's irritation flared as she verged on breaking down, her voice filled with anger. Rhaegar averted his gaze and interjected, "I believe you, for you are my stepmother, and I trust you to safeguard the children of your name, including myself and Rhaenyra. I am the queen, your father's wife, and with that title comes a certain responsibility," Alicent replied, her expression hardening. She continued in a harsh tone, "But you shouldn't treat your own mother with such disrespect. Trespassing into my room and threatening me with fire. I will tell your father about this and let him decide how to discipline a child who dishonors his name." "As you wish, Your Grace," Rhaegar responded nonchalantly, replacing the lid of the coal stove and lifting it once more, ready to depart. However, just steps away, he paused as if remembering something, and turned back to say cryptically, "By the way, Aegon is my brother, and I value that kinship. It was through my own abilities that I managed to evade the murder. But he is still young. Enough of this." Alicent snapped, her neck straining, eyes reddened, and teeth gritted. "I will watch over my son, no matter what." "Very well, mother," Rhaegar replied with a sweet smile, bowing like an innocent child. He exited the bedroom slowly, carrying the coal stove, and disappeared through the entrance of a secret passageway under his stepmother's hateful glare. "Ah!" Alicent let out a scream as Rhaegar left the room. Her frustration came out in a flurry of flung pillows and disheveled covers. She was moving around quickly, pulling at her hair in a desperate way. "Queen, is there anything you need?" the maid asked from the other side of the door. Her voice was filled with concern. "Rhaenyra, enough." Viserys' voice cut through the tension and turned his attention to Aegon. "Have you been bullying Helaena?" he asked sternly. Aegon's answer was tentative, his fear palpable in the air as he admitted, "Yes." "And did Rhaegar punish you for it?" "Yes," Aegon replied, his voice barely above a whisper. Viserys' eyes narrowed, his concern evident as he asked further, "Did he hurt you with the heated bracelet?" Aegon hesitated for a moment before answering, "No." Viserys shifted his attention to Aegon's injured side, his touch gentle yet probing as he assessed the damage. As Viserys spoke, his tone carried a sense of authority and understanding, directed at both Aegon and Alicent. While Rhaegar's actions may have been overly forceful, they did no lasting damage to Aegon. Alicent bristled at Viserys' assessment, her frustration evident in her response. But what if things had escalated further? What if no one had intervened? There were no signs of injury on Aegon. Rhaegar could not have caused them. Viserys' expression hardened, his voice firm as he countered her concerns. "We cannot always shield our children from every conflict, Alicent. Sibling disagreements are part of growing up, and they must learn to deal with them." Alicent opened her mouth to protest, but Viserys cut her off with a pointed comment. "I understand your concern, Alicent, but let us not forget that even I had my disagreements with Daemon in our youth." Alicent's grip tightened around Aegon, her concern still evident as she sought reassurance from her husband. "Have you ever seen Daemon in distress, crying out in fear and pain?" Alicent hugged Aegon tightly, her gaze fixed on her husband. Once, her father had warned her that when Rhaenyra took the throne, she would never leave her children unattended. At the time, she had dismissed it as mere speculation. Now it seemed to be coming true. Rhaenyra hadn't even begun her reign, and yet Rhaegar had already acted impulsively. Viserys furrowed his brow in irritation and lifted Alicent from the floor, trying to quell her temper as he gently intervened. "That's enough for tonight, dear. Rhaegar must apologize to Aegon and assure him there will be no further threats," Alicent insisted, seizing the opportunity to seek justice for her child. After a brief moment of reflection, Viserys turned his gaze to Rhaegar and Rhaenyra. With a sigh, he conceded, both children are to blame. They should apologize to each other. Aegon started the fight by bullying his sister. He should apologize first. Alicent asserted, her attention shifting to Aegon in her arms. Aegon's face bore the marks of his ordeal, and he timidly stole a glance at Rhaegar, finally summoning the courage to speak. I'm sorry, big brother. All right, Rhaegar, it's your turn, Viserys urged, signaling for Rhaegar's cooperation. Rhaegar's once hollow eyes suddenly brightened with a smile as he accepted the apology. I accept your apology, and I apologize for my aggressive behavior. I shouldn't have frightened you like that. He didn't want to embarrass his father any further and saw no harm in complying with Alicent's wishes. Viserys offered Alicent a forced smile and suggested, it's getting late. Let the children return to their rooms. Alicent nodded, content that justice had been served, while Aegon, still reeling from the encounter, remained silent. As they headed for the door, Rhaegar's sudden action took everyone by surprise. Aegon, don't you like the bracelet? Take it, Rhaegar said, his voice devoid of emotion as he dropped the heated steel bracelet to the ground in front of Aegon. Aegon recoiled in fear, retreating into Alicent's embrace. Viserys, furious, demanded, Rhaegar, enough? But Rhaegar remained indifferent, insisting, I know it's over, but Aegon wants the bracelet. I promised it to him. With a firm stare, Rhaegar ordered, pick it up and take it. No, I can't, Aegon protested, shaking his head vigorously and backing away from Rhaegar. It's yours. You must take it. Rhaegar's tone turned icy, his patience wearing thin. I don't want it ever, Aegon pleaded, his voice shaking. Undeterred by Aegon's fear, Rhaegar's voice grew colder. Pick it up. I'll let you. No, I don't want it, Aegon insisted, shrinking back into Alicent's arms, eyes wide with fear. Rhaegar stood firm, his voice unyielding. You must. I won't ask again. As Aegon trembled with fear, Alicent's expression crumbled. Her gaze turned to Viserys, silently pleading for intervention. Her tear-filled eyes seemed to plead. You see, even your favorite son would persecute Aegon before you. As the situation escalated, Rhaenyra stepped in, soaking a handkerchief in water and wrapping it around the bracelet before handing it to Aegon. Then, with concern etched on her face, she approached Rhaegar. Stop this, Rhaegar. Seeing his sister's concern, Rhaegar relented, his icy demeanor thawing as he teased. It's an easy task. How could Aegon struggle with it? With the tension eased by the siblings' exchange, the atmosphere in the room relaxed slightly. But beneath the surface, it was clear that the family's balance had been upset. Viserys gave Rhaegar a complex look before leaving the room alone. Alicent snatched the damp cloth from Aegon's hand, tears welling in her eyes as she left, her voice choked with emotion. Remember your promise. I'll keep Aegon away from you. Rhaegar watched her leave, his eyes widening with realization. Alicent had preconceived notions about him, and no amount of explanation would change her mind. With nothing more to say, Rhaegar remained silent. After the others had left, only Rhaegar and Rhaenyra remained in the cabin. Rhaenyra closed the door behind them and leaned against it with her arms crossed over her chest, sighing, What got into you to cause such a scene? I just wanted to scare Aegon, Rhaegar replied helplessly. It's not that simple in Alicent's eyes, Rhaenyra observed. But what could I do? She bumped into me and immediately accused me of plotting against Aegon, Rhaegar lamented. Seeing her brother's tired expression, Rhaenyra's heart softened, and she moved closer to embrace him. Stroking his silver hair, she comforted him. In the future, mind your own business. Alicent is very protective of her children. So are we less because we lack a mother? Rhaegar asked bitterly. I didn't mean that, Rhaenyra reassured him. It doesn't matter. A cub without the protection of a lioness must learn to grow sharp teeth and claws quickly, Rhaegar remarked, falling back onto the bed in frustration. His original plan had been to take out his frustration on behalf of Helaena, but Alicent's accusations had painted him as a villain, all based on the notion of motherly love. Wasn't he just being picked on because he didn't have a mother? If he hadn't resented Alicent's overprotective nature, he wouldn't have taken it out on Aegon again. Well, don't dwell on it. I'll sleep with you tonight, Rhaenyra offered, understanding her brother's feelings. She rubbed his right hand lovingly, noticing that it showed no signs of having touched hot steel. You really are different, Rhaegar, she remarked quietly. With little desire for further conversation, Rhaegar undressed and climbed into bed, pulling the covers over himself. Rhaenyra didn't press the matter any further, simply patting him on the shoulder and humming a soothing tune, much as she had when Rhaegar was a child, as she drifted off to sleep beside him. After leaving his quarters, Rhaegar, with Harold by his side, made his way to his father's chamber door. Just as he was about to knock, the door to the room next door opened, and there was Alicent being led by a maid. Their eyes met for a second, but Alicent didn't say anything. She just nodded her head a little and kept going. With a smile, Rhaegar knocked on the door and went in. Harold closed the door behind him and stood guard. As soon as he walked in, Rhaegar wrinkled his nose at the smell of wine that lingered in the air. Viserys was slouched in a reclining chair by a round table, his face flushed from drink, but his gaze unusually sharp. Rhaegar couldn't help but notice the scattered empty bottles, which seemed to be evidence of his father's indulgence from the previous night. Rhaegar tried to ignore the smell as he approached his father. "Father, what can I do for you?" he asked. He'd been expecting to talk about his recent trip to the peninsula or maybe the Free Folk, but nothing as important as what Viserys brought up next. "Rhaegar, do you want to become the heir to throne?" Viserys' words hit Rhaegar like a punch in the stomach, leaving him momentarily stunned. What do you mean?" Rhaegar stammered, his mind struggling to comprehend the unexpected proposition. "I'm going to change the rules of succession and make you the new heir," Viserys said bluntly, trying to clear up the confusion on Rhaegar's face. "No, Rhaenyra is the rightful heir, as has been decreed to the realm," Rhaegar responded firmly, his convictions unwavering. Quickly moving to his father's side, Rhaegar searched his eyes, his voice laced with concern. "Has someone influenced you, father? You've always defended Rhaenyra's claim. What's changed your mind?"
Hello, everyone. As we wrap up this video, I want to share a quick note. I have a Patreon account. If you'd like to support me and enjoy on-demand audiobooks, you can become a Patreon member. Alternatively, you can check out my Google Drive link, which has 500+ novel audiobooks available through my Ko-fi or Patreon shop. I appreciate your support.